Chapter 221, The Attention of the Gods. Clouds and mist drift and swirl in ceaseless transformation, at times billowing like ocean waves, at others settling into silent ethereal beauty. Their ever-changing patterns, though unpredictable, never fail to inspire awe. Within this heavenly veil lingers an abundance of primal energy, the very essence of heaven and earth. A single breath here could grant an ordinary person decades of life, but only in theory. In practice, a mortal body cannot safely withstand such divine power. After all, this is the god's own magic, distilled from the forces of the lower realms. No mere human may enter these heights. This is the god realm, far above the mortal world of Douluo Continent. At its summit stands a grand palace, bathed in a soft, golden light beneath the realm's halo, a shining beacon of divine authority. Here, within the hallowed halls of the God Realm Committee, the gods oversee and guide every aspect of their dominion. In recent times, the tumultuous events unfolding on the Douluo Continent have drawn the keen eyes of the deities. From this lofty vantage, they watch and judge the fates of mortals below, their ancient powers quietly poised to intervene. An extraordinary phenomenon has appeared on the Douluo Continent. The palace's main hall is octagonal, each of its 8 walls sheathed in gleaming gold. Flickering across those walls are countless scenes, each a window into a different world, a different planet. These living screens are the God Realm Committee's monitoring stations, keeping an unblinking watch over everything that unfolds below. At the very center of the hall stands a massive round table, its material unidentifiable. Within its surface, a pale mist swirls continuously, as if a never-ending time tunnel were trapped beneath a glassy veneer. Seated around this table are 5 figures of great importance. In the main seat sits a middle-aged man with striking red hair. His cold, proud gaze seems to wander beyond the room, yet there's a barely concealed violence simmering in those deep-set eyes. From the ear studs in his lobes pulses a crimson glow, and an icy aura radiates from him, so potent that even from afar one can feel the gnawing edge of danger. To his left are 2 individuals dressed in contrasting robes, one in deep black, the other in pure white. The black-robed figure is a stern-looking man of middle years. Beside him, the woman in white carries herself with quiet grace. They appear to be companions, bound by both duty and affection, their expressions equally serious as they partake in this high-stakes council. Sitting opposite them were a man and a woman. The man's face was hidden beneath a heavy purple cloak that tightened around his head, 2 flickering red lights pulsing in the darkness. A sight that sent shivers of dread through anyone who glanced his way. By contrast, the woman beside him seemed to breathe life itself. She wore a flowing green gown and wore a gentle, knowing smile. Though she couldn't match the beauty of the white-robed woman across the table, her warm vitality left an indelible impression on every heart. In that age, the God Realm was governed by 5 supreme deities, Shura, kindness, evil, life, and Hui-Mi. The gods of kindness and evil jointly presided over all affairs, while Shura, the goddess of life, and the god of destruction maintained cosmic order. These 5, together with 3 divine enforcers, managed the mortal world through the God Realm Committee. The very existence of their realm depended on the converging energies drawn up from the planes below. The energy mortals call telekinesis is nothing more than the distilled life force generated by every living being in the lower realms, the very essence that cultivators harness to ascend. The God Realm, eternal and unassailable, feeds upon this same life force drawn from the 108 worlds under its sway. With each newly claimed plane, its strength grows ever greater. Among those worlds lies the Douluo Continent, famed for its spirit beasts and warrior clans. A low, resonant voice echoed from within the deep fold of an obsidian cloak, its words heavy with authority. "Asura," it said, "we've detected abnormal fluctuations on Douluo Continent. Beings from other worlds are slipping across its borders." Asura, often called the god of Shura, sat slumped upon a throne of swirling storm clouds, his once brilliant aura dimmed by weariness. He ran a hand through hair, the color of raven's wings, and sighed. "Destruction god," he answered quietly. "My watch grows long. Soon I will claim retirement. Grant me a little peace before I go." "Peace?" The destruction god's crimson gaze flared, cutting through the void like a blade. "Do you forget what nearly tore us apart? That spatial rift on Douluo Continent 10 years past almost unmade the God realm itself. We cannot afford complacency now, least of all when new threats stir in the vacuum left by old wounds. Asura closed his eyes, the storm cloud throne trembling beneath him. The two divine powers regarded one another across the expanse of night, the fate of worlds hanging in the balance. Neither spoke again, yet both knew the hour of reckoning on Douluo Continent was fast approaching. "Have you forgotten?" The god of destruction's voice cut through the chamber. God Shura met his gaze without flinching. "Now that beings from other worlds have resurfaced on the Douluo Continent, do you truly think they can disrupt the cosmic balance of the Douluo galaxy, the very equilibrium we guard?" His words were firm and unyielding. Instantly, the other four deities turned their attention to the god of destruction. In a low, steady tone, God Shura continued, "Destruction, set your fears aside. The successor I've chosen hails from Douluo Star, and with my throne inheritance bestowed upon him, no interdimensional force, no matter how formidable, could stand against us." A cold snort escaped the god of destruction. His violet robes fluttered as though caught in an unseen breeze, and his crimson eyes blazed for a heartbeat before settling back into their usual calm. "Humph," he said softly, "I'll hold you to that." The goddess of life, seated at his side, reached out and patted his shoulder. "Remember," she murmured, "one day in the god realm spans an entire year in the mortal world. This truth holds across every plane. Since Shura is set to retire in just a few days, there's no point in troubling him over something so minor," the god of destruction declared, his voice controlled. "We also lack reliable intelligence on these new alien species," his advisor added. "It would be wise to hold back and monitor the situation for now." At those words, the god of destruction's stern expression softened. He fell silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to the great oaken table before him. The surface of the table bore an enchanted hologram of the Douluo Continent, its continent swirling with mist and starlight. His eyes followed an icy tracer to the far northern reaches of the map, where the homeland of the Tang sect and the Spirit Hall faded into endless tundra. There, in that unexplored extreme north, creatures unlike any seen on the Douluo Continent had begun to stir. Unfamiliar, their forms blurred at the edges of perception, each one pulsed with raw, otherworldly energy. A frown creased the god of destruction's brow. "Humph," he whispered, lips curling in contempt. "Alien creatures, dare to trespass on my domain?" In an instant, the skies above the northern plains darkened. Rolling storm clouds coalesced, crackling with violet energy. Across the distance, purple-white lightning sluiced earthward in violent arcs, each bolt scorching the tundra and scattering the alien beasts like frightened moths. 3 days later, the all-continental high-level Soulmaster Elite competition entered its promotion stage. To safeguard the privacy of competing teams and to eliminate any risk of outside interference, no spectators were permitted within the arena. Only the contestants themselves, their coaches, and a handful of officials filled the vast, echoing hall as the first match of the day was called. The promotion match lacked the energy of the preliminaries. The Tiando Empire had chosen its royal hunting grounds, 50 kilometers southwest of Tiando City, as the venue. Normally reserved for the nobility's hunts and martial drills, the area was off-limits to outsiders, patrolled day and night by 10,000 royal knights. As Cheng Xiao and his companions approached the entrance, a squadron of knights barred their way. "Present your credentials," the lead knight ordered. Cheng Xiao produced the official promotion certificate from his satchel and handed it over. The knight, clad in polished silver plate and bearing a distinctive red plume, accepted the document and examined it carefully. After a moment, he bowed respectfully. "Soul Masters of 7-Star Academy, welcome to the Royal Hunting Grounds. Please follow me." With a practiced flip of the reins, the knight mounted his steed and led the way inside. Beyond the gate stretched a vast clearing nearly 100 meters across, an obvious arena for the competition that lay ahead. On the north side of the arena, a raised VIP stand had been erected, doubling as the referee's dais for the promotion match. In its front row sat 3 of the realm's most powerful figures. Emperor Shuye himself, flanked by Grand Prelate Ning Fengji and Platinum Bishop Saras. Surrounding them were the Empire's highest-ranking nobles and senior officials of the Spirit Hall. Their collective presence made it unmistakably clear that this bout enjoyed the undivided attention of the Empire's elite. Chapter 222, The Battle Plan to Defeat Cheng Xiao. As soon as Cheng Xiao stepped into the arena, dozens of curious eyes turned toward him. Some onlookers murmured questions, others openly admired him. He ignored the commentary. The bracket had been drawn yesterday, and 7-Star Academy had not been fortunate enough to secure a first-round bye. Their opponent today, none other than Shrek Academy. Through the throng, Cheng Xiao spotted familiar faces, teams from yesterday's qualifiers like Kamikaze and Tianshui, who'd withdrawn before kickoff, and Blazing Fire, whose pride had eclipsed its performance. At the entrance to the player lounge, Xiao Wu caught Cheng Xiao's eye and gave him a quiet wink before slipping inside with the rest of the Shrek squad. Inside Shrek Academy's prep area, an uneasy silence fell over the team. Only moments ago, they'd been brimming with confidence. Now, faces were pale, shoulders slumped. Ma Hongjun threw up his hands in theatrical despair. "Why do we have to run into this evil star again?" he wailed. "Fat Master, isn't there any way to escape Cheng Xiao's clutches this time?" His overdramatic lament drew no laughs, only a chorus of defeated groans. The reality of their draw had settled in. Shrek Academy would have to pull off their toughest performance yet, and Cheng Xiao was the centerpiece of the challenge. As the minutes ticked down to match time, Shrek's coaches convened around a whiteboard, scrawling last-ditch strategies. Somewhere in the back of their minds flickered a single, unspoken thought. They might find a way to topple Cheng Xiao, if only they could overcome their own fear first. Everyone Cheng Xiao had slammed to the ground sat there wide-eyed with horror. The victim in the center, nicknamed Fatty by his friends, let out a pained howl like a banshee. Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. "Oh my goodness, Fatty, you're too much," she teased, amusement dancing in her eyes as she watched him squirm. Their master's expression darkened. "Xiao Wu, this isn't the time for jokes," he admonished, voice low and stern. Xiao Wu merely narrowed her eyes, tilting her head. "Master," she drawled, "if I don't laugh, must I cry instead?" Before the situation could escalate further, Tang San stepped forward, his tone serious. "We all know our true enemy right now is Cheng Xiao," he said. "Pointing fingers at each other won't help. We need a plan to defeat him." Xiao Wu shot him a cold look, then rose and flopped down beside Juju King without another word. Ignoring both Master and Tang San, she folded her arms and sat in stony silence. Their master stared at her in disbelief. "Utterly disrespectful," he muttered. "If it weren't for Tang Hao's insistence that Xiao Wu has real talent, he'd have every right to ask Captain Flender to kick her right out of Shrek Academy." Tang San rubbed his temples, fatigue flickering in his eyes. "Master, please don't be angry," he pleaded gently. "Our only concern now should be how to handle the threat from 7-Star Academy." The master stood in the center of the war room, his face calm, but his eyes sharp as blades. He raised a hand to halt the murmuring among the Shrek 7 devils, and spoke in a low, commanding tone. "We all know Cheng Xiao," he began. "The moment he realizes his opponent is one of us, he'll demand the first turn on that stage. So here's what we'll do. When Cheng Xiao steps up, Dai Mubai, you go out first, then Tai Long, then Juju Qing, next Ma Hongjun, then Jingling, then Xiao Wu, and last of all, Su Huan." He paused, letting each name sink in. "With this order, we'll drag the fight out long enough to drain as much of Cheng Xiao's soul power as possible. Once he's weakened, Xiao San will step in and deliver the finishing blow." Dai Mubai's brow creased. "Master, I'll follow the plan, of course, but if Xiao San can't handle him, won't it only make Shrek look worse?" The master's expression hardened. "Mubai, you're the team captain. You owe it to Shrek to think strategically, not emotionally. Ask yourself, aside from Xiao San, Ho here has any real chance against Cheng Xiao? Even if she goes first, what guarantee do any of you have that you'll beat him?" Silence fell. Mubai's shoulders slumped, and he lowered his gaze. The master's logic was unassailable. Given their current strengths and Cheng Xiao's reputation, this was undoubtedly the only viable approach. "Understood," Mubai said quietly. The master nodded once, crisply. "Good, then let's prepare. Our goal is clear. Wear him down, then let Xiao San finish the job." Outside the war room, Shrek's members exchanged determined looks, each steeling themselves for the challenge ahead. The plan was set, and once they stepped onto that stage, every one of them would play their part. Just as Shrek was putting the finishing touches on his battle plan, Emperor Shuiye rose from his VIP seat. His voice thundered through the soul-guiding network. The promotion tournament begins today. Over the next 14 days, I expect every college's team to bring their A-game to demonstrate the very spirit of young soul masters. I hereby declare the competition officially open. His words had barely faded when the grand arena erupted in cheers. "Long live the Emperor!" roared the crowd. The royal knights slammed their lances to their shields in salute. The ring of steel and their battle cries only heightened the sense of awe among the assembled soul masters. Truly, the Tiando Empire's display of pageantry and power was unmatched. Before anyone could draw a breath, the first match was already underway. Blazing Fire Academy stepped forward to face off against Tianshui Academy, an old rival. Huo Wu, Blazing Fire's champion, scowled the moment his opponent took the field. He had no respect for Tianshui's reputation for conceding matches rather than fight them out. The instant the gong sounded, Huo Wu unleashed a ferocious volley of soul flames, determined to leave no doubt as to who commanded the battlefield. On the Shrek team's side, the master gathered everyone and laid out the battle plan. Tai Long, you're going in first. Once you step onto the field, forget about defense. Unleash your strongest blows and force Cheng Xiao to expend as much soul power as you can. Only by burning through his reserves early will you give the others a chance to shine. Mubai, you're second. Your goal is to sap Cheng Xiao's soul energy. Hold out as long as possible. His soul techniques must be draining, otherwise he couldn't unleash only one per fight. Keep him off balance. Xiao Wu, Juqing, Jingling, third, fourth, and fifth. Don't engage him head-on. Rely on your speed to harass and wear him down. If it's not working, pull back. Don't risk getting caught. Ma Hongjun, your injury has mostly healed, so I'm slotting you next to last. Win or lose, press Cheng Xiao with everything you've got. Even if you fall, your effort will leave him weakened for the next fighter. With their roles set, each member of the Shrek team understood exactly what was expected of them. Hit hard, hit fast, and above all, exhaust Cheng Xiao's soul power before the final showdown. We'll definitely make it through the preliminaries, the master declared with quiet confidence, prompting nods of agreement from everyone gathered. High above, on the judge's dais, the referee droned through the results of the other college's matches, his tone courteous but distant, as if he were merely going through the motions. Then, glancing at his list, his dull expression brightened. Bowing slightly toward Emperor Shuiye, he said, "Your Majesty, the next bout should be most entertaining." Emperor Shuiye leaned forward, interest piqued. "Proceed." Clearing his throat, the referee announced, "Round 1, Match 4, 7-Star Academy versus Shrek Academy." No sooner had his words faded than Tai Long of Shrek Academy strode onto the arena floor, his green and brown uniform immaculate, his eyes fixed on the opposite corner. There, with a single snap of his fingers, Cheng Xiao unleashed something extraordinary. A swirling black form erupted from the shadows at his feet, coalescing into a towering figure whose long hair shimmered ice blue at the roots and flared crimson at the tips. Every head in the audience whipped around to take in the impossible sight. "What is that?" murmured someone nearby. Another spectator's voice cracked. "Aren't competitors only supposed to manifest their true martial spirits?" "Cheng Xiao of 7-Star Academy, that's against the rules." At the exact center of the arena, a living shadow coalesced into a sinewy, pitch-black figure. A ripple of astonishment swept through the assembled soul masters. Students from the rival academies leaned forward, faces stricken with disbelief. Seated in the VIP pavilion, Emperor Shuiye almost toppled from his chair. He had never before witnessed Cheng Xiao unleash the genuine power of his martial soul. In the preliminaries just weeks ago, the young prodigy had relied solely on basic punches and kicks, never hinting at this hidden strength. Now, as the shadow throbbed with charging energy, it became unmistakably clear that Cheng Xiao had been holding back his true abilities all along. The arena fell silent, every eye locked on the unfolding spectacle. End of chapter. Chapter 223, Plan Failed. Death Tai Long stood at the edge of the arena floor, his heart pounding in his chest. Before him, Cheng Xiao remained perfectly calm, his arms folded as phantom-like shadows drifted at his side, silent sentinels ready to strike. Every instinct screamed at Tai Long, launch a full-power assault, and you'll be torn to pieces before you can draw a breath. He might be slow on the uptake, but he wasn't stupid. Those shadow soldiers were no ordinary guardians. They looked far too formidable to challenge head-on. Cheng Xiao's voice rang out, cool and unhurried. 3 seconds. Decide now. Will you yield, or will you force me to finish you? Tai Long's eyes flicked to the arena's grandstands. The spectators were already whispering, and some were shouting their scorn. Who does this guy think he is? One voice sneered. Just because it's a promotion match, he's acting like a god. Yeah, he doesn't even take his opponents seriously, another jeered. A third whispered in awe. Don't they know? This is Cheng Xiao, captain of 7 Stars Academy and the strongest young soul master alive. Tai Long clenched his fists, sweat beading at his temples. As the countdown ticked away in his mind, he realized that pride might cost him everything. His master's orders echoed in his ears, but so did the haunting truth of those shadow soldiers' power. Time slowed. 1, 2, 3. With a trembling breath, Tai Long made his choice. He bowed his head in surrender, an admission that, for now, his plan had failed, and that death might be only a heartbeat away. If you think he's weak, don't come crying to your mothers after you get your teeth kicked in. Cheng Xiao's words echoed across the arena, stirring uncomfortable ripples among the assembled soul masters from every academy. Each student here had earned their place in the promotion matches through sheer talent, yet Cheng Xiao's bold proclamation felt like a gauntlet thrown at their feet. It was as if everyone had been dueling in polite silence, until one challenger roared, "I'll crush you all myself." The self-styled elite bristled. Does he really imagine himself a Title Duo-level powerhouse? They muttered. Cheng Xiao shot them a faint smile as the murmurs grew louder. He was bored of this drawn-out tournament format with its endless elimination rounds. Why tiptoe through dozens of duels when a single free-for-all could decide a champion in minutes? He longed for a battle that was faster, fiercer, and far more thrilling. Tai Long's shoulders sagged. Without a moment's hesitation, he held up a hand and declared, "I concede." Then he turned and slipped off the stage in silence, wise enough to say no more and risk a beating. Unbelievable! Does Tai Long even have a spine? Dai Mubai muttered, more annoyed than anyone at his teammates' abrupt forfeit. Yet as he eyed Cheng Xiao standing confidently in the center, his bravado wavered. The referee cleared his throat, uncertain how to proceed. Finally he announced, by default, 7 Star Academy wins this match. A cheer rose from the 7 Star supporters. Cheng Xiao didn't cheer, though. He merely gave a calm nod, then glanced over at the empty Shrek Academy benches. Next fighter, step up. Don't waste any more time. Silence stretched across the stage. Not a single Shrek Academy member moved. If they truly believed they could take on 7 Star, they'd have jumped at the chance already. Shrek Academy, the referee barked, frustration creeping into his voice. If your next combatant doesn't appear now, you'll forfeit the entire match. All eyes snapped to Dai Mubai, who was supposed to be the second fighter. He stood frozen at the edge of the stage, face pale, heart pounding. Under that oppressive gaze, Cheng Xiao's calm confidence, the referee's strict warning, the silent crowd, Dai Mubai's mind raced. Step forward and fight, or follow Tai Long's humiliating retreat. The countdown began. Dai Mubai froze at the edge of the arena, torn between shame and pride. If he backed out now, everyone would think him a coward. Yet stepping forward to face Cheng Xiao, the killing god himself, felt like walking into a storm. He kicked himself inwardly. Why hadn't he volunteered to go first? At least then, even if he'd lost, he wouldn't be this exposed, this trapped in the glare of all those eyes. A hush fell over the crowd as he hesitated. Murmurs rose like restless wind. Gritting his teeth, Dai Mubai shoved every ounce of doubt aside and strode into the ring. His shoulders stiffened, his head bowed just enough to hide the tremor in his jaw. Across from him, Cheng Xiao stood motionless. His expression was calm, almost bored, but those calculating eyes never left Dai Mubai's. Memories of every past encounter flashed through Dai Mubai's mind. Crippling injuries, humiliating defeats. He'd never left an arena unscathed when Cheng Xiao was his opponent. The old fear prickled at his spine. If you'd rather quit, Cheng Xiao said softly, voice as cool as ice. Just say the word. Dai Mubai stiffened. His heart pounded, but he would not give in. He'd endured too much humiliation to back down now. With a roar that surprised even himself, he threw his head back and called out, "Martial spirit possession." Instantly, his silhouette seemed to swell. The air crackled around him as 4 luminous soul rings materialized, 2 glimmering yellow, 2 deep purple, each one a testament to his past victories and sacrifices. His broad shoulders squared, an arrogant smile split his face, and the tension in the arena snapped to life. The fight had truly begun. Dai Mubai roared, "If I defeat you, I will be reborn." A blinding white light exploded from his body. His muscles bulged, bones cracking as raw power surged through him. His hands swelled to twice their normal size, tiger-like paws sprouting dagger-sharp claws over 8 inches long, each gleaming with a faint, icy sheen. He leaned forward, eyes glowing gold as his soul rings spun wildly, sending a wave of soul pressure rippling outward. Under the stunned gazes of onlookers, Dai Mubai launched himself at Cheng Xiao, claws slashing through the air toward his opponent's head. Cheng Xiao didn't even flinch. Instead, Nash stepped forward beside him, and an immense, invisible force descended like a tidal wave. In an instant, Dai Mubai was driven to his knees, then flat against the ground. His limbs buckled and deformed under the crushing weight. Though all his soul rings burned brightly, he couldn't move an inch. Pinned and helpless, Dai Mubai could only watch as Cheng Xiao advanced, each deliberate step fueling the dread coiling in his chest. Cheng Xiao's voice was ice-cold as he looked down at his fallen opponent. "If I were you, I'd stay as far away from me as possible." Without warning, he lifted his heel, and a dull crack snapped through the arena. Bones splintered. Though he hadn't struck with full force, the impact shattered Dai Mubai's jaw. The blow sent him hurtling across the ring like a rag doll. He crashed to the ground outside the fighting pit, his broken jaw leaving him only a faint, agonized whimper. A stunned silence fell over the soul masters in the stands. Only moments ago, Dai Mubai had boasted of his invincibility. Now he lay utterly defeated in an instant. At the VIP dais, Emperor Shuiye and Ning Fengji exchanged grave looks. Finally, the emperor let out a slow breath and frowned at the arena floor. What sort of monster is that shadow beside Cheng Xiao? Its strength, it's beyond anything I've ever seen. Ning Fengji's eyes narrowed as he studied Cheng Xiao's dark silhouette standing calmly in the center of the arena. Whatever this new power was, it had just rewritten the rules of the fight. "I'm not sure," Ning Fengji admitted, shaking his head as he narrowed his eyes at the dark figure standing beside Cheng Xiao. "That shadow weapon, it's clearly an extension of Cheng Xiao's martial spirit, yet its power, it seems to exceed even hers. Sectmaster Ning, how can that be?" Emperor Shuiye frowned. "A martial spirit can't outclass its master. It's unheard of." Just then, Duo, who had been standing silently at Ning Fengji's side, spoke up. "The instant that shadow moved, I detected an energy surge unlike anything I've ever felt. It lasted only a heartbeat, but its intensity was beyond that of a typical titled Douluo." Ning Fengji exchanged a look with Douluo, then nodded slowly. "I'd say it's on par with my own strength." Chapter 224. I'm going to beat you up, Yu Xiaogang. As expected of Elder Ju's disciple, Saras, the Spirit Hall's Platinum Bishop, murmured under his breath as he watched Cheng Xiao's overwhelming performance. With that kind of strength, not even the Golden Generation, our top prodigies, could stand against him. Now that His Holiness the Pope had officially appointed Cheng Xiao to the Spirit Hall's internal staff, even a bishop like Saras would find it difficult to win his favor. He knew it was only a matter of time before Cheng Xiao shattered the title Douluo barrier and rose to the rank of elder. Cementing an alliance now would be a strategic advantage for years to come. Convinced, Saras pledged his full support without hesitation. "I want to file an official protest," Dai Mubai bellowed, blood and bruises covering his body as he struggled to stay on his feet. If this duel continued much longer, not even Tang San's miraculous arrival, let alone 10 versions of Tang San, could turn the tide. May I ask what kind of protest the leader of Shrek Academy wishes to lodge?" the head referee replied, frowning at Dai Mubai's furious declaration. The 7-star Academy master fixed Cheng Xiao with an icy glare from the spirit arena below. I hereby lodge a formal complaint against Cheng Xiao of your academy, he declared, each word crisp and unyielding. He deliberately injured his opponent and caused serious harm, an outright violation of the competition rules. Under regulation, any soulmaster who maliciously harms another contestant must be disqualified immediately. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of soul pressure thundered out of the VIP stands. In midair above the arena, a lone figure clad in jade-green robes materialized, his expression colder than steel. The crowd fell silent as his voice cut through the tension. Competitions have winners and losers. Why all the fuss? Is Shrek Academy so delicate that it can't endure defeat? Though Douluo's tone was calm, the aura he unleashed was astonishing, an immense, frigid force sweeping toward Shrek Academy's corner. Even seasoned greats like Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Jian, and Platinum Bishop Saras recoiled in surprise. Hadn't Douluo long been considered the weakest of the titled Douluo? Yet this eruption of power rivaled a level 94 soul fluctuation, an intensity no one could have anticipated. Uncle Jian, what's going on? Douluo's soul energy is nearly at the 94th level. Wasn't he only at the 91st before? Ning Fengji's brow furrowed as he spoke through the voice channel. Jian Douluo shook his head. I don't know exactly, but his energy spike doesn't feel artificial. It seems that once he cleansed his own toxins, his strength naturally leapt forward. Ning Fengji nodded, eyes fixed on Douluo hovering in midair. He took 2 cautious steps back, reminding himself that Douluo wouldn't attack openly, and felt his confidence return. Douluo, he called out. What could Shrek Academy possibly lose that we can't afford? I'm simply pointing out the facts. Isn't it true that 7-Star Academy deliberately wounded our challengers? Facts? Douluo's hands folded behind his back as a dark aura swirled around him, his oppressive presence making the air seem heavier. After a moment, he let out a cold, mirthless laugh. I, Douluo, am not an unreasonable man. Let the referee decide whether 7-Star Academy violated any rules, Douluo said coolly. If they did, I offer my apologies. If they didn't, then don't accuse me of rudeness. The master opened his mouth to retort, but Flanders caught his arm and shook his head. At that moment, Bishop Platinum Salas rose from the VIP box, his gaze icy as he surveyed the 2 academies on the field. After a moment's silence, he spoke with feigned indignation. This is a competition, not a courtroom drama. What are you aiming for? Complete disqualification. Flanders immediately bowed toward the bishop. Your Grace, please remain calm. Our headmaster only seeks justice for his students, nothing more. Several Shrek Academy fighters sustained serious injuries today, including broken jaws. We have every reason to suspect that 7-Star Academy acted with malicious intent. We simply ask for a fair and impartial ruling. Bishop Salas's eyes narrowed as he weighed the accusations, the tension on the field rising as all awaited his verdict. Dean Flanders of Shrek Academy sat forward, his face hardening at Saras's words. The tall, austere judge gave him a long, withering look. I know you, Dean Flanders, she began, her voice cool and precise. I understand your eagerness to defend your students, but let me ask you this. When Shrek Academy's team took part in the Spirit Combat Tournament, did they walk away completely uninjured? She paused, letting the question hang in the air before pressing on. Or would you have us believe that any wound your students sustain is the result of deliberate malice by rival schools, yet every injury they inflict on opponents is simply an unfortunate accident, beyond their control? Leaning forward, Saras fixed Flanders with a steely gaze. If that is truly your argument, then I must inform you, your protest against the 7-Star Academy is hereby dismissed. Her words struck like a hammer. A stunned silence rippled through the assembled soulmasters. It was well known that spirit combat was fierce by nature. Bruises and sprains were inevitable. To accuse one's rivals of intentional sabotage simply because one's own students bore the bruises, it seemed absurd. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, sharp with outrage. You're slandering us, one master cried, hands clenched at his. A chorus of nods and murmurs rose in agreement, but Saras remained unmoved, her verdict final. Yu Xiaogong slammed the papal decree down on the polished stone table, his voice echoing through the hall. A papal decree is like an audience with the Pope himself, he declared. As honorary elder of Wuhan Palace, I have every reason to believe that Platinum Bishop Solace secretly colluded with 7-Star Academy to entrap our Shrek Academy. I demand a full and thorough investigation into Solace and into 7-Star Academy. Xiaogang, please, enough, Flanders interjected, worry furrowing his brow. He clasped Yu Xiaogang's shoulders to steady him. Don't make accusations you can't prove. From the far side of the hall came a sudden, contemptuous laugh. Dugubo rose from his seat, amusement dancing in his eyes. Honorary Elder of Wuhun Palace, he sneered. Since when did Wuhun Palace appoint an honorary elder? Have your so-called elders even broken through to Tier 30? It seems Wuhun Palace is indulging in grand titles these days. A silence fell. Solace, seated beside 7-Star Academy's envoy, grew pale. Every Platinum Bishop knew the scandal that had erupted between Yu Xiaogang and the Pope not long ago. Without that shadow hanging over him, Solace would never cower at the sight of a papal decree. But now, as all eyes turned toward him, Solace realized how swiftly a single accusation could tip the balance of power. He cleared his throat, forcing calm into his voice. Lord Yu, he began, I understand your concerns, but let us not jump to conclusions. I am prepared to submit to any formal inquiry you deem necessary, so long as we follow proper procedure. Yu Xiaogang studied Solace for a long moment, the crackling tension between the two orders palpable. Finally, he nodded. Very well. We will convene a tribunal at dawn. All evidence will be presented. Until then, no one is above scrutiny, Platinum Bishop or Palace Elder alike. The hall buzzed with whispers as the assembly dispersed, each faction retreating to marshal its allies. Outside, the moonlight glinted off the palace's golden spires, promising that tomorrow would be a day of reckoning. Salazar, eyeing the coveted seat of Platinum Bishop, knew better than to act hastily. When the elder produced the papal decree, Salazar merely leaned back in his chair, feigning indifference, as though he hadn't seen it. Dugubo watched this with scorn. He turned to the furious elder, who was still crouched on the ground, panting heavily, and let out a mocking laugh. Honorary elder, your reputation sure outpaces your courage. Show us your decree. Let's see if it's genuine. You, how dare you? The elder's eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively staggered backward. But Dugubo, who had been hovering motionless in midair, suddenly blurred forward. All that remained was a green streak of afterimage, his form all but invisible. At that moment, Flanders and Liu Erlong leapt to their feet. 7 spirit rings glowed beneath each of their feet as they raced to interpose themselves between Dugubo and the elder. They braced for impact. Then a scream rent the air, sharp and blood-curdling, like an animal at slaughter. Every spirit master present froze, mouths agape, faces drained of color. Their eyes swung toward Shrek Academy, hearts pounding as shock and fear rippled through the crowd. It looks like I've only received the final sentence of the chapter. For a moment, the whole place fell into a strange silence. To craft a fully revised, polished chapter, I'll need the complete text. If you can provide the entire machine-translated chapter, I'll happily rewrite it into coherent, idiomatic English, retaining every plot point, character detail, and narrative beat. In the meantime, here's a smoother version of that closing line. For an instant, the entire room was enveloped in an uncanny hush. Feel free to paste the rest of the chapter, and I'll get right to work on the full rewrite. Chapter 225. The so-called fairness is no fairness. Dugubo struck in the blink of an eye, materializing before the master, long before anyone could blink. He didn't even have to swing a fist. The sheer surge of his soul force alone would have pulverized the master like wet paper. Yet Dugubo knew that a brazen public killing would only bring unwanted attention. With a single deliberate clap of his palm, he unleashed an arrogant wave of spiritual energy that rippled through the air. The master reacted at last. 2 pale soul rings spiraled up from the ground at his feet as his hands blurred, tracing a complex seal. But his power was pitifully weak, and there wasn't a moment to spare. Before he could channel even a fraction of his defense, a thunderous crack split the plaza, a sickening snap that vibrated through every bone. The master's eyes bulged, his face twisting in raw agony as his chest caved in. He coughed up a mouthful of ancient blood, then hurtled backward, slamming against the stone with a deafening boom. Cracks spidered outward beneath his body, etching a dark web across the flagstones. Not far off, Cheng Xiao watched with wide, horrified eyes as Yu Xiaogang was sent sprawling. Dugubo's next strike caught him square in the back, flinging him face first into the ground. Yu Xiaogang lay there utterly still, flattened and lifeless, like a dead dog left in the dust. Fairness, it seemed, was nothing more than an illusion. Dugubo's grin widened. He shook his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. "As expected of a seasoned poison master," he quipped, giving a mock thumbs up. "You actually procured a genuine papal decree. Bravo." He held the golden document at arm's length, studied it for a heartbeat, then flicked it aside. "Even this old poisoner recognizes the real thing." Liu Erlong's breath caught. Her pupils dilated as a wave of panic and fury washed over her. In an instant, she unleashed her martial spirit, rushing forward with every intention of protecting Dugubo. "Erlong, stop!" Flanders barked. Spirit energy crackled around him as he leapt to intercept her, firming his grip on her wrist. "We can't take him on. He's a titled Douluo." She yanked her arm free, eyes blazing. "Rash! How can I not be? Flanders, I don't care if he's a titled Douluo. He's poisoning your brother right now." Flanders' expression darkened. He took a slow breath, steeling himself, and charging in won't save him. It'll only get all of us killed. He stepped back, unwilling to let her sacrifice herself. For a long moment, the three of them stood in tense silence, Dugubo cool and unreadable, Liu Erlong trembling with outrage, and Flanders caught between fury and fear. The golden decree lay forgotten on the floor, its significance overshadowed by the greater threat at hand, the expert poisoner who stood before them. "Do you really think you've angered a titled Douluo?" Flanders' voice cut through the hushed arena as he fixed Luo with a steely glare. "Do you actually believe Shrek Academy can defy him here and still make it back to Tiando City in one piece?" Liu Erlong's blazing eyes flickered with uncertainty. If Flanders chose to unleash that kind of power, Shrek Academy wouldn't just suffer a setback, it would be erased. And yet, Yu Xiaogang was her lover. How could she bear to lose him? Seeing her falter, Flanders sighed and gently caught her by the arm. Pulling her into a protective embrace, he lowered his voice until only she could hear. "Xiaogang will live. I promise you that." At his words, Liu Erlong's resolve crumbled. Tears welled in her eyes, and she buried her face against his chest, shaken by equal parts fear and relief. Meanwhile, Dugubo strolled back to the VIP table as if nothing had happened, his recent opponent lying unconscious and grievously injured at his feet. No one dared mention Shrek Academy's plight. In this arena, to speak against a titled Douluo was to invite ruin. Even Emperor Shuai of the Tiando royal family sat in cold silence, offering no protection. Who here could risk making an enemy of such power? At the VIP table, Dugubo slumped forward, his face drained of color. Tang San darted to his side, calling Oscar over to help steady his master and hastily feeding him several of Oscar's recovery sausages. Seeing Dugubo teeter on the brink of collapse filled Tang San with helpless fury. His knuckles whitened at his sides, yet there was nothing he could do. Solace, the Platinum Bishop of Wuhan Palace, sat impassive, his bias for 7-Star Academy plain for all to see. Even Emperor Shuai remained silent, refusing to speak on Shrek Academy's behalf. Was Shrek truly this isolated, abandoned by everyone? Just then, a group of figures swept down from the VIP stands into the arena. A ripple of astonished whispers ran through the assembled Soul Masters. Striding forward were Ning Fengji, head of the Qibao Glazed sect, the legendary sword Douluo, and Platinum Bishop Sarah Lankana. Dean Flanders, catching sight of them, paused in surprise but quickly recovered and stepped forward with a respectful bow. "Master Ning, Platinum Bishop Sarah, thank you for coming." Ning Fengji's gaze swept over the tense scene, then settled on Flanders with calm authority. "Dean Flanders," he said quietly, "let us regard today's incident as nothing more than a misunderstanding." Bishop Solace's voice echoed through the hall. "Since both of you have broken the rules, you will either be disqualified together or each receive a formal warning." Flanders' expression darkened. Under the current circumstances, the organizers couldn't simply eliminate 7-Star Academy. After all, both of his students and Cheng Xiao's were in the same group, and there was no precedent for splitting them up. He paused for a moment, then met Solace's gaze and bowed his head in a gesture of respect before speaking in a calm, even tone. "Your Excellency Bishop, Sect Leader Ning," he began, "I shall say no more about our own infraction. But Cheng Xiao's martial spirit, its nature is utterly unlike anything we've seen, and with those shadow soldiers on the field, no academy stands a chance against him. For the sake of fairness, I formally request that his martial spirit's special ability be prohibited for the remainder of the tournament. A low chuckle rippled through the assembly. Bishop Saraspi, known colloquially as Solace, smiled, the corners of her lips curling. Dean Flanders, you and I both know the rules of this competition inside and out. To strip Cheng Xiao of his ability now would be unfair to him, wouldn't it? She let her words hang in the air, confident that equity and honor would carry the day. Since Dean Flanders values fairness, Cheng Xiao's voice rang out, calm but resolute. Why don't we settle this in a single match? Flanders and Sarah exchanged startled looks. Neither had expected him to agree so readily. After a moment's thought, Flanders asked, All right, how exactly do we decide the winner in one round? Cheng Xiao met his gaze steadily. Let your strongest fighter from Shrek Academy face me. Whoever wins that duel wins the game. Simple as that. Flanders nodded without hesitation. He knew Cheng Xiao's strength well enough to be sure no one from Shrek could defeat him. But it was only one loss, not elimination. There would be other chances later. Turning to his top student, he said, Xiao-san, you're Shrek Academy's best. Step forward and take the challenge. Tang-san let out a rueful laugh as he rose. Damn, third brother, look how crazy this has become, he muttered under his breath. Yet there was no backing down now. With a steadying breath, he prepared himself to face Cheng Xiao and to decide the fate of this contest once and for all. Come on, help me avenge my brother. Ma Hongjin thundered, his voice echoing across the arena. Frustration flared in his eyes as he turned toward Tang-san. Tang-san opened his mouth, but no words came. He was the only one capable of taking on Cheng Xiao. Reluctantly, he nodded. At that signal, Tang-san strode onto the platform. One by one, the other contenders slipped away with polite smiles, until only he and Heng Xiao remained. Cheng Xiao's lips curved into a cold smile. In a low, measured tone, he taunted, Your teacher's strategy isn't worth much. A round-robin format changes nothing for me. Tang-san's pupils contracted. A spark of fury ignited in his chest. You set this up on purpose, he growled, every nerve humming with deadly intent. End of chapter. Chapter 226. Clear Sky Hammer, 6,000. That's where you're mistaken, Cheng Xiao said coolly, his eyes narrowing. First soul skill, entanglement. He thrust out his right hand, and a swirl of blue light gathered in Tang-san's palm. The first soul ring on his wrist flared to life, and from the earth around Cheng Xiao, an overwhelming wave of blue-silver grass sprang up. A yin, Cheng Xiao whispered. With a single graceful motion of his palm, he bound the charging vines in midair. They halted instantly, suspended as if caught by an invisible fetter. In that instant, Cheng Xiao himself transformed. Drawing on a yin's power, his jet-black hair shimmered and turned into a cascading waterfall of blue, flowing down his back. His handsome features softened into a gentle serenity, yet an unmistakable air of imperial majesty, the very essence of the blue-silver emperor, radiated from him. Tang-san's blue-silver grass quivered under that formidable presence. No matter how he urged it forward, the spirit remained motionless. Standing before the true emperor of the blue-silver clan, how could ordinary grass dare to strike? Damn, ghost shadow! Tang-san spat the curse and dropped his blue-silver grass technique, unleashing the Tang sect's secret skill instead. His body surged forward with lightning speed, a pale blue afterimage trailing in his wake. Cheng Xiao's eyes flickered. He clenched his fingers, and the earth trembled as countless blue-silver emperors erupted from the ground, lashing out at Tang-san from every direction. Tang-san's heart skipped a beat. Cheng Xiao was supposed to command shadow soldiers. Where had he picked up blue-silver grass control? No time to puzzle it out. As the metallic vines lunged to entangle him, Tang-san funneled all his soul force into his feet, pushing his ghost shadow footwork to its limit. His form blurred as he weaved and dodged, slipping effortlessly past the writhing emperors. He came to a halt several paces away, breathing steadily. A triumphant smile touched his lips. Success, he murmured, surprised by how unrefined Cheng Xiao's grass mastery really was. Hand of the ruler. In a heartbeat, Cheng Xiao's figure blurred into view before Tang-san like a specter. His palm snapped open and clamped down on Tang-san's head. Tang San's eyes widened in alarm. Instinctively, he unleashed Control the Crane, Capture the Dragon to deflect the incoming strike. But before he could fully react, Cheng Xiao vanished, and a second later, a brutal force slammed into his back. His balance shattered. Tang San pitched forward, crashing into the earth with a muffled thud and sinking several inches into the ground. When he dared to lift his head, Cheng Xiao was standing calmly behind him. A wave of darkness washed over Tang San's vision. His ears rang, and the world tilted. Then he realized the truth. He'd been outmaneuvered. Cheng Xiao's first attack was only a feint. The real blow had come from behind. Tang San's suspicion was right. Cheng Xiao had tapped into Yin's power, treating even Tang San's blue-silver emperor spirit as a mere shadow soldier. While channeling the hand of the ruler, he performed a shadow swap, striking from the blind spot Tang San never saw coming. Cheng Xiao materialized behind him in an instant, pinning Tang San beneath his boot. Not ready to admit defeat yet? He mocked, leaning down to glare at his trapped opponent. Tang San ground his teeth. You coward, always striking from behind. Rage flared in his chest. He needed an opening, and there was only one way out, his second martial soul, the legendary Clear Sky Hammer. Clear Sky Hammer! Tang San roared, black energy spiraling around his left hand until it solidified into the massive obsidian warhammer. But Cheng Xiao, confident in his advantage, slammed his heel into Tang San's wrist. Tang San cried out as a searing pain shot up his arm, his muscles convulsing as if electrified, exactly what Tang San had been waiting for. Choking back the agony, he triggered his second soul skill, the ultimate trump card of the blue-silver grass martial spirit. A brilliant blue light flared around him, and in an instant thick, glowing strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground. They twisted and coiled with uncanny speed, snaring Cheng Xiao's legs and waist and binding him so tightly he couldn't move. For the first time, Cheng Xiao's confident smirk faltered as he found himself imprisoned by Tang San's inexorable vines. Tang San seized the moment. Cheng Xiao's restraints slackened and wrenched himself free. He rose to his feet, eyes glowing, then unleashed his fourth soul skill, Silver Prison. Luminous tendrils of blue-silver grass shot out, lashing around Cheng Xiao's arms and legs, tightening relentlessly. A confident smile spread across Tang San's face. Light versus darkness. By everything he'd learned, a light attribute soul beast should have the upper hand over a darkness attribute opponent. He watched the vines constrict, certain of his victory. But Cheng Xiao only let out a low, amused chuckle. He lifted his hands, palms open, and every strand of grass slipped off him as if obeying some unseen command, falling to the ground like wilted weeds. Tang San's confidence wavered. He cursed under his breath and activated Silver Prison again, pouring all his will into the command. Yet Cheng Xiao didn't even flinch. Instead, a long, sleek spear materialized in his grasp. With effortless grace, he hurled it at Tang San. Tang San staggered back as the blue vines collapsed around him, powerless. "Damn it," he muttered, voice tight with frustration. "Why won't my blue-silver grass obey me?" He raised his weapon, heart pounding, as the two foes braced for the next deadly exchange. Tang San's temper snapped. If my martial soul really is supposed to be blue-silver grass, why has it abandoned me now? He snarled as the enemy's long spear sliced toward him. At that moment, a jet of black light flared in his left hand, and a small hammer materialized out of thin air. Before the spear could strike, the ground beneath Tang San erupted in a sudden explosion, jagged cracks spider-webbing across the arena floor. Pivoting on one heel, he seized the hammer with both hands. Planting his calves firmly against the fractured earth, he twisted his waist in a savage arc. The little black hammer spun overhead like a whirling storm. "Chaos Cloak hammer technique," he bellowed. The ring referee froze in disbelief. A weapon? No, this was clearly a martial soul manifestation. Tang San possessed not one but two martial souls. In the VIP pavilion, only Ning Fengji and the Platinum Bishop Saras wore knowing smiles. They'd long suspected the truth. But the Snowy Knight Emperor and the other high-ranking nobles of the Tiando Empire sat agop, hearts pounding. Tang San's hidden power had just been laid bare before them all. Blue-silver grass and clear sky hammer, one a surface spirit, the other an underground force, one ranked among the very best, the other all but useless. Yet somehow, both martial souls had awakened in the same person. The hall fell utterly silent. In every mind, only one phrase echoed: twin martial souls. Clear Sky Sect, Clear Sky Hammer, twin martial souls. That trio of words, signifying peerless power in the world of soul masters, sent shivers through everyone present. Clear Sky Hammer? He actually has twin spirits? He's been hiding it all along? Someone whispered. He's Tang San, another murmured, and with twin souls he could turn this fight on its head. The Clear Sky Hammer is the world's premier weapon spirit. Excitement rippled outward. Even rival soul masters found themselves hesitating, wondering if it was time to concede defeat to Shrek Academy. Clear Sky Hammer carried tremendous weight in their circles. And although Tang San had yet to announce his lineage, the technique he'd just unleashed left no doubt. He'd tapped into the sect's secret art, the Chaos Cloak Hammer method. As the ground quaked and the air shimmered with raw power, all eyes remained fixed on Tang San. The legend of the Clear Sky Sect had never before manifested so spectacularly, and none could predict the consequences of such an extraordinary revelation. Legends say that a master of the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique can unleash 9,981 consecutive strikes, each blow growing stronger than the last, and even a true god would shatter under the 81st hammer. Right now, Tang San felt that kind of power surging through him. With a mighty swing, he shattered Cheng Xiao's blue-silver tyrant spear. It was Tang San's first time deploying the Chaos Cloak Hammer technique, yet he moved with uncanny familiarity and precision, as though he'd drilled these motions 1,000 times before. Riding that confidence, he believed that if he completed even half of the hammer sequence, Cheng Xiao would be finished. All his certainty vanished the instant the spear splintered. The blue-silver tyrant spear was the crowning soul skill of the blue-silver emperor, no less potent than a genuine weapon spirit. And though its shaft fractured under Tang San's Clear Sky Hammer, its true power lay in its master, Yin, the rightful sovereign of the blue-silver emperor clan. Even in fragments, the spear's legacy and Yin's authority loomed larger than any weapon Tang San had ever faced. Ding! In the arena, the head of the Clear Sky Hammer met the blade of the blue-silver tyrant spear with a resounding crash. The spear's penetrating force jolted up Tang San's arm, sending a shock of numbness through his muscles and nearly wrenching the hammer from his grasp. Had it not been for the Tang sect's crane dragon control technique, which siphoned away some of the impact, he wasn't sure he could have held on. Tang San's eyes narrowed as he locked his defensive stance against the spear's relentless thrusts, sparks dancing at the point of contact. How could this be? With the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand, he expected to dominate any opponent, yet this casually summoned spear, wielded by Cheng Xiao, refused to yield. What hidden power lay behind that spear? In the VIP pavilion above the arena, Emperor Shuiye watched Tang San struggle with a furrowed brow. He turned to Ning Fengji beside him and whispered, "Master Ning, Tang San has obviously grown stronger with the Clear Sky Hammer, but what is the true origin of that spear Cheng Xiao just summoned?" Ning Fengji watched from above the arena, brow furrowing. "So it can actually suppress the Clear Sky Hammer, if only for a moment?" "It is indeed stronger," he admitted, eyes narrowing as he studied the clash below. "But with Tang San's current cultivation, it's still too soon for him to unleash the hammer's full might." At that very instant, Cheng Xiao gave a low, fierce roar. He swept his arm forward, and the jade-green spear that had met Tang San's hammer buzzed back into his hand as if drawn by magnetism. Before anyone could react, Cheng Xiao surged ahead, the blue-silver tyrant spear in his grasp ablaze with motion. It left shimmering afterimages in its wake, its path shifting unpredictably through the air like a living thing. Tang San braced himself on the stone floor, hammer raised, but the spear's onslaught was relentless. Each strike was mercilessly precise, probing for a weak spot, driving him back step by step. Again and again, the Clear Sky Hammer rang against the spear's blade, but Cheng Xiao's momentum never faltered. Tang San's eyes widened in alarm as he staggered on his heel. What is happening? Cheng Xiao's spearwork showed no flashy tricks, yet every time he struck, he exploited one of Tang San's openings with uncanny precision. In the VIP stands, Sword Douluo Chen sat fixated on the battle, disbelief flickering across his usually composed features. He devoted years to mastering the 7 killing sword, and even he had never achieved this level of insight. How could a teenager possibly be so adept? The truth was that Cheng Xiao's grasp of spearmanship remained quite shallow. His real advantage came from his spirit skill, weapon specialization, which grants almost instant mastery of any weapon. After only a handful of movements, he could wield the spear as if he'd practiced with it for years. Tang San felt this more keenly than anyone. Though Cheng Xiao's attacks looked straightforward, they were nearly impossible to defend against. Already on the back foot, Tang San's face darkened. When had Cheng Xiao become so skilled with the spear? Could it be that, like himself, this youth wasn't truly from this world? Damn it, hidden weapons? How could I have been driven into this state by you? Tang San's blood boiled, veins standing out on his tensed arms. He gripped the clear sky hammer with both hands, funneled every ounce of strength into the swing, and slammed it squarely against Cheng Xiao's spear. We're both time travelers, he snarled, teeth gritted. I carry the Tang sect's legacy. There's no way you can beat me. Abandoning all the subtle finesse of the Luan Pi Feng hammer style, he lashed out in a wild, unrestrained assault, hammer arcs cutting through the air like the swings of a berserker. Cheng Xiao didn't flinch. With a single fluid motion, his spear rang out upon impact, dislodging the hammer from Tang San's hands and sending it spinning across the ground. Then, twisting his wrist, he created several afterimages of the spear tip dancing around Tang San's head before the real spear slid forward. It stopped with a steely finality against Tang San's throat. One more step, and the blue-silver overlord spear would pierce his windpipe. You lose. Cheng Xiao's soft declaration drifted across the spirit combat stage, yet every ear in the arena caught it as if spoken at full volume. Students from rival academies halted in mid-cheer. Even Emperor Shuiye, Grandmaster Ning Fengji, and Platinum Bishop Saris in the VIP seats rose to their feet, eyes wide with shock. Just moments ago, the Clear Sky Hammer, the world's peerless weapon spirit, had made its grand entrance, its reputation alone enough to electrify the crowd. Now, in an instant that would be talked about for years to come, it lay defeated, shattered not by another spirit, but by a single spear formed through a spirit skill. For a breathless heartbeat, the arena was silent. Then pandemonium erupted. A dual-souled prodigy, vanquished. Beaten by a spear? Impossible. But didn't you see? Tang San's spirits are the Clear Sky Hammer and blue-silver grass, and he just toppled the top spirit with that spear. The roar of astonishment and excitement rolled on, echoing long after the dust had settled. A ripple of mockery cut through the arena. If he'd focused on the Clear Sky Hammer from the start, maybe he'd be the one winning right now. I don't get his reasoning. He's got a weapon-class soul with unbelievable power, yet he ignores it in favor of that blue-silver grass. Grass. It's worthless at the top end and useless at the bottom. It's laughable. Tang San's face went pale. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white, his mind racing through every scrap of advice his master and his father had ever given him. He had drawn his second martial soul today, so why had he failed? The Clear Sky Hammer, that legendary world-class weapon soul both his teacher and his father praised to the skies, had been effortlessly beaten. No riposte, no comeback, just a clean defeat. Had he been wrong to develop the grass first? Tang San's thoughts snapped back to his father's voice. Xiao-san, use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right. Protect the grass with the hammer. Right now, it sounded like the cruelest joke of all. Tang San could hardly believe it. His hidden secondary martial spirit hadn't surged forth, let alone shielded the tuft of blue-silver grass clutched in his right hand. He laughed bitterly at himself, suddenly questioning everything his master and his father had taught him. If only he'd trained the Clear Sky Hammer first, instead of pouring all his efforts into the blue-silver grass, he'd have beaten Cheng Xiao without a doubt. A martial spirit equipped with spirit rings operated on a completely different level than on without them. Had he been able to grant his Clear Sky Hammer those spirit rings, he never would have found himself in this predicament. Cheng Xiao regarded Tang San, still on one knee, a rueful smile playing across his face, as he slowly withdrew his spear. He swept his gaze over the VIP boxes and spoke in a low, steady voice. Announce the result. The referee, glancing nervously toward Emperor Shuiye and the other dignitaries, cleared his throat. In a firmer tone, he proclaimed, by unanimous decision, This match goes to 7-Star Academy. And let it be a warning. Know when to stop, as Cheng Xiao did. Anyone who resorts to excessive force will be disqualified. Although it carried an unmistakable admonition, the crowd found themselves pleasantly surprised that Cheng Xiao had held back at the last moment, refusing to inflict serious harm on his opponent. His restraint not only preserved the spirit of fair play, but also spared the competition the scandal of a grievously injured fighter under so many watching eyes. With a slight nod, Cheng Xiao turned away, strode down from the fighting spirit stage, and made his way back to the players' lounge amid a tide of astonished onlookers. Night had already fallen over Shrek Academy when Flanders and Liu Erlong finally carried their master and Tang San back to the infirmary. Hours later, the master stirred awake. His first concern was Tang San's well-being. "How is he?" he asked hoarsely. Liu Erlong gave a reassuring nod. "He's stable, no lasting injuries." Relief washed over the master's face. With Liu Erlong's help, he made his way back to his private quarters and collapsed onto the bed. He closed his eyes and let out a long, weary sigh. Today's promotion match had taken a far greater toll on Tang San's Taoist cultivation than anyone expected. If the boy's spirit remained so shaken, Shrek Academy might struggle just to place in the top 3, much less claim the championship. As he mulled over how to encourage Tang San, the door to his chamber creaked open. A tall figure slipped inside, draped in a tattered robe that had seen better days. Unruly hair fell around his shoulders, and his weathered face, lined with the years, spoke of countless hardships. His eyes, clouded and dim, betrayed a quiet world weariness. The instant the stranger set foot in the room, the master bolted upright, every muscle tensed and every sense alert. He stepped through the door, and voice low and controlled, called out, "Hao Tian, Douluo, Tang Hao?" The room fell into an icy silence. Tang Hao stood there, every bit the imposing spirit master, his words cutting through the stillness. "You Xiaogang, is this how you teach my son?" With that, he raised his right hand. A swirl of black light gathered in his palm, coalescing into the massive form of the clear sky hammer, as large as a small water tank. At the hammer's materialization, 9 spirit rings glowed into existence on Tang Hao's arm, 2 golden, 2 purple, 4 jet black, and 1 blood red. The raw spirit power radiating off him was so intense, it cracked the wooden walls and sent splinters flying. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Master Yu stammered, shrinking back as the hammer's aura washed over him. Tang Hao said nothing in reply. He strode forward, all placid menace, and with one powerful grip seized Master Yu by the collar. Within moments, the older man's feet left the ground. There was no strength in his limbs. Tang Hao's might was absolute. Tang Hao's eyes burned with accusation. Even mid-air, Master Yu could read the fury etched into his features. "You promised me," Tang Hao said, voice low and deadly calm, "that under no circumstances would you allow Sonner to summon the Haotian hammer spirit unless it was absolutely necessary. So tell me, Yu Xiaogang, why have you broken that promise?" Now everyone knows Xiao San possesses the Haotian hammer. Damn the Wuhun. Do you want Wuhun Palace hunting him down? Tang Hao's voice thundered through the hall. The aide in front of him turned beet red, choking as Tang Hao's hand gripped his collar. He gasped for air, then managed to stammer. "My lord, you must have misunderstood. Xiao San used it of his own accord. I warned him over and over not to draw the clear sky hammer unless absolutely necessary. You can't blame me." Tang Hao's eyes flashed with murderous cold. "If I don't blame him, do you really think I'll let you off the hook?" "My lord, please. Xiao San only wants to win," the aide begged, trembling so badly his words came in ragged bursts. "Unfilial brat?" Tang Hao snarled, every muscle in his body quivering with rage at thought of Wuhun Palace closing in on his son. His chest heaved like a bellows. "Didn't I warn him never to use the clear sky hammer except in the direst circumstances?" With one swift motion, Tang Hao flung the aide across the floor. The man crashed hard, dust billowing up around him, as the echo of Tang Hao's fury filled the chamber. A jagged gasp escaped the master as he staggered to his feet, clutching his arm. He dared not counterattack. "Yu Xiaogang," he growled through gritted teeth. "Xiao San reveres you as both teacher and father. You knew full well that awakening the clear sky hammer as his second martial spirit would spell disaster for him. Why didn't you stop him?" Your Majesty, Yu Xiaogang replied evenly, you cannot place all the blame on me. It was Xiaosan who awakened the twin martial spirits, not I. You know how headstrong he is. Once he sets his mind on something, not even 10 armies could turn him back. He paused, then added with a faint smile, besides, I do not consider this a wholly bad outcome. Though Wuhun Palace bristles with power, it is far from invincible. You, Your Majesty Haotian, once single-handedly brought them to their knees. If Wuhun Palace now seeks to hunt down Xiaosan, they should think twice before facing Your Majesty. Tang Hao stared at him, struck dumb. After a long moment, he finally found his voice. Then what do we do? With Xiaosan's clear sky hammer now exposed, the Spirit Hall will surely move against him. Fear not, Your Majesty, Yu Xiaogang said, bowing his head. I will personally see to the mistress's safety. I'll be heading to Wuhan City in a few days to see Bibi Dong, she said quietly. Given your history, she won't dare make too much of a scene in front of you. Tang Hao's lips curled in a cold snort. Good, he replied curtly. In an instant he vanished, and the chamber fell into an uncanny stillness, as if nothing had happened. Only the master remained, offering a bitter smile. He shook his head, sank into his chair, and bowed his head, lost in deep thought. Chapter 227. Why are you here? A week after the promotion competition ended, the results were in. Out of 15 teams, 7 Stars College had claimed first place, earning the top ranking in the Tiando Empire division. Their stunning victory silenced any doubters and confirmed once and for all that 7 Stars was the strongest dark horse in the contest. At the closing ceremony, Emperor Shuiye rose to deliver a rousing speech. Bound by imperial decree, he could not personally attend the final trials in Wuhun City, so he appointed his eldest son, Crown Prince Shuiqing, as the Tiando Empire's official envoy to oversee the judging at Wuhun Palace. Every academy then received 3 days of rest before departure. When the brief respite ended, 15 teams, their instructors, and 500 royal knights, over 1,000 people in all, marched out of Tiando City en route to Wuhun. During those 3 days, Cheng Xiao scarcely left his chamber. From dawn until dusk he practiced, refining every movement with meticulous care. Douluo paid him a single visit, setting an ancient, yellowed map on the desk, and then departing without a word. He understood the value of Cheng Xiao's focus and chose to delay any conversation until the journey to Wuhun City, confident that there would be ample time to talk en route. It would take nearly 20 days to travel from Tiando City to Wuhun City, and the finals were set to conclude in less than 10 days once the 13 qualifying teams entered the knockout stage. A vast caravan of thousands, each academy still a rival yet united under the Tiando Empire's banner, rolled out of Tiando City at dawn. With open hostilities set aside for the greater glory of the empire, the tension among the colleges was surprisingly muted. 7-Star Academy drew the most attention of all. Emperor Shuiye himself had ordered Shuiqing to prepare several ornate, oversized carriages for Cheng Xiao's comfort. As the procession swept across the broad Lima plain, it kicked up a golden haze of dust that trailed off into the sunset. Inside one of the smoother, well-appointed carriages, Poison Douluo Dugubo sat facing Cheng Xiao. Between them, a small table held a yellowed map. Dugubo tapped a crimson dot at its center and said softly, "Our destination is Wuhun City." "By our current pace, we'll reach Wuhun City in about a week," Cheng Xiao said, studying the map spread before them. "Last time your teacher met me in secret." "Old poison," Dugubo replied. "He warned that en route to Wuhun, Pope Bibi Dong has dispatched numerous assassins. He didn't specify the target, but given the timing, it's almost certainly Haochen, Douluo's son." Cheng Xiao nodded thoughtfully. As an inner member of the Wuhun Palace backed by Ju Douluo Yueguan, he himself posed no likely target. Any would-be killers lacked the clout to breach palace protection. Still, he wondered how Bibi Dong would react to his presence once they reached the city. "By the way, old poison," Cheng Xiao said, tapping a marking on the map. "This symbol here, an angel's wing, is that the Pope's palace?" Old poison glanced at the chart. "Yes, that's Wuhun Palace itself. We're entering steep, rugged terrain soon. We can't be sure if Wuhun Palace will seize the opportunity to strike." Cheng Xiao frowned. "We'd better be fully prepared. If any disciple of ours is harmed, I'd be a terrible dean." "You'll make an excellent dean, Cheng Xiao," Old Poison said with a grin, patting his arm. Don't worry, between your guidance and my antidotes, nobody's getting more than a scratch. Cheng Xiao smiled wryly. With that reassurance, he shook off his doubts and began laying out their next steps, bolstering defenses, scouting for ambushes, and gathering vital intel, determined to keep his students safe until the moment they set foot in Wuhan City. On the other side of the courtyard, Feng Xiaotian sprinted toward the Chihuo Academy carriage and called out, Sister Huo Wushuang, it's Feng Xiaotian. Please let me in. Ever since Cheng Xiao had beaten him so badly, he'd known. I were on entirely different levels of strength. He'd sworn off confronting her again, yet his heart still longed for her. Unable to stay away, he'd come in search of her once more. A servant's voice drifted from behind the drawn curtains. Brother Xiaotian, my lady isn't feeling well. Please don't trouble her. Feng Xiaotian's brow furrowed with concern. Is she unwell? Should I fetch a soul healer to examine her? The curtain twitched, and Huo Wushuang's delicate face appeared at the window. Before she could speak, a sharp pang jutted into Feng Xiaotian's foot, forcing him to stifle his next question. Then, in that cool, commanding tone he knew so well, she said, Feng Xiaotian, get in. Feng Xiaotian froze. He knew Huo Wushuang's nature. If she truly didn't want him around, she'd simply refuse. Yet now she was inviting him inside, and even managed to silence him with that sudden pain. The unexpected kindness and the mysterious sting at his foot left him both puzzled and oddly exhilarated. He'd never bothered to try before, and yet she actually let him onto her carriage? Was this really his chance? Elated, Feng Xiaotian sprang from his own coach and vaulted up onto the Blazing Fire Academy carriage. No sooner had he settled onto the plush seat than Huo Wu's voice cut through the quiet. Feng Xiaotian, I know you've always liked me. His heart hammered in his chest, and he met her gaze with a foolish grin. Sister Huo Wu, he said, forcing a light tone, let me guess, your next line is going to be that you're a good person, but we just aren't right for each other. Huo Wu shook her head, folding her arms. Her eyes were serious. No, I'm not turning you down. I want to form an alliance between Blazing Fire Academy and Shenfeng Academy for the finals. That way, even if we can't defeat Seven Star Academy or Wuhandian Academy outright, together we'll still place among the top 3. Huo Wu leaned forward, his confidence plain on his face. That won't be a problem. By the time we make our move, Blazing Fire Academy will be strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with Shrek and Tianshui. No one will be able to push us around. Feng Xiaotian's jaw clenched as he stared at the flickering lanterns overhead. He hesitated, weighing the promise against the honor of Shenfeng Academy. Finally, he drew in a slow breath and nodded. All right, he said through gritted teeth. I promise you, Shenfeng Academy will withdraw from the competition and merge with Blazing Fire. Meanwhile, in Wuhan City, a man in plain clothes passed through the city gates without drawing a second glance. Though his bearing and subtle aura hinted at hidden power, the soldier on duty, bound by orders to admit anyone bearing the papal seal, simply saluted and stepped aside. From Tiando City to here, he'd not paused for rest. Clutching the papal decree, he strode directly toward the grand white spires of the papal palace. Inside the palace courtyard, attendants bowed as he passed, then melted away. The decree granted him immediate access. Within minutes, he was ushered into the high-ceilinged meeting hall. He settled into a carved oak chair, set down a porcelain cup, and inhaled the rich scent of brewed tea. The hush of the chamber fell complete, broken only by the soft click of the outer doors. He looked up as Bibi Dong entered, her presence as graceful as a gentle breeze. Their eyes met for a heartbeat, charged with unspoken questions and the weight of the decree itself. Without a word, they settled into the silence, each waiting for the other to speak first. Yu Xiaogong rose to his feet, hesitated a moment, then spoke quietly. Donger, it's been a long time. Bibi Dong's lips curved into a mocking smile. Donger, I haven't heard that name in ages. From now on, you'll address me as Your Holiness the Pope. She gave him a cool once-over. Now, what brings you here? He drew a steadying breath, forcing his rising emotions down. Your Holiness, I've come to ask a favor. She laughed softly, incredulous. A favor? Yu Xiaogong, you're begging me? That hardly seems like you. Still intrigued by their shared past, she leaned back and folded her arms. But since we were once friends, I'll indulge you. Go on, how do you plan to grovel? Yu Xiaogang met her gaze steadily. Your Holiness, I wish to know how you overcame the challenges of wielding twin martial souls. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. Why should I share that with you? Aren't you supposed to be the martial world's greatest theoretician? What makes you think you need my help on something so elementary? He held her stare without flinching. Because I've just taken on an apprentice. Remarkably, he, too, possesses twin martial souls. For the first time, her mocking smile faltered as she studied him, clearly surprised by this turn of events. Master Yu Xiaogang's hands shook as he knelt before Bibi Dong, eyes desperate. Donger, he pleaded, voice thick with emotion. As his teacher, I'm responsible for him. For the sake of our old friendship, please, I beg you to show mercy. I swear my disciple will never betray Wuhun Palace. Bibi Dong's expression turned hard. Her voice was ice. Yu Xiaogang, you really think you can fool me the way you used to? Don't delude yourself. I'm no longer the naive girl you knew. I see everything, including that hidden second martial spirit your pupil carries. He's Tong Hao's son. Master Yu's face went ashen. He struggled to his feet, fists clenched tight. No, he whispered hoarsely. There must be another way. A cold smile curved Bibi Dong's lips. Oh, there is a way. I've already sent men to ambush him on the road from the Tiando Empire to Wuhun City. When he's dead, your little problem vanishes. A gasp tore from Master Yu's lips. His chest heaved, his voice cracked. How can you be so cruel? He's only a child, my disciple. Bibi Dong met his frantic gaze without a flicker of compassion. Precisely because he's the perfect test subject, she said softly. He is my last best hope to prove my martial theories, and I will not fail. Even if you despise Tong Hao and me, you mustn't harm a child with twin martial spirits. Bibi Dong smiled cruelly. Yu Xiaogang, are you already this desperate? Begone. I have no wish to see your face inside the Wuhun Hall. You nauseate me, Yu Xiaogang, another voice added, sharp with contempt. The Tiando Empire's contingent had traveled without incident for over 10 days, covering most of the distance to Wuhun City. But in the last 3 days of the journey, something went wrong. Cheng Xiao was in the midst of his morning drills when a sudden, frigid breath swept through the air. Until now, the teams had stuck to the main road, only dipping into lesser-known trails when they sought shortcuts. Today, however, their route led them through a narrow canyon. The path, though tight, was flat, allowing their carriages to pass safely between the towering rock walls. Then the chill returned, stronger this time, radiating from both sides of the gorge. Cheng Xiao exchanged a concerned glance with Du Gubo, who was riding in the same carriage. Both felt the same unnatural cold. Everyone, stay alert, barked the captain of the Royal Knights, his hand flying to the hilt of his sword. The horses shied, and the guards formed a protective perimeter around the carriages, eyes scanning the jagged heights overhead. Something, or someone, was watching them from the shadows of the canyon. And whatever it was, it bore a presence so chilling that even the seasoned knights felt a shiver run down their spines. Everyone, stay alert, protect the team. At the sharp command, the Royal Knights guarding the students snapped their halberds to the ready. Despite their tense posture, relief flickered across their faces. With so many elite soul masters in attendance, the knights felt confident. Though they outnumbered the others, the knights were merely skilled fighters, while these soul masters wielded true power. Within the gathering of academy instructors were soul saints, and even a soul emperor among them. Douluos and soul Douluos were rare, but a handful of Mei stirs at those heights lent the assembly formidable strength. 7-Star Academy's champion, Du Gubo, stood among them, his presence alone enough to deter any would-be assailant. Surely no blind, disorganized force would dare launch an attack here. Yet before anyone could fully relax, a cascade of rocks thundered down from the hills on either side, like an unexpected summer storm. The boulders came in tight formation, tumbling swiftly and silently, an unmistakable sign of a prearranged ambush. In an instant, the tranquil clearing turned into a hail of stone, and the students and masters alike scrambled for cover as the real threat revealed itself. The narrow canyon ahead offered the convoy almost no room to maneuver. Captain Lan of the Royal Knights didn't hesitate. He barked defensive orders that rippled instantly through his 500 riders. Though few were true soul masters, their training and discipline more than made up the difference. With spears locked and shields raised, they stopped every boulder thundered down from the canyon walls. Within minutes, not a single academy carriage had been touched. A low rumble rolled through the air. Douluo frowned. "They're coming," he said, glancing at Cheng Xiao. "Stay inside and keep watch. I'm going out to see how many fools still have common sense left." Cheng Xiao nodded. Douluo swept back the carriage curtain and leaped onto the stony ground. He looked up and froze. The once clear sky was now cloaked in a roiling black mist. Before he could fully process the change, a sharp whistle cut through the roar of rocks. High above on both canyon rims, thousands of figures dressed in black materialized, swords and spears flashing in the dim light. Over 200 soul masters had gathered from the 15 academies, but facing them now were roughly 1,500 black-clad figures arrayed along the canyon's flanking ridges. In an instant, brilliant starlight flickered across their bodies as each warrior released their martial soul, glowing soul rings spinning in the air. Then, like a tide unleashed, they charged down the rocky slopes. The Tiandao Royal Knights met them head-on, but the attackers fought with uncanny coordination. Squads of 3 or 4 enveloped more than a dozen knights at once, cutting through their ranks in minutes. The Royal Knights fought courageously, but the gulf between seasoned soul masters and even the most experienced secular warriors was brutally evident. These men in black moved with deceptive speed, exploiting every gap, feinting and flanking with ruthless precision. Within moments, the canyon's defenses collapsed. The black-clad force surged past the fallen knights, racing straight toward Shrek Academy's gates. And yet, high atop the western ridge, Cheng Xiao watched in complete silence, his expression unreadable, his hands folded behind his back as the dark tide rolled inexorably onward. Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and the others sprang from the carriage to shield the academy students. The instant Douluo caught sight of them, a steely chill flickered in his eyes, and he followed without hesitation. He knew exactly whom those masked soul masters were after, and he would never stand by while his granddaughter was endangered. No sooner had he stepped forward than dozens of blindfolded figures in black converged on him. With a single, casual sweep of his arm, Douluo unleashed a wave of lethal poison energy. One by one, the assailants collapsed into oozing puddles of pus and blood. He made no attempt to hide his power. After all, he had no wish to pick a fight with Wuhun Palace. His only concern in this canyon was Cheng Xiao's safety. To anyone foolish enough to cross his path now, he offered but one guarantee, a one-way ticket to a merciless fate. Within moments, the entire gorge was suffused with a sickly green glow. Even the soul masters of Wuhun Hall, along with the nearby royal knights, froze in horror. None dared to advance. Wordless, the black-clad attackers at the front recognized the truth. The old man in green before them was no mere guard but a titled Douluo, one who wielded poison as his greatest weapon. And they had just witnessed the terrifying price of underestimating him. Suddenly, the confident expressions of the black-clad soul masters hardened. One of their senior officers called out in alarm, "Sir, if you don't move now, our entire force will be annihilated." Before anyone could answer, a clear, feminine voice drifted down from the sky. "Lord Yala, take our people back to Shrek Academy. I'll handle things here." At the sound of his title, Ju Douluo Yueguan, though he had seemed a distant speck moments before, plummeted from the heavens and alighted before them in an instant. 9 iridescent soul rings glowed around his arm, and the might of his great sage spirit radiated a suffocating pressure that sent ripples through the assembled soul masters. His skin was as smooth as porcelain, his features so exquisitely delicate that, if not for the faint rise and fall of his Adam's apple, no one would suspect he was a man. His voice, ethereal and ageless, carried an unsettling charm. "Old poison dragon," Yuguan drawled, offering Douluo a half-smile that was both mocking and respectful. "I haven't seen you in days, yet you've grown markedly stronger." Douluo met his gaze without flinching. "Juhua Pass is in peril," he replied gravely. "As Dean of 7-Star Academy, I cannot abandon my students." Chapter X, Ju Douluo's voice rang out, cold and unforgiving. "You've slaughtered so many of my disciples. How could I ever spare you?" In an instant, his form dissolved into a wisp of golden light. Moments later, he reappeared alongside Douluo, the two of them charging out of the canyon and clashing swords as they thundered up the mountainside. Douluo stood by the carriage, watching their figures shrink against the distant ridge. Her heart pounded. She turned to Cheng Xiao as he stepped down onto the dirt road. "Cheng Xiao, do you think grandfather will be all right?" She knew how deeply Cheng Xiao and Douluo Yuguan were connected, and worry tugged at her voice. Cheng Xiao gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze and offered a calm smile. "Don't worry, Sister Yanzi. They're both formidable. Your grandfather will manage." Taking comfort in his confidence, Douluo let out a slow breath and nodded. Meanwhile, on the grounds of Shrek Academy, Tang San found himself besieged. 3 assassins, clad in black, had slipped past the outer guards and now advanced on him with deadly intent. Without hesitation, Tang San's fingers dove into his hidden pouches. In a blur, he sent a hail of concealed throwing needles arcing toward the attacker's vital points, each one aimed with precise, lethal skill. The moment Tang San launched his hidden weapon, the 3 black-clad figures simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. A tremendous surge of soul power burst forth, shattering Tang San's attack and sending his weapon spinning harmlessly aside. Tang San's eyes went wide in surprise. The 3 men in black closed in at once. Across the courtyard, Flanders and Liu Erlong shared a tense glance. Up against 1 soul Douluo and 2 soul saints, they knew resistance was futile. 2 saints might be manageable, but a Douluo's might would crush them. Yet retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, Flanders surged forward toward one of the black-robed foes, while Liu Erlong charged another. Although Flanders himself was a soul saint, his soul power at level 79, just 1 step shy of Soul Master, his adversary was every bit his equal, also a soul saint whose martial spirit granted flight. They clashed in midair, exchanging blow after blow in a whirlwind of energy. Meanwhile, Liu Erlong found himself locked in mortal combat with the 3rd Black Warrior, whose armored ghost martial spirit made him an immovable fortress. Their attacks collided in a relentless stalemate. Amid the chaos, Tang San did not panic. His expression calm, he condensed his blue spirit energy and slipped into invisibility, readying another concealed blade. The Soul Douluo level warrior had already zeroed in on Tang San. A cruel gleam flashed in his eyes as he let out a thunderous roar. All 8 of his soul rings flared to life, and he shot upward, hurtling straight for Tang San with devastating force. Tang San's face drained of color under the oppressive power of a soul Douluo. He staggered backward as that overwhelming aura threatened to crush him. Every lucky break that had kept him alive so far seemed lost. Now his only option was to strike back before the final blow fell. But how could he possibly bridge such a chasm in soul power? Looking for death? A low voice rolled across the battlefield. In an instant, a fierce aura swept over the members of the Shrek 7 Devils, dispelling the soul duo's weight like a gust of wind. Tang San whirled toward the sound, relief flooding through him. Floating calmly in midair was a shadowy figure who seemed utterly at ease in the heavens. The newcomer was a tall, broad-shouldered man in his 50s, draped in a tattered black robe. He rested one hand on the haft of a colossal warhammer, and his once handsome features were overlaid with an unsettling, waxen pallor. For the first time since the fight began, Tang San dared to hope. With this unexpected ally's arrival, perhaps, and only perhaps, the battle was far from over. "Dad!" At the sound of Tang San's cry, Tang Hao dropped from the sky like a meteor. Relief and pride flooded Tang San's face. His father was a titled Douluo, the only person strong enough to turn the tide here. The black-clad soul Douluo who had been bearing down on Tang San froze, his pupils shrinking in sudden terror. "Clear Sky Hammer," he stammered. "A titled Douluo." Realizing he was hopelessly outmatched, the would-be attacker abandoned his assault and bolted. Tang Hao's eyes blazed with fury. "Rotten fish and shrimp, do you think you're worthy of harming my son?" His soul ring glowed fiercely as he summoned the Clear Sky Hammer. Black light coalesced around the massive weapon, warping its shape until it towered above him. With a thunderous roar, Tang Hao brought the hammer down into the circle of black-clad assailants. The impact was horrifyingly precise. In an instant, dozens of soul masters were obliterated, their bodies flattened into a bloody pulp. The Shrek 7 Devils stared in stunned silence at the carnage. Before they could react further, a cold voice cut through the smoke and dust. Tang Hao, it seems your strength has diminished considerably. A shadow twisted at the edge of the clearing, coalescing into a tall, ominous figure cloaked in darkness. The newcomer's presence sent a chill through every soul present, and all eyes turned toward this unexpected challenger. He hovered in midair, surrounded by drifting specters, yet not a single soul ring glowed around him. Another titled Douluo, everyone at Shrek Academy exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Wu instinctively pressed herself behind the others, stifling her breath so the ghost Douluo wouldn't detect her presence. Tang Hao tightened his grip on the clear sky hammer and spoke in a low, measured voice. A mere little ghost dares to show itself before me? Before anyone could react further, two deep, resonant howls rolled across the canyon like waves of heat. The sound was distant, yet charged with raw power. Tang Hao's expression snapped from calm to grave in an instant. Most of the onlookers wouldn't have recognized the calls, but he knew immediately. Those two auras belonged to Spirit Hall worshippers, each wielding soul power beyond the 95th level. In moments, twin torrents of formidable energy swept through the main gorge. Even the black-clad disciples nearby bowed their heads in reverence to the overwhelming might. The ghost Douluo glanced up at the sky, incredulous. "Oh, I didn't expect them to arrive so soon." He paused, as a chilling realization dawned on him. Could His Holiness the Pope have anticipated Tang Hao's move and dispatched his top worshippers to intercept him? Ghost Douluo barely had time to collect his thoughts when two mighty auras, Nen, not far off, swelled with astonishing force. In an instant, the air split with twin, bone-chilling howls. Countless eyes turned skyward as two figures descended, draped in flowing crimson rites robes. The figure on the left wore his black hair in a neat topknot. His blue-gray eyes were sharp and alert, and a jagged scar slashed across his right temple, only adding to his rugged handsomeness. In his hand gleamed a golden staff, carved in the likeness of a dragon. Beside him stood another man, so strikingly similar it was as if they were twins. The same build, the same martial aura, and he too clutched a 2-foot dragon motif staff. Their arrival crackled with tension, as if the very air recognized their power. The scarred man's gaze fixed on Ghost Douluo. With a half-smile, he called out, "Ghost, what brings you here?" As the subduing demon and Chenjun Douluo materialized on the battlefield, Tang Hao's expression instantly hardened. A shiver ran through his frame as he channeled a colossal surge of soul energy into the clear sky hammer strapped to his arm. Metal groaned, and spirit light danced across its surface until, with a blinding flash, the weapon reformed into the legendary Hao Qian hammer. Hovering in midair, the demon-conquering Douluo gazed at the newly forged hammer with amused interest. "Hao Qian hammer, is it?" he called down. "Had I not been on an urgent mission, I'd love to see which packs more power, your hammer or my coiling dragon staff." Tang Hao did not answer. He knew the odds were overwhelmingly against him. 3 titled Douluo bearing down on a single opponent, 2 of them at the 96th level. Rumors of Chang'an Douluo, the famed demon subduer, had only heightened his respect for their combined might. Worse yet, Tang San and the others were counting on him to buy them time. There was no room for a drawn-out clash. A steely resolve settled in his eyes. If he couldn't outlast them, he would strike hard and fast. The soul ring at his ankle flared to life, spilling violet light across the ground. With a sharp gesture, Tang Hao unleashed his 6th soul skill, ready to decide the battle in a single, decisive blow. The clear sky hammer sliced into the canyon wind, its enormous head looming like a dark moon before it plunged toward Ghost Douluo. Caught off guard for only an instant, the titled Douluo sprang into action. He channeled his 9th soul skill, Hell Monster, and ebony ripples of soul power writhed around him. With a thunderous clap, Ghost Douluo's palm struck the ground and a swirling black vortex erupted. From its center, a massive skeletal arm shot forth, swinging in a brutal arc toward Tang Hao. "Move!" Tang Hao roared, every muscle coiling beneath his skin. Gripping the hammer's handle, he braced himself as its weight and momentum drove it downward with earth-shattering force. Boom! The impact echoed like a rolling storm. Tang Hao's body flew backward, smashing through loose soil and rock before skidding to a halt some 10 meters away. Behind him, the canyon wall splintered, sending shards of stone and dirt cascading into the air. As dust settled, both fighters readied themselves for the next exchange in the clearing dust. Everyone froze as the shadowy figure at the edge of the clearing solidified into view. The ghost Douluo, a level 95 elite sent expressly to kill them. His outline shimmered from inky black mist into a gaunt, middle-aged face, skin as dark as old leather, cheekbones hollowed, eyes bright yet haunted. "This Cheng Xiao!" Ghost Douluo's voice was a low rasp as he forced his surging soul power into submission. He flung his gaze upward at the two enshrinement hall worshippers hovering above. 6 pillar, 7 pillar. We're acting on the Pope's direct orders. Are you just gonna watch, or will you finally join the fight? High above, Tyrant Douluo frowned. By nature, he answered only to his senior brothers in the enshrinement hall. No one else, not even Bibi Dong, could issue him commands without Daolu's approval. "Old Chi, hold your temper," came Cheng Douluo's calm voice through the comlink. "Don't forget the mission the Grand Priest entrusted to us." Though Cheng Xiao stood as an enemy of Wuhun Palace, his true concern lay with the otherworldly beasts rumored to be hiding in this canyon. If he wasn't mistaken, the great worshipper's clues had indeed led them here. Demon-conquering Douluo knelt beside him, voice low. "Even if Cheng Xiao is our foe, we can't simply slay him. Gui Mei is an elder of the Elder Hall. If Cheng Xiao kills him outright, the Grand Priest will never sanction it." Cheng Douluo nodded once, then turned to Cheng Xiao, who lay propped against the canyon wall. His face was grave. "Within the enshrinement hall, we answer only to the great enshrinement. If Bibi Dong truly wants your life, then you know where to find her." He squared his shoulders and met Cheng Xiao. "Sighs. I'll give you one chance to walk away now, but refuse, and my brother and I will take you down together." Silence fell over the rocky gulch. Cheng Xiao stared up at the two worshippers in astonishment, Ghost Douluo beside him equally stunned. They had assumed these warriors served the Holy Pope, and yet here they were, acting entirely on their own authority. If they weren't agents of the Grand Priest, then whose orders did they follow? And what game were they truly playing? Cheng Xiao's expression remained calm and unyielding. He gripped the clear sky hammer in both hands, and a fierce, murderous aura rolled off him in waves. He couldn't simply turn and leave. Not yet. No one here suspected that Xiaowu was accompanied by a 100,000-year spirit beast. If that secret came out, catastrophe would follow. Besides, that spirit beast was intended to be Tongsan's inheritance. He had to protect it at all costs. Demon-conquering Douluo snorted. "If you won't take the offering, you'll have to drink the wine." With deliberate slowness, he planted his heel on the ground and advanced. The 6th soul ring on his arm flared brightly. In the next instant, the coiling dragon staff in his hand shot forward like a living serpent, slamming toward Cheng Xiao's chest. Meanwhile, back at 7-Star Academy, as soon as Dugubo and Yuaguan slipped out of the canyon, they hurried to a secluded corner and sank onto the grass. With prying eyes absent, they could finally speak freely. "Juhuaguan," Dugubo whispered, glancing at his companion, "aren't your real targets Cheng Xiao and his son? Why have you come to 7-Star Academy?" Dugubo crossed his arms and let out a low hum. Judolo Yuaguang's eyes flickered with irritation. "You old poison fiend, don't look so innocent." Dugubo arched an eyebrow. "Is that any reason for you to show up here?" "If you won't step up and handle this properly," Judoluo replied, voice sharp, "do you really think His Holiness will let me off the hook when I return?" "Humph," Dugubo snorted. "I don't care about the Pope's displeasure, but mark my words, if my granddaughter gets hurt, you'll regret it." Judoluo muttered under his breath. "Stubborn old fool." He closed his eyes, reaching out with his spirit sense to locate Ghost Douluo. Suddenly he frowned. "Why are the 6th and 7th priests here?" he exclaimed. "No, old Ghost may be in danger. I have to go." In a flash of golden light, Judoluo Yueguang vanished. Dugubo's expression darkened. With another swift step, he dissolved into a swirling mist of toxins and disappeared. The arrival of the 6th and 7th priests always heralded chaos, and he intended to return at once to guard his students. Across the arena, the demon-subduing Douluo pressed his advantage against Cheng Xiao with growing confidence. His fighting style shifted seamlessly between aggressive strikes and guarded defenses, each blow of his golden panlong staff executed with fierce precision. The rapid succession of attacks was so overwhelming that for a moment, Cheng Xiao appeared to be on the defensive. Douluo seized the opportunity to taunt his opponent. "So this is the famed Clear Sky Hammer, hailed as the world's greatest spirit weapon?" he jeered, thrusting his staff forward. Its reputation all rests on Tang Chen's prowess. Without him at the helm, how could it ever claim such a title? Cheng Xiao's eyes narrowed. Annoyance flared within him, and he channeled every ounce of his strength into a single, earth-shaking swing. The clash resounded like a thunderclap, forcing both warriors to skid back several paces before finding their footing. Yet Douluo hesitated mid-stride, a flicker of surprise breaking across his face. Cheng Xiao's raw power was undeniable. It was no wonder this hammer-wielder had earned the Spirit Hall's fiercest enemy. Just as the two figures separated, a clear, feminine voice rang out. "Sixth priest, seventh priest, Yueguan has met with the two priests." A surge of golden light flared, and Douluo materialized lently at Ghost Douluo's side. At once, every member of Team Shrek froze and instinctively backpedaled. Another title Douluo, 4 title Douluos in one place? Flanders and Liu Erlong exchanged grim looks and stepped forward, forming a protective screen around the younger students. Gathering their spirit force, they declared in unison, "We'll keep the students safe, leave everything else to us." Cheng Xiao planted his feet and leveled the Clear Sky Hammer across his chest. His expression was stern, his bearing utterly unyielding, as he added, "Yueguan, you've actually shattered the 95 realm barrier and ascended to 96. Douluo's brows shot up in surprise. Had the great priest not sent them on this mission, none of them would have known that an Elder Hall member had quietly broken through to the 96 realm. In that charged moment, 4 title Douluos, each a powerhouse in their own right, stood before Team Shrek, their aura crackling with authority. The students pressed closer together, hearts pounding, while Shrek's senior members squared their shoulders, ready for whatever came next. "It was just a lucky breakthrough," Douluo Yueguan said, his laugh echoing strangely through the canyon. "Sixth priest, why don't we join forces and finish off Cheng Xiao once and for all?" No sooner had the words fallen from his lips than a colossal wave of energy erupted around them. In an instant, the rumble swept through the entire gorge, snuffing out every other sound. High above the battlefield, Douluo, known as the Sixth Priest, hovered in midair. His 9 soul rings whirled in a brilliant dance, and his golden panlong staff blazed with power. A fierce aura rippled outward from him, so potent that even Cheng Xiao's furious duel with the abyssal Douluo ground to a halt. Every soul master in the canyon turned, wide-eyed, toward the source of the tremor. The most experienced fighters stiffened, exchanging troubled glances, while many of the lower-ranked soul masters and royal knights simply trembled and collapsed under the sheer force of the outpouring energy. On the opposite side, 7-Star Academy's Cheng Xiao stood perfectly composed. Around him, the fallen men in black, once Jiang Mo's soul masters, slowly rose and gathered at his command. Shadows of those dead warriors coalesced into spectral soldiers, their empty eyes fixed unwaveringly on the newcomers. Witnessing the dead reborn, as Cheng Xiao's shadow army left everyone else in stunned silence, mouths agape at the eerie display. Now, the players were all in place. Douluo and Douluo Yueguan versus Cheng Xiao and Cheng Xiao. The air crackled with anticipation as the two sides prepared to clash. And in that suspended moment, the canyon held its breath, waiting for the next move. Yu Tianheng stared in disbelief. All of Cheng Xiao's shadow soldiers are nothing more than the reanimated corpses of dead soul masters and soul beasts? He had assumed those silent figures were an inherent feature of Cheng Xiao's soul skills. Now it turned out they were literally the bodies and lingering souls of every foe Cheng Xiao had slain. Then the more lives he takes, the larger his undead army grows, Du Guyan whispered, her skin prickling at the thought. In the entire Soulmaster world, nobody had ever heard of harvesting the spirits of the departed to forge an army of shadows. Even those who had only read legends felt a new, visceral horror now that they witnessed it firsthand. Cheng Xiao relaxed his shoulders as he completed the final ritual, sealing the last of the black-cloaked corpses into servitude. Converting each fallen warrior into a shadow soldier had consumed vast reserves of soul energy. but his orc magic recovery technique provided a steady replenishment. Before anyone could react, a sudden gale roared through the canyon. Blinding sheets of yellow sand whipped against the walls, silencing every voice. The very air seemed to tear apart, and with a sound like shattering glass, a massive rift yawned open in the rock face. Ominous, light poured from within as the portal's depths beckoned the unknown. "What is that?" A collective gasp rose from the assembled fighters as a colossal portal tore open in the canyon wall. Cheng Xiao's face fell. He hadn't anticipated such an early arrival. The raw power radiating from the portal was unlike anything he'd felt before. These were undoubtedly the legions of the kings. "Damn it, what's going on? Has the Spirit Hall devised some new weapon?" Douluo suddenly materialized at Cheng Xiao's side. His own strength allowed him to sense the same overpowering tremors emanating from the portal. Cheng Xiao's expression grew even darker. "It's not the Spirit Hall. Those are creatures from another world." "Creatures from another world?" Douluo echoed, frowning in disbelief. Cheng Xiao forced a grim smile. "Old Poison, we're in deep trouble now." "Relax," Douluo said, brimming with confidence. "I'm a titled Douluo. As long as I stand, no one here will fall." Before the words had even died away, the portal's energy spikes intensified. From its depths came the thunderous roars of unknown beasts, shaking the canyon to its core. Under 1,000 astonished gazes, a troop of hulking orcs emerged from the portal, each gripping a gargantuan axe. Though their features varied, different scars, skin tones, and armor styles, they were all undeniably orcs. Even more unsettling was their size. Every warrior stood at least 10 feet tall, faces twisted into savage snarls, tusks bared, eyes glowing crimson. What are those? Soul beasts?" someone whispered. "Human soul beasts? Impossible," another replied. "Unless they're 100,000-year class." Speculation flew, but no one guessed the truth. These were not native to the Douluo Continent. They were interdimensional invaders, ruthless, bloodthirsty creatures who answered only to their warlord kings. Summoned deliberately, they served as the vanguard for a conquest devised far beyond this world, bent on destruction and subjugation. With a thunderous roar, the smallest orc, its tusks longer, its muscles more defined, stepped forward. The others stiffened at the sound, axes raised in unison as if they'd heard a silent command. In that charged moment, the air crackled with the promise of violence. The war was about to begin. Huo Shuang's eyes flared with determination. "They're coming straight at us." 4 gleaming soul rings appeared on his arm as he surged forward, leading the charge. At his signal, soul masters from every academy around the canyon released their martial souls in unison. In an instant, the valley pulsed with light. Spectral beasts roared into being, elemental spears crackled with energy, and dazzling soul skills unfurled like fireworks across the rock walls. Even the black-cloaked operatives, who had slipped in earlier to ambush the orcs, abandoned their covert approach and joined the fight, blades flashing in deadly arcs. High above them, students from 7-Star Academy strained against the canyon's rim, preparing to descend and bolster their allies. But before they could move, a second portal tore open in the cliff face. Out poured fresh waves of orcs, each a hulking brute wielding an axe as tall as a man. They smashed into the defenders with horrifying force. Armor splintered, shields shattered, and wherever they passed, the earth drank deeply of blood. Watching the carnage, Douluo's lips curled in anger. He had long remained aloof from the Soul Master's petty rivalries, but this senseless slaughter of young cultivators ignited a fury he could no longer suppress. He planted his feet, drew a slow breath, and called on his unique venomous soul power. A sickly green mist coiled at his fingertips, thick and poisonous. "Beasts," he snarled, "I'll show you the true meaning of poison." He unleashed the miasma in a thunderous wave toward the nearest orcs. The canyon rang with their pained roars as emerald venom washed over them, and the tide of battle shifted at once. If these alien invaders managed to slaughter the young champions of the Douluo Continent, the very future of our world would be in jeopardy. Cheng Xiao's eyes flashed with concern as he watched the horde of orcs advancing. "Old Poison," he called out urgently. "These creatures have astonishingly high resistance. You have to be careful." Douluo gave a confident nod. "Don't worry, my poison is no joke." With that, his body was bathed in emerald light as he activated his 7th soul skill, Soul Beast's true form. In an instant, the jade phosphorus snake king coalesced beside him, its massive scales gleaming like molten jade. Leaping forward, Douluo and the spectral serpent crashed into the nearest ranks of orcs, sending dozens of them sprawling through the air. Yet none fell with fatal wounds. These beasts shrugged off the blow as if it were nothing. Douluo's eyes narrowed. Calling upon the power of his soul ring, he opened the Snake King's maw. A dense, poisonous green mist gushed forth, billowing over the battlefield. In less than a heartbeat, the orcs caught in the cloud writhed and crumbled, their bodies dissolving into putrid pools of pus under the toxin's assault. The sight was nightmarish, corpses melting, leaving behind nothing but sickly sludge. The surviving orcs, their high resistances shattered, turned tail and fled for the portal. But as they scrambled toward the shimmering gateway, every last one of them froze in terror. They dared not pass through. Something about this place, or perhaps the fate that awaited them beyond, held them in fearful awe. The massed ranks of green-skinned warriors stood rooted, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, as Douluo and Cheng Xiao prepared for whatever would come next. Click, click, click. A steady stream of heavy footsteps issued from the portal, just as they had before, when the orcs first appeared. Cheng Xiao's eyes swept over the group. Every soulmaster wore a taut expression, their vigilance undiminished even by Douluo's presence. Minutes ago, they'd paid dearly fighting these savage warriors, losing too many comrades to count. Even with a titled Douluo among them, they refused to underestimate their foes. Douluo scowled inwardly. What a headache. Once this is over, I'll need to recruit fresh troops and mounts. Who knows how many more creatures might crawl through these portals? Cheng Xiao's gaze dropped to the ground. His shadow writhed at his feet, emitting a soft, sorrowful wail, a chilling first foray of its dark hunger. Not yet, he told himself, clenching his jaw. In that moment, the orcs finished streaming through. The giants, far larger and more menacing than before, slowed to a halt mere yards from the soulmasters, their cruel weapons gleaming with malice. Ah! A thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield as the giant orcs flexed their muscles, bristling with the intent to charge. Yet beneath the oppressive aura Douluo exuded, not one dared move rashly. For the soul masters lining up against them, the sight of hundreds of towering brutes was truly terrifying. These orcs were stronger, more feral, and far more cunning than any ordinary soul beast, and they wielded crude, vicious weapons to boot. It's an endless wave. What on earth are these things? One master gasped. If it weren't for Senior Douluo's help, we'd already be drowning in bodies, another growled, relief and frustration warring in his voice. They owed Douluo a great debt. As a poisoned Douluo, his soul skills were devastatingly lethal. Friend and foe alike would fall if he unleashed them en masse. That very danger forced him to strike sparingly, carefully picking off key targets rather than decimating both armies. Otherwise, their own ranks might have suffered more than the orcs. Thank heavens, too, for the black-clad soulmasters who had slipped into their counterattack squad. Their arrival had saved countless comrades and prevented a total rout. Now, every soulmaster steadied themselves, weapons at the ready, hearts pounding, but no one dared rush forward without a plan. The battlefield held its breath, poised for the next move. Everyone's gaze snapped to Douluo, as if only this titled Douluo could decide their next move. He checked his temper, but the anger still tightened his voice. "Grandmother," he demanded, "why won't you come to Juhua Pass? Do you really expect me to handle all of this by myself?" Inwardly, Douluo seethed. Wuhan Palace had more titled Douluo than anyone, yet they'd all split off to pursue Tang Hao, leaving him to face a handful of orcs alone. If Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo had been here, this wouldn't even be an issue. Across the field, Shrek's side went quiet. Tang Hao and the demon-conquering Douluo halted their attacks, and the 5 titled Douluo stationed there turned to watch a swirling portal. A tense hush fell over them. Old 7, Jianjin Douluo said in a low, steady tone, addressing the demon-conquering Douluo by his nickname, "Don't forget what the Grand Enshrinement decreed." The demon-conquering Douluo offered a lopsided grin and ran a hand through his hair. "Relax. I remember perfectly well. My hands just get itchy for action." With that, he bounded back to Jianjin Douluo's side, ready for whatever came next. Jianjin Douluo heaved a sigh of frustration. "Elders Ghost and Ju," he said gravely, Although Tang Hao stands as an enemy of the Wuhun Palace, an even greater threat looms. Please, speak with my two brothers and see this matter through. Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo exchanged uneasy glances, hesitated for a heartbeat, and then both inclined their heads in agreement. In the very next instant, the three titled Douluo, Qianjun, Subduing Demon, and Jugi, dissolved into shimmering afterimages and vanished from sight. At once, the black-clad figures surrounding them, clearly agents of the Wuhun Palace, seemed to receive a silent signal. Like a tide pulled abruptly from the shore, they melted back into the shadows and dispersed, retreating with astonishing speed. Their sudden withdrawal left everyone in the Shrek Seven Devils ranks blinking in disbelief. These assassins had come expressly to kill Tang San. So what, they wondered, could have prompted their instantaneous capitulation? "Father," Tang San called out, brow furrowed as he watched the enemy vanish. What just happened? Tang Hao ignored his son's question for the moment, and instead turned to Dean Flanders and Liu Erlong, studying them intently. After a pause, he spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Dean Flanders, Master Liu, now that they've withdrawn so abruptly, it's unlikely they'll return. We should use this reprieve to prepare for whatever Wuhun Palace has planned next." He let his words hang in the charged air, determination flickering in his gaze. The Shrek Seven Devils exchanged serious looks. Even as relief washed over them, they knew the enemy's retreat could only foreshadow the greater conflict still to come. "I have other matters to attend to. I'll leave these children in your care, mistress." Flanders clasped his hands in a respectful bow. "Your Highness, rest assured, we'll protect them." Tang Hao nodded and turned to leave, but paused at the edge of the clearing. He looked back at Xiao Wu with a long, inscrutable gaze before finally walking away. Tang San opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. He exhaled shakily. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, fatty." Once Tang Hao was out of sight, Ma Hongjun dropped to the ground, still trembling. "Holy, four-titled Douluo, if third brother's father hadn't arrived, we'd all be dead." "Yeah, that was way too close," Dai Mubai agreed, managing a wry smile. "By the way, the two-titled Douluo we just met mentioned something strange has appeared nearby. Want to check it out?" Oscar shook his head. "Seriously? If Xiao Ao and his lot just want another fight, let them have it. Don't drag us into it." Ma Hongjun threw his hands in the air. "Exactly. If they want to go play hero, fine, but leave us out of their battlefield games." Flanders raised a gloved hand, cutting through the chatter. "All right, enough. Tell me what's going on." He fixed Ma Hongjun with a steely glare, then turned his attention to the far side of the canyon, where a colossal portal pulsated with raw, crackling energy. "Boss Fu, what in the world is that?" Liu Erlong asked, stepping forward. He frowned as he glanced at the swirling rift. "Those two Wuhun Palace acolytes claimed they've known about this for ages. Should we get closer?" Flanders drew a slow breath, weighing his options. The Wuhun Palace disciples hadn't made a hostile move, so an ambush seemed unlikely, but he couldn't gamble with his students' lives, and yet to ignore such a massive energy disturbance felt equally reckless. After all, Shrek Academy was the only major sect in this region. He hesitated. Suddenly, a flash of pink streaked past them. "Xiao Wu!" Liu Erlong shouted, stunned. Xiao Wu didn't slow down or glance back. Whatever lay beyond the canyon, her only thought was Cheng Xiao, who was still out there somewhere. She had to reach him. For a heartbeat, Jujuqing froze, then bolted after her friend without a second thought. Flanders watched them go, concern knitting his brow, as the portal's eerie glow continued to shimmer across the chasm. She moved so swiftly that in the blink of an eye she'd vanished from sight. "Dean, we should go," Oscar said, his voice taut with anxiety. Xiao Ao stepped forward. "Why are you charging in, Ma Hongjun? This isn't your fight." Ma Hongjun sneered. "If those two want a showdown, let them, but you, a food soul master, are just signing your own death warrant." Before his words even settled, Flanders had already made his decision. He fixed his gaze on the opposite canyon rim and spoke in a low, steady voice. "Boss Fu?" Liu Erlong's brow furrowed. "Fu. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing are my students as well. As their dean, I can't simply stand by." Flanders gave Liu Erlong's shoulder a firm, reassuring pat. With that, he unleashed his martial spirit and strode off toward the spot where Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing had disappeared. Liu Erlong watched him go, powerless to stop him. With Flanders committed, She gathered the rest of the Shrek team and followed. What none of them realized was that, at the far edge of the canyon, two great forces faced one another in tense silence, the air between them heavy like unlit gunpowder, waiting for the spark that would set it all ablaze. Chapter 229. If I can't leave, neither can you. Tension rippled through the clearing as a colossal orc strode forward. He towered over his kin, his fangs longer and sharper than any the Soul Masters had seen before. Beast-like eyes roamed over the assembled humans, lingering on each of their weapons before settling on Douluo. To Cheng Xiao, it was clear this was no ordinary grunt. He exuded the bearing of a legion commander. Yet even this orc seemed at best only contra-level in power. Hardly the stuff of legends, and certainly not a match for the masters gathered here. After a loaded moment of silence, the giant lifted his ragged voice and broken common addressed Douluo directly. "Human, I am Cultivation," he rumbled, each word seeming to scrape against his thick throat. "Our king requests your presence. Humans, come with me." A low murmur of shock ran through the Soul Masters. Rage flared in their eyes. These were the very orcs who had slaughtered so many of their comrades only minutes before. Hands itched toward hilts and staffs, eager to unleash retribution, but for now they remained rooted to the spot, torn between fury and the unspoken question. What fate awaited them at their enemy's behest? "Can you speak common?" Douluo's voice cut through the chill canyon air. His gaze was as cold as steel as he addressed the massive orc before him. "Cultivation, you claim your king wishes to meet us. If that's true, bring him forward yourself." The orc's translator, a towering brute of rippling muscles and jagged tusks, grunted, every word strained through broken common. You cannot stand against the orc king." Douluo's lips curved into a thin smile. He turned his right hand behind his back, and a faint, sickly green mist began to coil around his fingers. The venom of the phosphorus snake, potent enough to fell a dragon, gathered at his palm. Around him, some of the weaker Soul Masters flinched, covering their ears against the orc's thundering voice. But Douluo remained perfectly composed, his eyes narrowing to twin slits. "And if I choose not to?" he asked softly. The orc's translator bared his teeth in a snarl. "Then you will die at my soldiers' hands before you ever return." Douluo's smile widened, an edge of steel beneath the calm. "Such bold threats," he murmured. "I'll gladly give them a taste of my green venom. See how bold they remain." A sudden, resonant voice boomed from the depths of the canyon, carrying authority and power. What a loud tone! Douluo's expression shifted in an instant, alert, wary, battle-ready. In that moment, 4 majestic auras flared to life around the canyon walls, rippling like living light. The Soul Masters at his side stiffened, every muscle tensing, as those 4 brilliant energies swept toward them, heralding the arrival of powerful allies or formidable foes. The oppressive force rolling off those 4 figures was so intense that even low-rank Soul Masters nearby gasped for air. Within the ranks of 7-Star Academy, however, no one felt the slightest discomfort. Douluo's aura shielded them all, though they could not deny the raw power pressing down on them. The black-robed disciples flanking the academy bowed deeply, their reverence plain in every movement. Perched on a neighboring peak, Ning Fengji watched the scene below with narrowed eyes. He counted 4 newcomers materializing in midair, then glanced toward Douluo in the canyon. "I could have sworn there were 5 in that gorge," he murmured. One of them was a titled Douluo. Wuhun Palace must be pulling out all the stops. Beside him, another martial brother whispered, "So that's 4 titled Douluo in total, 2 of them Wuhun Palace's own worshippers. They're certainly showing off their strength." Sword Douluo drew in a slow breath, eyes drifting from the combatants to the twisting canyon walls. "If Wuhun Palace's sole objective was to kill Tang San," he said, "you'd think they'd unleash every titled Douluo to ensure no one walked away, Tang Hao included. Yet instead of hunting down Tang San, these 4 have simply crossed to the far side of the canyon." He frowned, the lines around his eyes deepening. "They don't seem interested in a direct confrontation. Something else must be at play." "Do you think something big is about to happen?" Ning Fengji asked, his voice tight with anticipation. Sword Douluo, whom everyone respectfully called Uncle Jan, let a faint light dance in his eyes before nodding slowly. "From what I sense, a major event is indeed unfolding. Wuhun Palace holds the secret we need, and though our assistance arrives a bit late, it's better than waiting for the turmoil across Shizhou to die down. All right, Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji agreed without hesitation. His daughter was still trapped in the canyon. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. Let's go. In an instant, the 9 soul rings on Sword Douluo's arm flared brilliantly. He vaulted onto the 7 kills sword and shot away like a bolt of lightning toward the gathering where Cheng Xiao and the others waited. At the same time, 4 titled Douluo from Wuhun Palace arrived on the scene. Without warning, an uncanny stillness descended. The rustling leaves and distant insect calls abruptly fell silent, as if the world itself had held its breath. I saw an old man in white robes materialize beside Douluo Bo, as if summoned by the air itself. His long silver hair fell to his shoulders, and a 3-foot blade of gleaming silver hung at his side. He looked utterly indifferent, his eyes glazed over, unfocused on anything around him, yet he hovered there with complete stillness. Sword Douluo Chenxin? The 4 titled Douluo from Wuhun Palace exchanged startled glances. Douluo Bo himself bristled in surprise, then raised an eyebrow in sudden understanding. Chenxin, Chanjin Douluo said, narrowing his eyes as he took in the newcomer. I didn't expect the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect to join us today. He paused, thoughtful. Looks like us old-timers might have to band together. Chenxin was one of the 7 Treasures sect's protective elders, a sword Douluo who had spent his entire life mastering the 7 killing sword technique. In sheer offensive power, few titled Douluo could rival him, and his soul power ranked him at level 96, making him a formidable ally. For Qianjun Douluo, whose sect had long clashed with Wuhun Palace, Chenxin's arrival was a welcome reinforcement. Together, their combined might just turn the tide of this unfolding conflict. From the look of things, if either the Wuhun Palace or the Qibao Glazed sect falls, it would be a crushing blow to the Douluo Continent. This conflict has ceased to be an internal squabble. Extraterrestrial invaders now threaten their world, and humanity has no choice but to unite and fight back. A deep, echoing voice cut through the tense silence. Kalkakan, the towering orc warlord, hefted his battle axe and called out, "Humans, this is your last chance. Join us, or die before our king's might." Behind him, the Orcish horde raised their axes and spears, ready to charge. But Douluo Bo stood unmoved, flanked by 5 other titled Douluo, each a spirit-ranked 95 powerhouse. He let out a derisive snort. Let's see just how mighty your so-called king really is. Beside him, demon-conquering Douluo's coiled dragon stick pulsed with soft golden light. He cast a brief glance at Douluo Bo and nodded. You've made our choice for us, and it's a good one. Douluo Bo squared his shoulders and stepped forward. Then there's no more talking. Follow me. With that battle cry echoing across the field, the 6 titled Douluo charged into the orc ranks, ready to defend their homeland against any alien threat. As soon as Kalkakan's words died away, the giant orc commander barked orders, and in the blink of an eye, the hostile orc warriors melted away like a receding tide. Kalkakan himself hung back for a moment, then raised a massive hand, beckoning Douluo Bo to follow. Humph! Douluo Bo snorted, strode forward, and vanished through the swirling portal. At once, Qianjun Douluo and the demon-conquering Douluo exchanged determined glances and followed his lead. The other soul masters, hesitant at first, quickly realized that without the protection of these veteran Douluo, they had no hope of surviving. Teeth clenched, they plunged into the portal behind them. No sooner had they all crossed over than Ning Fengji materialized before them, clad in extravagant robes. At his side stood Shui Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. In Ning Fengji's hand glowed the 7 treasures glazed tower, its 7 soul rings spinning in a silent, luminous dance. Cheng Xiao offered nothing more than a faint, knowing smile. He regarded Ning Fengji's grand entrance with amused detachment. After all, everyone in the camp understood that Ning Fengji, for all his pomp, was as fickle as a leaf on the wind. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up the moment she spotted her father. "Dad, you came too?" she cried, breaking into a run and launching herself into his arms. Ning Fengji knelt to gather her into a gentle hug, brushing a kiss over her hair. "Your Grandpa Jian is here, so of course your old man wouldn't stay behind." He deliberately hung back earlier. When Douluo first appeared, Sword Douluo was already poised to strike, but as soon as the 2 masters clashed, they'd vanished into the canyon, their fight hidden from view. Even Shui Qinghe, disguised as Qian Renshui, had quietly slipped into the shadows. The arrival of Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo had only confirmed her suspicions, leaving her to watch in silence. Not far off, Cheng Xiao completed his command. With a swirl of black mist, his shadow soldiers streamed into the newly formed portal. He turned to follow, only to hear a breathless shout. "Cheng Xiao!" A blur of pink thundered across the field, and behind her raced Juju King and Flanders. Cheng Xiao froze, eyes widening. "Xiao Wu," he whispered, scarcely daring to hope. In the next instant, she was in his arms, her embrace fierce and desperate. All around them, the battlefield held its breath. Allies and enemies alike paused, caught between the roar of combat and the sudden, unexpected reunion before the closing portal. "Cheng Xiao, I'm coming with you." Xiao Wu lifted her head to meet his gaze. The fierce determination in her eyes sent a warm glow through Cheng Xiao's chest. He reached out and gently tousled her hair. "Thank you," he whispered. Yu Tianheng and the others standing nearby watched in stunned silence. Could they really just let a woman volunteer to take such a risk? Qian Renshui clenched her teeth so hard it hurt. If Ning Fengji hadn't been there to restrain her, she'd have stormed forward and dragged Xiao Wu away on the spot. A woman hugging a man in broad daylight? Scandalous. Before long, every soul master in the canyon, including the Shrek team who arrived last, stepped through the glowing portal. Cheng Xiao and his companions fell in behind them, moving steadily without pause. At some point, Ning Fengji slipped alongside Cheng Xiao and spoke in a hushed tone. "Cheng Xiao, what are those creatures we're heading toward?" Cheng Xiao kept his eyes on the misty passage ahead. "Orcs," he replied quietly. "They're far more powerful than ordinary soul beasts." Ning Fengji's eyes flickered with surprise. He glanced at Cheng Xiao and ventured, "You seem to know more than the rest of them." "Sooner or later you'll find out," Cheng Xiao replied, tone steady as he stared ahead. Ning Fengji opened his mouth to press the issue, but thought better of it. Something in his gut warned that matters were about to take a dangerous turn. A heavy tension settled over the assembled soul masters. Aside from the 6 titled Douluo, everyone else was visibly on edge. Even the Shrek 7 devils, under Flanders' lead, had exchanged information and returned looking grim. A sense of foreboding hung in the air. Ma Hongjun sidled up to Tang San and whispered, "Third brother, if they really do attack, should we hide?" Tang San gave no answer. His eyes were riveted on Cheng Xiao and Xiao Wu as they walked ahead. His fingers curled into fists, his chest rising and falling in rapid, uneven breaths. A tight knot of anger and unease twisted inside him. He couldn't explain why. Pressing a hand to his heart, Tang San panted like he'd run a marathon. Why does it hurt so much to see them together? It felt as though he'd taken in a breath he couldn't ever let out. Tang San was unaware that the trident-shaped mark on his forehead was flickering with a faint golden light. So faint, in fact, that no one around him could notice its glow. After about 10 minutes of walking, the group entered a vast chamber. The 6 titled Douluo leading the way swept their gazes across the hall with solemn, unwavering expressions. The room swarmed with giant orcs, nearly twice as many as there were soul masters. Yet it was the figure at the center who drew every eye. Seated on a raised dais was a long-haired man whose frame was considerably smaller than those of the colossal beasts flanking him. Still, the energy radiating from him far surpassed that of any ordinary orc. A dark, oppressive aura seemed to coil around him, thicker than the stale air in the hall. Even more unsettling was the gigantic iron chain that loomed behind him. Its links were so massive that they encircled his torso like a living serpent, some segments piercing his flesh, the tail of the chain plunging deep into his body. It was as if the man and the chain were bound together in a single, horrific entity. Dugubo's brow creased in confusion and unease. Could this be the king of these alien creatures? He murmured. Even with his considerable strength, he found himself unable to gauge the true extent of the man's power, or to fathom the dark purpose of the iron chain that held him in thrall. The 4 titled Douluo of Wuhun Hall exchanged worried glances as a fierce, almost feral aura rolled off the newcomer. Then, without warning, he threw back his head and laughed, a deep, satisfying sound that echoed through the vast chamber. He regarded the humans as if greeting old friends, his eyes lighting up as they settled on Douluo and the others in the lead. "How utterly fascinating," he said, his voice rich with amusement. "So these are the creatures from another world? Every last one of you brims with magic." At his words, Douluo and his companions halted a few paces away, remaining perfectly still and silent. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the man's laughter cut off. "Wait," he fell quiet, the playful tone gone from his voice. Around him, the Soul Masters leaned forward, studying his features. Though he fought alongside orcs, his face was unmistakably human, far more so than any orcs could ever be. For a long, tense moment, the chamber held its breath. Then the stranger spoke again, his voice low and resonant. "Shadow King," he called, as if summoning a wayward spirit. "You've come at last, so why do you cower in the shadows? Show yourself!" No sooner had he spoken the name than his magic flared outward in a violent pulse, rippling through the hall like a thunderclap and sending shivers down every spine. The 6 titled Douluo at the front erupted in unison, unleashing their martial souls. In an instant, waves of soul power collided with surging magic energy, sending the weaker soul masters and beastmen sprawling across the floor, unable to move. Douluo's heart pounded. What is this power? Could it be that even the 6 of us combined can't overcome him? Seeing their struggle, Ningfengji cried out, "7 treasures glazed tower." A radiant pagoda of light materialized behind the Douluo, amplifying their defenses. Bolstered by this support, the other soul masters summoned every ounce of their will, releasing soul techniques to withstand the man's fearsome magic fluctuations. Bit by bit, the chaotic energies subsided, though the 6 Douluo still trembled at the sheer force they had endured. A chilling voice cut through the tense silence. "Shadow King," it called, icy and threatening, "if you don't reveal yourself, I will exterminate every single human in this room." The air around the speaker twisted under the strain of his power, space itself seeming to buckle. The beastmen, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, writhed impatiently, poised to strike at his command. They raised their weapons and waited for the king's command. After the morning's battle, a heavy silence fell over the Soul Masters. Douluo and the others knew by now that the alien world's creature king was astonishingly powerful. Even combined, the 6 of them stood no chance of killing him, unless they uncovered some hidden weakness. They couldn't hope to prevail. "King of Giants, Emperor Taizu," Cheng Xiao's voice broke the tension as he stepped out of the crowd. With steady, assured strides, he walked past the 6 titled Douluo and came to stand before the Soul Masters. Behind him, Xiao Wu, Ye Lingling, Yu Tianheng, and the rest watched anxiously. None were strong enough to follow him forward. All they could do was strain their necks to see his back. "Shadow King?" Ligi appeared at Cheng Xiao, his eyes narrowing. After a moment, he shook his head in mild disappointment. "No, you're not him. You're far too weak. I could crush you with a single finger." "Is that so?" Cheng Xiao replied evenly, his expression unreadable. Cheng Xiao flipped his wrist and summoned a blue and gold spear into his hand. With a casual sweep, he leveled the weapon at Ligia's head and drawled, "You don't look all that strong." Ligia's eyes went ice cold. Magic power crackled and surged around her, filling the chamber with a palpable, lethal energy. In an instant, she could have ended this boastful boy's life with a flick of her finger. Yet to her astonishment, Cheng Xiao's expression remained perfectly calm, as though he felt nothing at all. How can this be? Ligia thought, disbelief twisting her features. Why doesn't he flinch at all this power? Cheng Xiao studied her with detached amusement. You seem frozen. He shifted his gaze to the trembling runes on the floor where she knelt. Ligia, you have once again become the king's abandoned child. Your blood and your body will now supply magic to this land. Magic is the world's backbone. Without it, everything falls apart. As his words hung in the air, Ligia realized she had no choice but to submit to the fate he was scripting for her. Only by doing this can the Dragon Emperor, the King of Destruction, be drawn here, and you will become his sole stepping stone into our world. At Cheng Xiao's words, the giant king's expression turned as dark as thunder. He fixed Cheng Xiao in his gaze for a long moment, then replied slowly, "We don't have that luxury of time." He paused, voice low but resolute. "True, I wield tremendous magic and cannot leave this place. But you're mistaken about one thing. A king is king because he rules the people. The giant king's eyes blazed. You may be clever, but neither of us can escape this spot. With a roar that shook the very air, the giant king unleashed a tidal wave of magic. Instantly, the surrounding giant beastmen quivered as if summoned by an unseen hand. Under that command, their bodies began to swell. Muscles bulged to monstrous proportions, black veins traced ominous patterns across their hides, and their fangs stretched into fearsome blades. The surge of raw power radiating from them sent a chill through Douluo and the other title Douluo. Each could feel the pressure of death bear down on them, the threat so palpable it made their hearts pound in their chests. Douluo caught sight of the orcs' charging spears and shouted, "Cheng Xiao, behind me!" In one swift motion, he darted in front of his comrade, shielding him with his own body. At his back, the 5 other titled Douluo snapped to attention, coiling like springs ready to strike. From the center of the hall, the Taizu King's roar reverberated. "Shadow King, if I fall today, I'll drag you down with me." At that challenge, the giant beastmen raised their massive axes and spears, letting out triumphant bellows as they hurled themselves at the Soul Masters. "Kill them," the orcs thundered. In response, the Soul Masters surged forward, unleashing a dazzling array of soul techniques. Beams of radiant light and crackling energy bolts filled the chamber, meeting the orcs' iron-like hides in a brutal collision of flesh and steel. The scene was a merciless meat grinder, no quarter given, none asked. Meanwhile, Douluo, Jian Douluo, Jiangmo, Qianjun, Ju, and Gui, the 6 titled Douluo, had paired off against 3 colossal orc chieftains. Empowered by a fragment of Lajia's magic, these brutes matched the Douluo blow for devastating blow, their strength even eclipsing that of their highly skilled opponents. The air around them crackled as soul rings activated in staccato bursts of power, each impact reverberating like thunder through the hall. Cheng Xiao refused to stand idle. With a fierce cry, he drew a pair of obsidian daggers from his belt and surged into the fray. He moved like a striking serpent, his blades flashing in the torchlight as he weaved between orc warriors, cutting down one after another with lethal precision. His sudden assault carved a desperate path through the enemy ranks, and for the first time, the tide of battle wavered. Cheng Xiao gave the signal, and darkness poured from the walls. Every one of his shadow soldiers was unleashed, including Nash, the lone warrior whose power knew no bounds. As Lagia's arcane fluctuations crackled through the air, an even more potent wave of shadow energy erupted around Cheng Xiao. Beneath his feet, the darkness writhed and spread across the floor like spilled ink. Lagia stumbled back, his face twisted in disbelief. "This can't be real. You're nothing but a child. Why would the Shadow King grant you his power? You're not even half as formidable as the last fool who dared challenge me," he bellowed. Almost on cue, the inky tide shivered and coalesced. From the spreading shadow emerged ranks of soldiers clad in black armor, their forms materializing one by one. Seizing the moment, Cheng Xiao invoked his ultimate skill, King's Domain. Instantly, a sovereign aura washed over the chamber, boosting every shadow soldier's strength by 50%. "That's right," Cheng Xiao said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "If you weren't bound by those chains, you could crush me with a single finger. But now," he paused, eyes glittering, "I can kill you, and you can't kill me." At his command, 50 shadow soldiers materialized around him, each one a wraith-like figure wreathed in darkness. The 50 orc giants, once roaring defiantly, stumbled backward, their bold war cries dying on their lips as the soldiers closed in. A palpable chill swept across the field, and even the air seemed to recoil from the Shadow Army's oppressive presence. "Beast! The orcs are retreating!" one of the Soul Masters shouted, astonishment breaking through his panic. "By the gods! Is that Cheng Xiao?" another whispered, eyes wide. "Could he really be the legendary Shadow King?" Murmurs rippled through their ranks. Never before had they faced such power. The silent specters in black armor, each one more terrifying than a rampaging orc, had shifted the balance of power within moments. Where 50 seemed outnumbered by hundreds, they now held the advantage. Cheng Xiao stood at the center of the circle, calm and unchallenged. The orcs' retreat had stalled, and the Soul Masters watched in awe as their fears crystallized into certainty. They were facing a sovereign of shadows, and there was no turning back. Earlier, The orcs had hemmed in the soul masters, but now the shadow soldiers closed in around the soul beasts. From his throne, Legia's face twisted with fury. "What are you waiting for? Take him down," he bellowed. At his command, the giant orcs roared, brandishing their crude weapons and rushing forward. For a heartbeat, it seemed they would overwhelm the line of shadow-clad warriors. Then, without warning, a column of searing fire erupted skyward, cleaving straight through the Orcish ranks. The blast struck Legia on his throne, punching through armor and flesh alike. He lurched back, eyes wide in disbelief. "Dragon breath!" he gasped. That was a signature technique of the Dragon Emperor. No mere human could wield such power. As the orcs screamed in terror and pain, Cheng Xiao stepped forward, the blue-silver overlord spear gleaming in his hand. In a blur of motion, he drove the spear through one orc after another. Blood spattered, and sinew tore free under his relentless assault. To the onlooking soul masters, even those of saint rank like Flanders, Cheng Xiao was little more than a flickering shadow. His speed and force exceeded anything they had ever witnessed, even the might expected of a soul king. In that moment, the tide of battle shifted irrevocably. Such overwhelming power, enough to crush any soul master of its generation, would have laid even the Spirit Hall's golden generation low. And it wasn't just Cheng Xiao. His shadow soldiers were equally formidable. The moment Titan appeared on the battlefield, seasoned soul masters gasped in recognition, but he offered no explanation. Like a living battering ram, he surged into the orc ranks, his rippling muscles swinging with brutal force as he tore the massive creatures limb from limb. Elsewhere, a yin moved with serene grace. At her command, the blue-silver emperors, vines in hues of sapphire, wound themselves around fleeing orcs, imprisoning them in a living cage of thorns. That restraint gave the less experienced soul masters the gap they needed to strike down the trapped beasts. Watching it all, Tang San suddenly realized that nothing was wrong with his own blue-silver grass. He was simply facing a more advanced strain of the spirit. With that understanding, he bowed his head and surrendered control. And then there was Nash, a force more savage than even Titan. A single swipe of his claws sundered the towering orcs in two, and each gout of draconic breath he unleashed sent tremors of terror through the enemy ranks. Together, Titan, Yin, and Nash operated on an entirely different level of power. The giant orcs were a fearsome foe, each possessed immense strength and near limitless regenerative powers. Still, the shadow soldiers weren't fighting one-on-one. They swarmed in overwhelming numbers. Whenever one of them channeled the soul arts, a remnant gift from their past lives as soul masters, they struck without spending a drop of mana. Bang! 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 The thunder of shadow blades and psychic blasts cut through the ranks of orcs. Their once unyielding horde began to thin out rapidly. Legia's jaw tightened as he watched the three orcs he'd just leached magic from. Each bore fresh lacerations, bleeding freely. One's hide had even turned a sickly green where the poison had taken hold. "I will kill you! I'll kill you all!" Legia howled in rage. He had already tasted death once, and he would not, could not, fall again into the Shadow King's clutches. Never. Chapter 230. Arrival at Wuhan City. "What are you mumbling about?" Cheng Xiao called out, tilting his head as Legia's roar thundered across the battlefield. He scratched his ear with his right hand, then abruptly lifted his left. The hand of the ruler flared to life, and the blue-silver overlord's spear hurtled forward like a bolt of lightning, aimed straight for the Orc King's skull. With a deafening crack, the spear shattered against an unseen barrier. Splinters rained down, but Legia stood unscathed, a cruel smirk tugging at his lips. His mocking silence cut deeper than any taunt. Is this the famed Shadow King's best? Cheng Xiao suppressed a grimace. Of course, a true monarch wouldn't fall to a single strike. Still, there was no cause for panic. All around them, the giant orcs were collapsing under the combined onslaught. Even a king, no matter how powerful, couldn't withstand endless attacks. He reminded himself of the time Cheng Xiaoyu had slain a Taizu king. Granted, she wielded a unique weapon, but the outcome was clear. Kings could be killed. Patience and pressure would win the day. Cheng Xiao braced himself for the next move, confident that Wuhan City's defenses would soon crumble, and with them, Legia's reign. Cheng Xiao realized that, aside from the Dragon Emperor, none of the other kings were nearly as fearsome as he'd imagined. Maybe it was simply his own power level making these kings feel more like overgrown brutes. Satisfied with that thought, he turned to the giant King Laya and said coolly, "Stay where you are and don't bother struggling. Soon I'll end you for good." Laya fixed him with a furious glare. If not for the enchanted chains binding him, he'd have torn this insolent human limb from limb. He was a king, the king of giants, and a mere human had the audacity to threaten him. Yet all he could do was roar impotently against his restraints. Watching the giant's frustration mount, Cheng Xiao relaxed. He'd been wary. Lajia was the first king to appear, after all. But these chains looked custom-made to seal away his strength. It occurred to him, if there were a system behind this, slaying a king like Lajia would yield a massive experience bonus. Moments later, every giant orc in the hall lay sprawled on the floor, including the 3 enhanced warriors who had challenged the 6th-titled Douluo and lost. A heavy, coppery tang of blood hung in the air, unsettling even the hardiest among them. Yet the soul masters gathered here wore a newfound resolve. The brutal clash had tempered their spirits. Many weaker masters had already fallen beneath the orcs' axes, and the survivors now stood firmer than ever. Cheng Xiao wiped crimson grime from his face, a predatory light glinting in his eyes. "Let me show you something truly interesting," he announced. Instantly, a vast tide of death energy radiated from him. As the Shadow King's heir, Cheng Xiao's command over death was absolute. Across the battlefield, the scattered corpses of giant orcs shuddered and exhaled curling black smoke, as if they'd awaited this moment for an eternity. "Rise," he whispered. Though his voice barely carried, its weight hammered into every soul present. From the smoking husks came hollow, tortured howls. Lygia's eyes widened in horror and outrage. "How dare you? Those were my soldiers!" A cold smile touched Cheng Xiao's lips. "Not anymore." Before she could stop him, a skeletal black hand shot up from the orc remains. In that instant, an alien torrent of sensations flooded Cheng Xiao's mind, binding him deeper to the shadows and to the dark power he wielded. Cheng Xiao surveyed the newly sworn members of the Shadow Legion with a satisfied smile. There was something undeniably terrifying about seeing so many shadow soldiers gathered in one place. Lygia's roar of fury echoed through the hall. "No, you've turned my warriors into your living dead, Shadow King." Before them lay hundreds of fallen orc fighters, their bodies half shrouded in darkness. In an instant, the tide of battle had turned. Lygia watched in horror as the corpse stirred, ancient life renewed by the Shadow King's unholy power. These once proud warriors, strong, fierce, and fiercely loyal, now knelt in perfect formation, their eyes glowing with a cold, inhuman light. It dawned on Lygia that every time an orc fell, the Shadow King claimed him for his army. Death no longer offered rest in the hallowed warriors' hall. It meant eternal service in the enemy's ranks. Worse, each resurgent shadow soldier was a grim reminder to the survivors of what awaited them should they die. Not honor, but enforced obedience. With every fallen comrade forced to fight under the dark banner, the orc warriors' will to resist crumbled. Their faith shattered, they stood on the brink of despair, captive in body and spirit to an unrelenting master. "What a pity, Lygia," Cheng Xiao murmured, disappointment lacing his tone. "If only the king himself could be turned into a shadow soldier, that would be a sight to behold." Lygia forced a hollow laugh. Iron manacles bit into his wrists as he lifted his head, eyes blazing with stubborn defiance. "Speak, third-generation Shadow King. Tell me your name." Cheng Xiao smiled coolly. "Cheng Xiao." He turned, raised his hand, and called into the gloom. "Shadows!" His command rang out, and the chamber seemed to deepen in darkness. From hidden corners and beneath the stones, hundreds of shadow soldiers stirred, once loyal to Lygia in life, now bound in death to Cheng Xiao. A charged silence fell, broken only by the soft rustle of movement. "Advance," Cheng Xiao ordered. In an instant, the shadow army surged forward. Their inky ranks swept across the floor toward the shackled king. Around them, soul masters, guards, and other onlookers felt their hearts seize with dread. Their eyes widened, pupils trembling, as they involuntarily stepped back, helpless witnesses to the assault on a fallen monarch. The battlefield lay silent, except for the soft groans of the wounded. 6 figures stood among the fallen giant orcs, breathing heavily but unbowed. Douluo Bo, his once green robe now tattered and stained, shook himself free of gore and let out a low whistle. Damn, he muttered, eyes still on the carnage. That was something else. He glanced at Jiandao Chenxin. Both sported shallow wounds that they ignored like annoying pinpricks. Their opponents had been massive, true, but lumbering and predictable. At first, neither Douluo nor Chenxin anticipated the orcs' enormous strength. They'd staggered under those colossal arms until halfway through the fight, they learned to exploit the orcs' slow footwork, turning each lumbering charge into an opportunity to strike. Nearby, Jiang Mo and Qianjun of the Wuhun Hall fought as if linked by a single mind. Qianjun's panlong staff swelled to the size of a pillar, then snapped back to a slender rod, battering and slicing the giant orcs so swiftly they barely managed a counterattack. On the other side, Douluo stood like a living fortress, his Vajra indestructible defense shrugging off blows that would have shattered ordinary bones. Beside him, Ghost Douluo wove his spirit threads through the battlefield, ensnaring limbs, yanking opponents off balance, turning each brute's strength against itself until all three monstrous foes collapsed. With the giant orcs dispatched, a stunned hush fell over the assembled soul masters, from Cheng Xiao Academy and every other school alike. They crowded the edges of the clearing, mouths agape, watching 6 titled Douluos emerge victorious against foes twice their size. Whispers spread like wildfire. They actually did it. How did they move so fast? And so in perfect harmony. On that battlefield, bruised though they were, Douluo and his 5 comrades had proven that sheer skill and iron resolve could conquer any towering enemy. If Cheng Xiao had displayed this level of power back in the competition, no one would have questioned his courage, let alone dared to challenge him. This wasn't just a gap in technique, it was a gulf of power, an abyss too vast to cross. Those from Shrek who'd witnessed Heng Xiao's defiance felt even more mortified, especially Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. They shuddered to think that, had Cheng Xiao struck first, they might now be nothing more than shadow soldiers under his command. So powerful, Oscar murmured, his eyes alight not with envy, but with longing. If only he possessed such strength he could finally propose to Ning Zongzhu of the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect. Erlong, Flanders said at last, his voice heavy with bitterness. When you return, tell every student at the academy, no one from Shrek is ever to provoke a 7-star academy pupil again. Anyone who breaks this rule will be expelled immediately. His words carried more than authority, they carried regret. It was clear now that Cheng Xiao could have joined Shrek long ago. Why had he refused? Boss Fu, but... Liu Erlong began, glancing over at Tang San. Tang San sat with his head bowed, utterly dejected, and Erlong hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Tang San felt his last shred of confidence shatter beneath the sheer power arrayed against him. This was no foe he could overcome. He yielded. Progenitor King Lagya howled in fury, its single-minded purpose since awakening to slay the Shadow King or die trying utterly thwarted. Stripped of strength, what separated it from a common beast? Nash sneered. Ha, powerless. You're more pathetic than any creature I've crushed. With that, Nash exhaled a gout of draconic flame that rent Lagya's skull. The king's severed head clattered to the floor, yet its torso remained bound by those unbreakable iron chains. As Lagya's life force ebbed, the chamber began to quake, debris raining down as ceiling and walls threatened collapse. Fall back, a soul master bellowed, voice cutting through the chaos. In an instant, the spirit masters surged for the exit, while auxiliary soul masters unleashed massive support arrays. Fear, hesitation, doubt, every barrier that had ever held them back was obliterated by the cataclysm they'd just survived. Cheng Xiao, this place is about to collapse. Hurry. Douluo called, his voice cracking with panic as he watched Cheng Xiao scramble over the colossal corpse of the great ancestor king. At Douluo's request, Jian Douluo had already whisked nearly all the other students away. Only these 2 remained. Cheng Xiao lifted a small, brilliantly faceted crystal from the king's remains and turned, a confident smile playing on his lips. Relax, old poison. We've got what we came for. How can I relax? The whole chamber's falling apart. Douluo ran a hand through his hair, eyes darting toward the crumbling ceiling. With this, Cheng Xiao said, slipping the crystal into his pouch, we'll be out of here in no time. He stepped forward and patted Douluo's shoulder. Come on. Douluo narrowed his eyes and reached deep for his soul power, intending to teleport them both to safety. But his limbs wouldn't respond. Panic flashed in his gaze as darkness rolled in like a tide, blurring his vision. When his sight cleared, he found himself standing in the bright, open air of the canyon mouth, still clutching empty space. He spun around, utterly bewildered. "Damn," he muttered, half in relief, half in shock. Cheng Xiao appeared beside him, the same easy grin on his face. "See? I told you not to worry." The two friends stood at the foot of the canyon, the shattered ruins swallowed behind them, and looked up at the sky, safe for now and focused on what came next. Before stepping through the swirling portal, Cheng Xiao arrayed his shadow soldiers in disciplined ranks. It was his first foray into a true dungeon, and he meant to be as prepared as possible, especially since his shadow exchange technique had proven invaluable in previous skirmishes. When the group finally emerged on the far, the surviving soul masters felt a mixture of relief and grief. Many limped away, clutching wounds. A few mourned fallen comrades who hadn't made it out. Yet for most, the simple fact of still being alive was cause enough for gratitude. While the weary soul masters paused to rest, tea, and tend to their injuries, the contingent from the Spirit Hall, led by Jiang Mo and Tianjun Douluo, quietly pulled back in an organized retreat. Before they withdrew completely, Zhu Douluo reached out to Cheng Xiao through their private voice link. "I've already explained your ties to the Spirit Hall to the two senior priests," Zhu Douluo assured him. "They'll take no further interest in your unique abilities now. Otherwise, they might have insisted on requisitioning your Shadow King power for the hall." Cheng Xiao nodded silently. He'd revealed the formidable scope of his Shadow King techniques in front of dozens of soul masters today, and he was relieved no one had tried to seize or challenge him for it. With the Spirit Hall's forces receding like a low tide and the rest of the expedition resting, Cheng Xiao allowed himself a moment's calm. The dungeon's trials had been brutal, but they'd survived, and he'd proven just how unpredictable and potent the Shadow King truly was. Fortunately, the spirit cultivation standards of the Douyi era weren't nearly as draconian as those in the Doer era. Had Cheng Xiao been a generation earlier, he might well have been condemned as a wicked soul master simply for extracting the lingering essence of a fallen beast. Just then, Master Ning Fengji approached with Ning Rongrong in tow. He offered Cheng Xiao a warm smile. "Cheng Xiao, your mastery of spirit shadow truly astonishes me. Thanks to you, today's danger is behind us." Cheng Xiao bowed modestly. "Master Ning flatters me. I merely did what needed doing. The true credit belongs to our combined efforts." Ning Fengji chuckled, shook his head in mock exasperation, and spent a few more moments exchanging polite words with Cheng Xiao before turning his attention toward She Chenghe. Now that the immediate threat had passed, they still had a journey ahead. Wuhan City awaited, and with it the next round of competitions. How many academies would remain unshaken? Ranju Academy, having witnessed Cheng Xiao's prowess firsthand, might reconsider its chances. Meanwhile, Shui Qinghe, whose upbringing had molded him into the very image of imperial discipline, moved swiftly to restore order. He directed the royal knights to bring the sound carriages of the fallen wagons forward, supervised the repair of tattered banners, and reassembled the formation with precise efficiency. Within moments, the convoy looked as disciplined as if it had never faced chaos at all. With the crisis resolved and their formation back in shape, the companions readied themselves for the path ahead, their resolve strengthened by the trials they had weathered. Wuhan City lay just beyond the horizon. After a short respite, during which only a few soul masters and several royal knights fell, the Tiando Empire's forces at last regained their strength. Once the wounded were tended and the battlefield cleared, the Empire's teams pressed on. But their purpose had shifted. Victory was now out of reach, so upon reaching Wuhan City they planned simply to withdraw. To guard against further ambushes, Shui Qinghe ordered 3,000 armored soldiers from the nearest garrison to escort the column and summoned fresh soul masters from the capital. Several days later, in the vaulted chamber of Wuhan Hall in Pope City, Pope Bibidong listened as Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo reported their findings. A cold light flickered in his eyes. "So that's why Qian Daoliu insisted on dispatching our Soulmaster team to the far north," he said quietly. "He must have uncovered something." "Your Majesty, please remain calm," the two Douluos replied in unison, bowing deeply. I'm not so easily provoked, Bibi Dong said coolly, tilting her head as she regarded the two elders. Elder Ju, Elder Ghost, you are both titled Douluo. Tell me, what is the true strength of those creatures from the other world? The Soul Hall must be ready for anything. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged cautious glances. Ju cleared his throat before replying. Your Highness, their power isn't uniform. The opponents Elder Ghost and I faced were each on the titled Douluo level. As for their king, it should be comparable to your Majesty's own strength. He hesitated, lowering his voice. Though the king we encountered appeared sealed by an even more powerful entity, so we could not measure its full capabilities. Meaning you have no precise assessment of its power, Bibi Dong concluded, flicking her hand dismissively. Very well, that will do. You're excused. With fewer teams in the tournament now, we must alert Nana and the others to increase their preparations. At once, Your Highness, the two elders intoned in unison, bowing deeply. In a silent swirl of spirit energy, they vanished from the hall. Bibi Dong watched their departure with narrowed eyes. When the echoes of their departure faded, she spoke softly to herself, her voice tinged with intrigue and apprehension. Creatures from another world? I suggest you tell the truth. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to eliminate you before you can even finish your plan. The worship hall stood at the heart of the Pope's complex, its soaring dome the single grandest structure in the entire Wuhun Hall. Stepping past the great doors, visitors found themselves in a vast chamber whose ceiling arched over 30 meters above the polished marble floor. This was more than a mere building. It embodied the pinnacle of power and prestige within the entire hall. For generations, the Wuhun Hall had flourished, its foundations deeper and firmer than any rival sect could hope to match. Within these walls served over 20 elders, formally recognized as titled Douluo, among the most formidable soul masters alive. Even they owed their elevated status to the worship hall. Every worshipper here was chosen from that very cadre of elders. Promotion to worshipper hinged on a straightforward benchmark. One's soul power had to break through the 95th level, reaching at least the 96th. Achieve that, and you transcended the ordinary ranks of the Spirit Hall. A worshipper answered only to the Pope himself, and more crucially to the Lord of the Worship Hall, the exalted great worshipper, Chan Daoliu. In the hierarchy of spirits and souls, no commands superseded theirs. 7 worshippers stood in silent reverence within the vast Spirit Hall, led by the great worshipper Chan Daoliu, celebrated among the faithful as the invincible sky. Not even a servant stirred. The air hung motionless, weighed down by solemn expectation. When Tianjin Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo crossed the threshold, a shiver darted along their spines, and their brows drew together instinctively. At the center of the chamber towered a colossal 6-winged angel, more than 10 meters tall and cast from pure gold. Its majestic presence seemed to fill every corner of the hall. Before it stood a solitary figure, his back to the entrance, gazing up at the glittering deity. He wore a flowing crimson worshipper's robe, his long golden hair draped casually over his shoulders. Even in stillness, he exuded an aura that demanded reverence. Great Priest, Tianjun Douluo began, dropping into a half-knelt bow. Jiangmo Douluo mirrored him at once. The task you assigned has been completed. At their announcement, the man by the statue slowly turned. The overwhelming, almost holy aura that had enshrouded him moments before abruptly dissolved. In its place stood a handsome man in the prime of life, no older than 30 or 40, whose calm, gentle demeanor radiated a soothing warmth throughout the hall. The brothers exchanged a glance, sensing that, despite his unassuming appearance, this great worshipper's power was far greater than mere mortals could fathom. The strangest thing was that even Tianjun Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo, each ranked 96th in soul power, could not detect a single fluctuation of soul energy from him. To them, the middle-aged man standing before them seemed no different from an ordinary mortal. Tell me, Chan Daoliu said, stepping forward, what did you feel? In the next instant, he was at their side, offering a hand to Jiangmo Douluo to help him to his feet. Tianjin Douluo nodded. Great Priest, these alien forces are far stronger than we anticipated. Their rank-and-file warriors already reached the Soul King level. Their elites rise to Soul Saints and even Soul Douluos, and they have several who hold the prestigious title of Titled Douluo. He took a breath. As for their king, the one we faced, he wasn't even at full strength. Something, or someone, must be holding him back. If not, Elder Qi and I would never have escaped alive. Tianjin Douluo's admission was candid. The overwhelming magical aura of the so-called Taizu king had nearly broken their defenses. Without the support of enough titled Douluos, the two brothers could never have survived. "Thank you for your hard work," Qian Daoliu rumbled, resting a broad palm on Tianjin Douluo's shoulder. His voice was low and measured. "By rights, the creature kings you faced should rank among the gods, and yet you cut through them as if they were no challenge at all. Either they were bound by some strange inhibition, or their true strength falls far short of what we feared." Tianjin Douluo's expression darkened. He remembered the Taizu king's warning about the Shadow King and leaned in, lowering his voice. "Great priest, during our operation, we encountered a young man named Cheng Xiao. The creature, kings themselves, call him the Shadow King. His martial spirit is suffused with a deathly aura so overwhelming it chilled me to the core. Do you think he could be behind this?" Zhangmo Douluo stepped forward, his tone equally grave. "There's more. Cheng Xiao isn't just any wandering fighter. He's a disciple of Yueguan Academy, and apparently has close ties to our young master. In fact, Sixth Brother and I had hardly left the fortress when one of the young master's personal guards stopped us to say that Cheng Xiao and the young master have a special relationship." "Xiao Shui?" Grand Worshipper Qian Daoliu's eyes widened in shock. "Are you saying Xiao Shui is connected to him?" "That's exactly what I mean," Zhangmo Douluo replied after a moment's thought. "I've never been married, so I may be missing something, but every sign, the serpent's spear, the bloodline, it all points back to her." Qian Daoliu waved a dismissive hand, yet the smile he'd worn moments before froze on his lips. It felt as if he were trying to herd a pig up a hill with a single cabbage, utterly nonsensical. After a long, tense silence, his shoulders finally relaxed. In a voice so calm it carried authority spell, he declared, "No one is to harm her, not a single soul. She may turn out to be our key," he added softly, the words echoing through the lofty worship hall. The air inside seemed to solidify, as if the ancient room itself drew in a breath. Tianjin Douluo and Zhangmo Douluo exchanged stunned glances. If the Grand Worshipper spoke with such solemn certainty, it only underscored Cheng Xiao's extraordinary importance. Several days later, the challengers from the Tiando Empire arrived at the gates of Wuhan City. Compared with the sprawling empire of Tiando, Wuhan City was modest in size, but its imposing defenses still took the Soul Master's breath away. Though its footprint was far smaller, the city was ringed by an 80-meter-high granite wall built in the style of an imperial capital. Over 30 meters thick, the ramparts gleamed in the late afternoon sun, every inch carved with grand reliefs of the 6 great martial souls, identical to those honored on the Pope's order in the Wuhun Hall. From his carriage, Cheng Xiao stared in awe at the massive fortification, now glowing a deep crimson under the setting sun. A sense of relief washed over him. Beside him, Dugubo let his breath out slowly, his voice calm and clear. "Wuhun City, we have arrived. Chapter 231, Half My Age, Twice My Madness." The carriage rattled through the dimly lit tunnel carved into Wuhun City's ancient wall. After what felt like an eternity, it emerged into brightness, and a vibrant tide of noise and motion washed over them. Merchants shouted their wares, lanterns swung overhead in rhythmic patterns, and the mingled scents of spiced street food and soul energy essences filled the air. Though the sidewalks weren't overcrowded, every stall and storefront was expertly arranged to catch a soul master's eye. Spirit steel blades glinted next to rows of infusion vials, storage pouches hung from wooden racks, and exotic powders shimmered under the lantern glow. A cardinal from Wuhun Hall greeted the newcomers at the carriage steps. She offered a courteous bow. "Welcome, students of the 7 Stars Academy," she said. Under her guidance, Cheng Xiao led his entourage through the hall's grand courtyard to the guest quarters, a string of luxuriously appointed rooms set aside for dignitaries. In light of the morning's surprises, Cheng Xiao and Dugu Bo were assigned adjoining rooms, with Prince Shui Qinghe occupying the chamber between them to ensure nothing unexpected occurred. The cardinal bowed again and delivered official word. The tournament finals would begin in exactly 3 days. Anticipation crackled in the night air like static. That evening, after a modest but satisfying dinner, Cheng Xiao returned to his room, eager to settle his breathing and begin practice. He crossed the threshold, arranged his meditation mat, and inhaled deeply. Just as tranquility began to weave through his thoughts, an abrupt, startling sound drifted in through the open window, shattering the silence and pulling him straight out of his calm. The window slid open, and Douluo stepped into the dim chamber. He glanced at Cheng Xiao, who was already loosening his training robes, and exhaled softly. "Cheng Xiao, I've just come back from gathering information. From the looks of it, most of the other sects are about to throw in the towel." Cheng Xiao's lips curved into a triumphant smile. "That's perfect. It's always the same faces competing against me. I'd be bored stiff if they actually stayed." Douluo laughed and gave him a friendly tap on the shoulder. "Well, your humble teacher deserves some credit this time. If I hadn't intervened, I'm sure Qianjun and Zhengmo would have dragged you straight back to Wuhun Hall." He paused, brushing a stray lock of hair from Cheng Xiao's forehead. "Now, focus on your practice. Yanzi and the others will be heading out to stock up on supplies shortly. I'll tail them to make sure nothing goes wrong." With that, Douluo's figure dissolved into the shadows as quietly as he'd appeared. Cheng Xiao chuckled and took a seat on the edge of his bed, crossing his legs for meditation. Just as he settled into his breathing exercises, a sudden thought snapped him to attention, the magic crystal he'd pulled from the Taizu King's body. He reached for the small pouch at his waist, almost surprised to feel its familiar weight. The crystal's pale glow seemed to pulse in anticipation, reminding him that he had nearly forgotten the most important piece of his discovery. Under the soft caress of the evening breeze, Cheng Xiao tilted his head, studying the magic crystal in his hand. In the dim lantern light, its inner facets shimmered like a captive star, casting a gentle glow across his determined features. "If I'm right," he murmured, "this crystal will accelerate my cultivation, just as the system's reward promised." A quiet thrill ran through him at the thought. Tonight was the finals of the all-continent high-level Soul Master Elite competition. To mark the occasion, the Spirit Hall had thrown open the Grand Plaza before the Pope's Hall and erected a colossal arena at its center. 100 meters across, the circular stage was ringed with reinforced soul-guiding pillars, each one humming with protective runes. According to Spirit Hall engineers, the enchantments could withstand any assault from Master's rank, Ed beneath Soul Emperor. Under the guidance of the Hall's Cardinal, contestants from every academy assembled outside the Pope's Hall's towering gates. Around the arena, each school claimed its own pavilion, a semi-permanent rest area where competitors could strategize, meditate, or simply catch their breath between rounds. Directly opposite the hall's ornate entrance sat the VIP tier, a raised dais draped in crimson banners reserved for the Spirit Hall hierarchy and their honored guests. As torches flared to life along the perimeter, signaling the start of the evening's events, Cheng Xiao closed his fingers around the crystal. The roar of the crowd swelled, and somewhere in the distance, the opening gong began to toll. For him and everyone gathered here, the moment of truth had finally arrived. 33 teams have made it to the finals. Each of the two empires and the Wuhun Confederation nominated one seed team for a total of 3 buys per round. The entire tournament unfolds over 5 rounds, with a single day of rest between each round, and a 3-day break before the climactic 5th round. Here's how it works. Round 1, the 3 seeded teams sit out. The remaining 30 squads face off in 15 head-to-head matches. Winners advance, losers are immediately eliminated. Round 2, in addition to the 3 seeds, the champion colleges from each empire's qualifying matches earn a bye. 16 teams compete for 8 spots. Defeated teams are out. Round 3. Those 2 Empire runners-up now receive buys, joining the previous seeds. 8 teams battle for 4 slots. Round 4. The pattern continues. Seeded teams rest while 4 victors from Round 3 vie for 2 places. Round 5. Final round. 7 teams are first knocked out in a knockout match, crowning an initial, strongest team. The 2 teams eliminated last then duel each other. The winner of that face-off challenges the first victorious team for the championship. As soon as the Seven Stars Academy contingent set foot on the tournament grounds, tents pitched, gear unloaded, they hadn't even caught their breath when an official stepped forward, bullhorn in hand, and called Douluo Bo's name for the lot drawing ceremony. Everyone was buzzing with anticipation for the upcoming competition, and none more so than the Shrek team. In a tournament like this, the luck of the draw could make all the difference. Drawing a weaker opponent in the first round would be a huge advantage. Soon enough, Master returned from the drawing. His normally composed face was clouded with concern, so much so that a hush fell over the assembled Shrek members. Clearing his throat, he announced, "I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" For a moment, nobody spoke. Ma Hongjun finally broke the silence with a nervous chuckle. "Master, please tell me we're not up against the Seven-Star Academy in round 1. If that's our draw, we might as well forfeit now and save ourselves the embarrassment of a total defeat." Master shot Ma Hongjun a sharp look. "Focus, Hongjun," he said. Then he addressed the group more calmly. "Tangsan is right. Let's start with the good news." Tangsan nodded. "Go ahead, Master." Master squared his shoulders and met each of their gazes. "The good news is this. Our first-round opponent will not be Seven-Star Academy." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Then Master continued, his voice growing more somber. "But the bad news is this. Blazing Fire Academy and Divine Wind Academy have officially merged into a single team, and they're the ones we'll face in the first round." Merged? The words hung in the air like a thunderclap. Every member of the Shrek team frowned, exchanging worried glances. A combined Blazing Fire Divine Wind squad would be a formidable challenge indeed. "Isn't it against the rules to swap competitors mid-tournament?" the Master asked, shaking his head in frustration. "They found a loophole," he explained. "Once a student's registration is lodged, there's no rule stopping them from temporarily transferring to another academy. Technically, they haven't broken the letter of the law, only its spirit." Daimubai's fists clenched. "How shameless! They pull a stunt like this, and of course they avoid drawing us, Seven-Star Academy." Tangsan folded his arms. "With our strength, we shouldn't have any trouble." The Master's eyes turned serious. "You've grown incredibly powerful, San. Except for Cheng Xiao, whose strength rivals a monster, no one in this tournament can match you. But remember, Shenfeng Academy has just merged with Blazing Academy. Don't underestimate them." Ma Hongjun let out an angry snort. "They'll get a rude awakening when they run into Cheng Xiao's blade. Maybe then they'll think twice before pulling these tricks." Their strengths weren't even in the same league. He had to admit it. "All of us are spirit masters," the Master said coolly. "So why tarnish your own reputation by inflating someone else's ego? If you're not strong enough, then train harder and beat him yourself." Xiao Wu simply rolled her eyes. Anyone who'd witnessed the power of Cheng Xiao's martial spirit would know better than to spout such nonsense. 7 students combined couldn't hope to match him, much less one. The sun shone brilliantly overhead, setting the world aglow. At its peak stood the Pope's palace, so magnificent from a distance that it might have been a fairy's home. 2 ranks of palace knights, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding broadswords, stretched in perfect formation from the palace gates down to the mountain's base. Their presence lent an air of solemn grandeur to all of Pope Mountain. The finalists stood in solemn silence across the great plaza, waiting for the Pope's arrival. Moments later, 12 cardinals emerged from the side entrance of the papal palace, 6 on each side, forming a stately guard of honor. "His Holiness the Pope approaches," a herald announced. "Long live the Pope! Long live, long live!" The cry rippled through Wuhan City like an earthquake followed by a tsunami. Knights, soul masters, and ordinary citizens alike raised their voices in reverent unity. After all, the Pope was the highest spiritual authority in their world. At last, the massive bronze doors of the palace swung open. A hush fell over the crowd as a middle-aged woman stepped forward. She carried herself with iron resolve and solemn dignity. Her golden robes trailed behind her, every inch sewn with red, blue, and gold gemstones that caught the sunlight and flared like a constellation come to earth. Upon her head sat a crown of purple gilded metal, matching the intricate scepter she held in one gauntleted hand. This was Bibi Dong, the venerable Pope of the Wuhun Palace. majestic, unyielding, and radiant in her regalia. The very air around her seemed charged with authority, and even the wind dared not disturb the moment as she made her way toward the awaiting finalists. His Holiness the Pope! At that declaration, every member of Wuhun Palace dropped to one knee. Cheng Xiao shot a scrutinizing glance at the powerful middle-aged woman before her, then refocused her attention elsewhere. Behind Bibi Dong stood 4 figures, 3 of them clad in the crimson robes of Title Douluo. To ordinary people, such attire might merely symbolize aristocracy, but among soul masters it represented the highest honor. Only those who had achieved Title Douluo status could wear it. Cheng Xiao immediately recognized them. Chen Xin, known as Sword, the 96th ranked Title Douluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and 2 of his junior instructors and dear friends, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguang and Ghost Douluo Guimei. In fact, only 3 kinds of individuals were ever allowed to pass beyond the main gates of the Pope's palace. The Pope himself, Title Douluo-level masters who could demonstrate their strength, and the elders of Spirit Hall. No one, neither the Platinum Bishop nor the 2 emperors, had the right to pass through that gate. And yet a 4th figure emerged alongside the 3 titled Douluo. Though he lacked their combat prowess, he strode out unimpeded. Such access meant he wore a second mantle, Spirit Hall Elder, in fact an honorary elder. It was Ning Fengji, head of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Dugu Bo shared that same privilege, of course, but he wisely refrained from joining the line. Instead, he planted himself quietly beside Cheng Xiao, a silent guardian ready to intervene should anything go awry. On the raised platform, everyone except Cheng Xiao, Dugu Bo, Tang San, their master, and a handful of other honored guests had knelt on one knee. Behind Bibi Dong, Zhu Douluo hesitated at Cheng Xiao and Tang San's stiff-backed refusal, her lips parted as if to reproach them, but Bibi Dong brushed the matter aside. Her attention drifted inexorably to the 2 young men, finally settling on Cheng Xiao. In his calm gaze, she sensed something both familiar and curious stirring within her heart. Bibi Dong's brow creased as she studied the boy before her. "How strange," she murmured to herself. "Master Yu Guoguan said his martial spirit was exceptional, yet I sense an aura of death about him." She concealed her surprise behind a polite smile. At that moment, a cardinal noticed several onlookers still standing. "Kneel before His Holiness the Pope," he bellowed indignantly. Bibi Dong raised a single hand. The cardinal fell silent at once, his face paling with awe. Turning her attention back to the young man, she regarded him calmly. "You're Cheng Xiao, aren't you?" Cheng Xiao bowed with neither overblown deference nor haughty pride. "Junior Cheng Xiao greets Your Holiness the Pope." She held his gaze for a long moment, her presence so imposing it felt as though the air itself had grown heavier. Then a knowing smile curved her lips. "You have a remarkable spirit, Cheng Xiao. Mark my words, one day you will stand unrivaled across this continent." Admiration shone in Bibi Dong's eyes as she nodded once, satisfied. Bibi Dong glanced at Cheng Xiao twice more, perhaps drawn by the girl's connection to Zhu Douluo Yueguan, or by a strange blend of familiarity and novelty. Finally she lowered her eyes, raised her golden scepter, and made a gentle sweeping motion. "Everyone rise." At her command, the worshippers who had been kneeling slowly stood. Bibi Dong's voice rang clear and confident. "I see in each of you the future of the Soul Master world. Here, before the Spirit Hall's palace, you will display your strength and talent. The champion of this contest will earn the Spirit Hall's highest reward." With that, she tapped the scepter lightly. In an instant, 3 brilliant lights unfolded before her and hovered in midair. They took the form of soul bones, one a right arm bone, one a skull, one a left leg bone, each aglow in a different hue, fiery red, pale blue, and deep green. Even from the foot of Pope's Mountain, the shimmering radiance of those precious soul bones was impossible to ignore. The entire Spirit City erupted in excitement. Who would have imagined that the grand prize of this competition would be not 1, but 3 soul bones? Clearly, they had to be of exceptional quality. Otherwise, the news would never have stirred even the seasoned masters of Spirit Hall into greed. In the world of soul bones, rank and position determine their power. The spine is the most coveted, followed by the skull, then arms and legs in descending order of value. Bones of the same rank may still differ based on their precise locus and inherent properties. These three spoils were: 1. The wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, from a soul beast over 50,000 years old. 2. The right arm of blazing burst, from a beast older than 10,000 years. 3. The left leg of wind chase, also from a soul beast exceeding 10,000 years. At that moment, Bibi Dong's sharp eyes locked onto Master beside Tang San. Suddenly, the golden scepter in her hand quivered. Her chest rose and fell with an uncharacteristic intensity, and her face betrayed a flicker of change. What had so unsettled the proud queen of Spirit City? "Shoga, Neng, you really have to stand on the opposite side of me." Bibi Dong ground her teeth, a low sneer tugging at her lips. A swirl of conflict in her chest made her vision blur for a moment. She'd never wanted to oppose her master, after all they'd been through, but now his presence felt like a slap to the face. Their eyes locked. He seemed to read anger and hurt in her gaze, yet he didn't step back. To him, preventing the triumph of spirit theory was as good as killing him. At that moment, Liu Erlong slipped up beside the master, looping an arm through his, and shooting Bibi Dong a deliberately provocative look. Heat flared in her cheeks, but she forced herself to remain calm. If it weren't for the strict rules of this competition, she would have let her fury loose, yet she refused to grant them that satisfaction. "Perfect," she whispered under her breath. "Just perfect." Central Square was the Spirit Hall's largest and most prestigious arena, sealed off from the public for most of the year. Only during the finals of the all-continental high-level Spirit Master Elite Tournament did its massive gates swing open, welcoming crowds from every corner of the realm. Though the central square stretched on for acres, today it was packed with people clad in dark robes. I paused to admire the soaring arches and marble columns of the Pope's palace when three unfamiliar figures caught my eye. Their gazes glowed with a sinister red light, like wolves on the verge of pouncing. Each wore a crisp white uniform, the purple, book-shaped badge on their chests bearing the inscription Martial Soul Hall Academy. Leading the trio was a man nearly 1.9 meters tall, his black hair cut short and spiked upward like steel needles. Two purple, full-moon markings curved beneath his eyes, lending him an eerie intensity. Flanking him were a man and a woman. The man's hair blazed a fiery red, tousled carelessly, and even his irises were a deep, unsettling crimson. He carried himself with unmistakable arrogance. The woman's hair was cropped close and golden, her features echoing those of the leader. At first glance, she seemed almost plain, but the closer I looked, the more I sensed an odd, magnetic charm about her. Dugubo's voice came softly in Cheng Xiao's ear. "These three are the Spirit Hall's golden generation." Cheng Xiao glanced over at the trio and noted that Dugubo was watching them with equal interest. "Tell me about them," he prompted. "The black-haired youth in front is Xie Yu," Dugubo explained. "His spirit is the Moonblade, and he's already reached Weapon Spirit Master, well above level 50. Behind him stands Yan, whose red hair reflects his spirit, Flame Lord, a dual-attribute power of fire and earth." Cheng Xiao raised an eyebrow. "And the girl? That's Huliena, Shiyu's sister and a Soul King. Her spirit is the fox. Rumor has it the siblings can even fuse their spirits into a single devastating form." Dugubo smirked. "But don't let the title intimidate you. The Spirit Hall's golden generation are merely potent spirit masters. I'm curious to see how you handle them. Why not finish them outright and skip the contest? It's more efficient." Cheng Xiao leaned back, a slow smile playing on his lips. "Let's enjoy the show a little longer." They faced each other on the windswept plateau, the afternoon sun casting long shadows at their feet. Kaito's dark eyes never wavered as he spoke with measured calm. "In the end, nothing changes. The result is always the same." A low, amused laugh drifted from Ayumi's lips. She brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear and tilted her head. "You're awfully confident. If I'd possessed even half your strength in my youth, I'd have strutted around with 10 times your arrogance." Kaito allowed the corner of his mouth to lift in a faint smile. "That's what makes you unique. Someone as powerful as you, who never lets pride go to her head. It's a rare quality." Ayumi's smile softened into thoughtful silence as a gentle breeze stirred dust at their boots. Beyond them, the vast sky stretched empty and still. End of chapter. Chapter 232, Win or Lose, were all members of Spirit Hall. Boom! The toll of an ancient bell thundered through the bustling arena. Bibi Dong, her her golden scepter gleaming in hand, slowly swept her gaze over the assembled crowd. At last, she fixed her eyes on the young man speaking with Douluo Bo beneath the high platform. A cool smile curved her lips as she raised her voice. The match begins now. All colleges, please proceed to your preparation zones. At her command, the figures around her shimmered and sprang into motion, tracing smooth arcs through the air before landing at their assigned spots on the arena floor. Tang San, a mischievous glint in his eyes, summoned a strand of blue-silver grass that snaked upward and wrapped itself around a nearby pavilion. With a swift backward swing, he leapt off the high platform and bounded toward his area, moving like an agile monkey. Tang San's acrobatic departure drew many impressed stares. By contrast, Cheng Xiao remained almost invisible. He had quietly slipped in with the 7-Star Academy delegation and followed them into the stadium, keeping a low profile that made him all but unnoticed by the crowd. All around them, the air buzzed with anticipation. No matter who emerged victorious, they were bound together, members of the mighty Spirit Hall. The master's eyes flicked up to the towering platform of the Pope's Hall, where the Spirit Hall's so-called Golden Generation stood, arrayed in all their glory. A slow smile spread across his face as he murmured, "So this is the challenge you've set for me, Bibi Dong." At that moment, the referee's whistle cut through the murmurs of the crowd. "Begin," he called, and the first match of the All-Continent Advanced Soulmaster Elite competition was underway. In the preparation area, students sprang into action. With swift, fluid movements, they took their positions, hands sweeping toward the ground as dazzling soul rings spiraled up around their ankles. Each competitor closed their eyes for a heartbeat, centering their spirit energy, then opened them again, eyes blazing, bodies poised for combat. A tense hush fell over the stadium, broken only by the crackle of unleashed spirit power. Flames of determination roared to life in the arena, and in the stands, spectators leaned forward, voices hushed but electric with anticipation. At last, the moment everyone had waited for had arrived. The morning's cool air lent a refreshing crispness to the proceedings, but by midday the sun hung high and merciless in the sky, turning that freshness into a subtle, creeping heat. Yet the competitors never faltered. One bout ended, another began, round after round, each more fierce than the last. The pace never slowed as the competition surged through the day, the roar of spirit energy echoing long after each match concluded. By the time the shadows lengthened, it was clear this would be a contest remembered for generations. Though it wasn't yet the height of summer, the air above the arena floor shimmered with heat. From her seat in the stands, Cheng Xiao felt sweat bead on her forehead as she stared at the spirit fight stage before the Pope's palace. On one side stood the students of Shrek Academy. On the other, those of Fengwo Academy. Tang San and Dai Mubai led the Shrek contingent, their gazes locked on the familiar faces opposite them, each wearing an expression of grave determination. Facing them, Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuang, Fengwo's core trio, returned the stare with equal intensity. A moment's silence stretched between the two teams before Ma Hongjin, brimming with indignation, broke it. "You Fengwo students and your so-called allies, what pathetic trash, resorting to underhanded tricks to snatch a win. Absolutely shameless." Huo Wu's lips curled in a contemptuous smile. "Underhanded? We'll use any advantage to win. You Shrek lot, on the other hand, can't call yourselves honorable. Beyond those half-decent soul masters you've got, the rest of you are worthless." He swept a disdainful glance across the Shrek team. Away those few stars of yours. What exactly would you be then?" Then again, Huo Wu's voice rang out across the tense arena. "You said we should unite. So tell me, has Shrek Academy really merged with the Blue Tyrant Academy, or was that just talk?" Her words cut through the charged air like a blade. Tang San's lips tightened into a hard line, but he said nothing. His dark eyes burned with barely contained rage. Around them, the scent of gunpowder lay heavy, as if the slightest spark might set the whole stadium alight. A hush fell just before the match. Then the referee strode forward, clipboard in hand. He surveyed both teams coolly and announced, "Competitors, salute. Non-participants, exit the stage." At his command, students from Shrek Academy and Fengwo Academy stepped forward and bowed stiffly to one another, respect forced and grudging. The onlookers pressed close, but only the 7 chosen fighters remained on the battlefield when the extras melted away. Moments later, Feng Xiaoqian slipped quietly in front of Huo Wu, his broad back shielding her from view. In that instant, Huo Wu's body blazed to life with crimson-orange fire that coiled around her like living armor, flames that merged with the warrior's steely silhouette behind her. With Feng Xiaoqian at their vanguard, the rest of the team followed suit. One by one, they unleashed their martial spirits, each spirit crackling into existence, ready to transform the arena into a crucible of power. The showdown had truly begun. At that very moment, Shrek's team did something completely unexpected. The instant the referee's signal rang out, Tang San and the others broke from their usual formation and fell back in swift succession, coalescing into a single-file dragon line. Pope Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji of the 7 treasure-glazed pagoda, and the other titled Douluo seated before Pope's Hall exchanged puzzled glances. What tactic was Shrek unleashing now? Huo Wu, what are they doing? Feng Xiaoqian, take off! Huo Wu's brow tightened as she struggled to make sense of the maneuver. No sooner had she spoken than the 7 disciples of Fenghuo Academy shifted yet again. From behind Feng Xiaoqian burst a pair of enormous azure wings, unfurling like sails. At the same time, swirling blue light condensed into the fierce shape of the swift wind spirit's 2-headed wolf. In the dazzling illumination, his wings beat gently, catching an updraft, and with a graceful push he soared into the sky. Feng Xiaotan rocketed straight into the air. The moment he cleared the treetops, his 2nd and 3rd soul rings flared simultaneously. 2nd soul skill, Twin Wolf Possession. 3rd soul skill, Swift Wind Wings. Under the combined effect of these 2 techniques, his combat power surged to astonishing heights. From behind Huo Wu, 2 auxiliary soul masters flung countless crimson motes of soul light toward him, each speck streaking through the air like a burning ember. In an instant, those fiery motes converged and transformed into a brilliant pillar of white flame in Huo Wu's outstretched hands. All 4 of her soul rings ignited at once, and her face turned grave. A 2-person wind and fire fusion technique? Shrek, 7 into 1. Tang San's challenge rang out. At his command, the 6 other members of Team Shrek locked eyes and condensed their soul force into a single flowing current. One by one, their soul rings shone like distant stars as each warrior funneled his power to the next in line, passing it forward in an unbroken chain. When that tidal wave of energy reached Dai Mubai at the front, he let out a roar and slapped Tang San hard on the back, driving the surging soul force into its final recipient. Tang San's body shook violently, and a staggering pressure burst forth from him. Waves of fierce soul power rippled across the arena, leaving every spectator breathless. 7-in-1 fusion technique? Dugubo leaned forward, astonished. Shrek's got this hidden up his sleeve? He really knows how to keep surprises under wraps. Cheng Xiao, seated beside him, smiled knowingly. He's definitely kept it buried deep. They'll have a hard time concealing something like this through to the finals. Across the plaza in front of the Spirit Hall, Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened. Suddenly, he sprang into motion, diving from the heavens like a meteor in pursuit of the moon. His massive form, wings unfurled, descended in complete silence, the muted green glow of his aura carefully restrained. Now, his body and wings moved in flawless unison. Gale Demon Wolf, 36 killing strikes, he thundered. This fierce assault was a soul skill of his own invention. Had Feng Xiaoqian not spent countless hours refining his unique technique, even his prodigious talent might never have landed him among the Spirit Hall's illustrious golden generation. Just as Feng Xiaoqian tumbled from the heavens, a blinding shaft of white light blasted forth from Huo Wu's outstretched palm and struck him mid-descent. In an instant, Feng Xiaoqian's entire form was enveloped in that brilliant radiance. Infused with the light's power, his body seemed to hum with latent energy. Rippling arcs of force pulsed outward, heating the air itself until it shimmered in the fierce glow. The alliance of Divine Wind Academy's Gale and Blazing Fire Academy's Flame had never looked more fearsome. The wind fanned the fire, and the fire rode upon the wind. Together, the 7 cultivators focused their might into a single, devastating blast. Its sheer destructive potential was enough to unmake mountains. Caught off guard by Feng Xiaoqian's sudden metamorphosis, Tang San, standing at the vanguard of their formation, split his surprise in a heartbeat. His left hand shot upward as he bellowed, "Hao Qin Hammer, manifest!" In response, a swirl of inky black aura erupted from his palm. The legendary clear sky hammer materialized, hovering solidly above his outstretched fingers. Tang San steadied himself, and with another surge of dark energy, the weapon pulsed like a living thing in his grasp, ready to challenge the searing white inferno that was Feng Xiaoqian. Tang San's head snapped upward, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly purple-gold light. This wasn't an assault on the mind so much as a sudden clarity. Every detail around him sharpened, time itself seeming to crawl. Under the power of his purple demonic eyes, streams of data and movement patterns flowed into his brain with perfect precision. Without hesitation, he raised his left hand and issued the command under his breath. Heaven's Hammer Technique, Random Shroud. A swirl of black lightning leapt along the haft of the clear sky hammer, yet the weapon remained perfectly still, as if rooted in place. Then, with a deafening roar, a bolt of thunder ripped through the sky, striking the hammer. In an instant, its head ballooned in size until it matched the bulk of a small water tank. From the stands, Dugubo stared in disbelief. He's really using the clear sky hammer? So this is their strategy, one colossal blow to end the match in an instant. Cheng Xiao gave the arena floor a cool, appraising glance. One strike from that, and it's all over. On the vast square, Tang San closed his eyes, breathing smoothly. With one effortless motion, he hefted the now giant clear sky hammer in his hand, ready to unleash its full power. A blaze of dark golden light suddenly erupted from the hammer, as if untold power had been unleashed all at once. Tang San himself seemed to vanish, his body merging seamlessly with the clear sky hammer's form. To any observer, he appeared less a man and more the living embodiment of the weapon itself. Watching from the sidelines, Bibi Dong's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, though it was the faintest flash of uncertainty that showed beneath her usual cold cruelty. Her lips curled into a snarl. She recognized this scene all too well, and it filled her with murderous intent. How? Ghost Douluo appeared behind Bibi Dong, equally stunned. They're only in their 40s, maybe 50s in cultivation level, yet here they are, unleashing their weapon on Soul's true form. How is that even possible? Behind them, Kun Tianwang took a deep breath and began to explain, though his voice was quiet enough that only the closest could hear. Typically, a beast-type spirit master must reach level 70 to unlock their 7th soul ring, and with it, their 7th soul skill, which manifests the martial soul's true body. At that point, the beast spirit incarnates fully, granting a sudden, massive surge of power. Their strength doesn't just increase, it multiplies geometrically. He paused, glancing at Tang San's blazing hammer. Weapon soul masters follow a similar rule. Their 7th soul skill is the true form of the weapon spirit. They so fully merge with their weapon that their very soul becomes the weapon's soul. That's when their spirit weapon reaches its absolute zenith of power. Bibi Dong's face paled as she realized what was happening. A level 40 spirit master should never possess such a transformation, and yet, here stood Tang San, hammer blazing, every fiber of his being fused with the clear sky hammer. The battlefield fell silent as everyone braced for the next move. Before reaching soul power level 10, weapon soul masters are universally considered weaker than their beast soul counterparts. But the moment they push past level 70, their latent potential awakens, and they can even outshine the fiercest beast soul masters by manifesting the true form of their weapon soul. No one expected such a moment to arrive in the finals of the continent-wide Elite Soul Master Championship. Yet there it was, a genuine weapon soul, the legendary Clear Sky Hammer, the very first soul ring ever recorded, materializing on the arena floor. And it belonged to Tang San. Even Tang San hadn't foreseen this. Only when his soul power swelled beyond level 70, and he hefted the Clear Sky Hammer in his hands, did the weapon's true form erupt almost instinctively. In an instant, Tang San's presence grew infinitely more formidable. On the other side of the arena, Feng Xiaoqian unleashed his signature Wind Demon Wolf 36 cuts. The gale force strikes and Tang San's Chaos Hammer technique met in a thunderous clash. For a heartbeat, they were perfectly matched. If anything, Feng Xiaoqian held a razor's edge in the duel. But then Tang San invoked his 10 hammers. With each blow, the clear sky hammer traced brilliant arcs of pure soul energy, smashing into Feng Xiaoqian's defenses like a meteor storm. Under that relentless barrage, the wind demon wolf's cuts lost their lethal precision. Already reeling, Feng Xiaoqian found himself overpowered, battered back, and finally forced to concede defeat. Tang San's hammer flew again and again, striking Feng Xiaoqian like a slab of cast iron and driving him unerringly toward retreat. In those 10 decisive strikes, the supremacy of the weapon Soul Master, when fully awakened, became undeniable. And in that final instant, the clear sky hammer blazed its name into Soul Master history. At that moment, the wings sprouting from Feng Xiaoqian's arms went dead as the shockwave tore through them. Hammer Shadow, Tang San's spirit ability, ripped the air apart, sending Huo Wu and the other 2 auxiliary Soul Masters careening off like tumbling gourds. They didn't even have time to muster a defense, much less unleash a soul skill. In the roar of that explosion, nearly all 6 of Fengguo Academy's disciples, everyone except Feng Xiaoqian, were hurled 100 meters away. Still locked in his 36-fold wind demon wolf slash, Feng Xiaoqian fought to break free of the momentum, but Tang San's clear sky hammer held him fast. It pulsed with a magnetic force that bound him in place. "Ah!" he screamed, emerald energy surging wildly across his body. With a thunderous crack, the hammer smashed through the mechanical wings on his back, reducing them to shattered fragments. Before he could recover, the hammer's relentless weight drove on, and then slammed into his chest with enough force to knock the breath from his lungs. "Ah!" Feng Xiaoqian let out, a strangled cry as his chest caved in. His body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing off the edge of the dual platform in a heavy heap. With his defeat, Fengguo Academy's hopes were dashed in a single, devastating blow. On the platform, Tang San still gripped the clear sky hammer, now trembling in both hands. His eyes glinted a fierce, blood red. Though he had utterly crushed his opponent, he found himself unable to restrain the surge of power within him. An overwhelming tide of killing intent swelled in his chest, urging him to finish the job. Just as Tang San lifted the hammer for the killing blow, a calm, resonant voice cut through his fury. "Stop, Xiao San. Withdraw your strength and reclaim your soul." It was his father, Tang Hao. The words carried a strange, irresistible pull. Tang San could feel the dark golden aura around the hammer begin to ebb, as if drawn back into its owner. The energy coursing through the weapon melted away, siphoning into Tang San's body. In a heartbeat, the massive dark gold warhammer shrank, its form shrinking back to the familiar little black hammer. Pain and confusion washed over him. Tang San's expression flickered from fierce surprise to aching distress as the last of the corrupted power slipped away, and his father's voice faded into the triumphant cheers below. Tang San felt as if his soul had been wrenched out and then slammed back into his body. Every fiber of him ached under the weight of it. He panted heavily. Calling forth the weapon soul's true form had cost him not just soul power and physical strength, but a fragment of his very soul. Only by fusing his essence with the weapon soul could he manifest its full power. "Disperse!" Tang San croaked, forcing the word past his choked breathing. At once, the 6 other members of Shrek Academy let their energies fall away. The radiant golden halo around them shimmered for a heartbeat before vanishing entirely. All 7 fighters released a collective sigh of relief. What had looked like a simple sparring session had drained them completely. Tang San's knees buckled, and he began to tremble. If Daimubai hadn't been at his side to brace him, he would have collapsed outright. The strain of deploying the artifact soul avatar had nearly emptied his reserves. The match ended far sooner than anyone expected, and many lay motionless in Shrek Academy's rest area, too spent even to stir. After Tang San felled Feng Xiaoqian with a single strike, the master stood for a moment in stunned silence. Then his heart soared. He had never imagined that the 7-in-1 fusion technique borrowed from Konghui Academy could actually empower Tang San to manifest Haoqian's incarnation. With such overwhelming might on their side, Shrek Academy would no longer need to tremble at the name of 7-Star Academy. After all, how could Cheng Xiao's weapon spirit, its true form reserved only for level 70 spirit masters, possibly contend with that? A triumphant smile spread across the master's face as he turned to Flanders. "Do you see now?" he asked. "With the 7-in-1 fusion technique, we really have a shot at the championship." Flanders chuckled and clapped him on the shoulder. "Take it easy, Brother Xiaogang. It's far too early to celebrate," he teased. "But let me congratulate you in advance. Not only have you found an exceptional disciple, you've also proved the martial arts theory you've worked on all these years." The master waved his hand in modest dismissal. "You're too kind. Any victory for Shrek Academy will belong to those young spirit masters themselves. I've only shown them the way." Yu Xiaogang allowed himself a private daydream. Shrek Academy toppling 7-Star Academy to claim the championship, and his very own disciple, Tang San, hailed across the continent for mastering the Clear Sky Hammer. By then, everyone would know his name, Yu Xiaogang, the man who proved martial soul theory once and for all. He pictured the headlines lauding his contributions, the world at his feet. He was no fool. He was a true master of martial theory. "Xiaogang, you're too modest," Flanders said with a warm smile. He, too, hoped Shrek would win the title. "Shrek Academy owes a great deal to you. Without your teachings on martial soul theory, they simply wouldn't have achieved what they have today." Flanders paused, his gaze brightening. "Yes, Xiao San is a dual martial soul prodigy. Everyone knows that. But you and I both know his blue-silver grass soul was considered worthless. Only your guidance elevated him to his current level. Don't sell yourself short." Yu Xiaogang fell silent. He couldn't deny it. Without his insights into soul cultivation, Tang San might never have made such strides. A flush of pride warmed him, even as a question gnawed at his mind. "By the way, Flanders," he said at last, "it's been over 20 years since I was expelled from the sect, hasn't it?" He waited, half expecting that simple acknowledgement to bring him back to the harsh reality he'd long tried to forget. "From this day forward, I, Yu Xiaogang, will stand tall and unbowed. To anyone who's ever looked down on me or laughed at me, I am not worthless. I never was, I am not now, and I never will be." Flender, sensing the depth of his master's pain and pride, nodded wordlessly. At that moment, Tang San, leaning on Daimubai for support, stepped up to join them. The fierce fight they'd just endured had shattered Tang San's confidence once, but now it blazed back stronger than ever. "Master," Tang San said with steady resolve, "thank you for teaching us the 7-in-1 fusion technique. With this skill, we have a real chance of defeating 7-Star Academy. If we overcome them, the road to the championship will be wide open." Before the tournament began, Master had quietly entrusted all of Shrek's members with the secret steps of the 7-in-1 fusion. Under Tang San's direction, they had been practicing the intricate formation non-stop, every movement calculated to bring down their opponents as swiftly as possible. Now, with renewed courage and a powerful new technique at their command, Shrek Academy was ready to prove that they were far more than a motley band of underdogs. They were champions in the making. Master had always believed, in theory, that merging 6 other soul powers into a single vessel would only grant a temporary surge in strength. He never expected, however, that Tang San's 10-into-1 fusion would actually accelerate the condensation of Hao Qian's true hammer weapon soul. Yet Master felt no exhilaration. Instead, he hesitated to share the darker side of the fusion technique with Tang San. At his current level, Tang San simply didn't have enough soul power to sustain such a drastic blending. If he unleashed the weapon soul avatar again in the next match, the backlash could shred his soul, ranging from crippling memory loss to, in the worst-case scenario, reduced mental capacity. But without that avatar's might, Shrek's school would have almost no shot at the championship. Master found himself torn. He longed to prove his martial theory correct, yet he couldn't ignore the potential costs to his disciple's future. Master Cheng sat in silent anguish, troubled by an impossible choice. If he favored one disciple, the other would feel abandoned, and both students desperately sought his approval. Tang San sensed his teacher's inner turmoil. Though puzzled, he spoke up gently. "Sir," he began, "don't let everyone else's gossip bother you. To me, you're the greatest martial theory master in the world. You're my #1 teacher." At those words, Master Cheng's features softened. He let out a low sigh, then reached out to ruffle Tang San's hair as he so often did. "Xiao San," he said, voice rich and steady, I've long since grown used to being misunderstood. Right now, what matters most is you. Go home and rest. The Shrek Seven Devils' hopes of winning the championship rest squarely on your shoulders." Tang San nodded with a bright smile, his heart warmed by his master's unwavering faith. He hadn't expected Master Cheng to be thinking of him even now, yet that faith gave him a renewed sense of purpose. Tang San's eyes flashed with resolve. Without drawing attention, he vowed to claim the championship of this tournament and repay his master's teachings with victory. A few hours later, in the grand meeting hall of the Papal Palace, Pope Bibi Dong presided from the dais, flanked by Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Before them stood the 7 champions chosen from Wu Hundian Academy to compete in the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Tournament. At the head of the group were Hu Liena, Xie Yu, and Yan. "You all saw the last match," Pope Bibi Dong began, her voice even and composed. Tang San unleashed his 7-in-1 fusion technique and revealed the true form of his weapon soul. She paused, letting the weight of her words settle. "Rest assured, though should he dare to use it again in the next round, he won't simply defeat you. He'll utterly break you, leaving nothing but a hollow husk." She shifted her gaze over the assembled team. "And a word of caution about Cheng Xiao from 7-Star Academy. He is, in fact, Elder Ju's own disciple. If you face him, be on your guard. His strength exceeds anything you might expect." "Teacher," Hu Lina spoke up, stepping forward confidently, "all 3 of us have already reached Soul King level. My brother and I can even execute martial soul fusion, elevating our combat power to the Soul Emperor tier. Even if Cheng Xiao is Elder Ju's student, he, Hu Lina, one of the fabled golden generation of Wuhan Palace and a direct disciple of Bibi Dong, bowed her head respectfully, though the edge in her voice betrayed her displeasure. Bibi Dong merely smiled and offered a gentle reminder. "Nana, have you forgotten my first lesson? A lion must strike at a rabbit with the same ferocity it would a tiger. To underestimate any opponent is the greatest sin in warfare." "Yes, master," Hu Lina answered with genuine respect, falling into silence. From behind them, the ethereal Douluo Yuguan hesitated before speaking in her soft melodic voice. "Your Holiness, may I speak to my own disciple?" "Not necessary." Bibi Dong's eyes glinted coldly as she waved her hand. Even without the formal tutelage or practice at Wuhun Hall these past years, Cheng Xiao has advanced at an astonishing rate, so much so that even I find it surprising. She looked back at Hu Lina and the others. "You've all endured years of arduous training. Now you have the chance to face an adversary who matches you in strength. That is precisely the opportunity you need. Besides, whoever claims the championship," His Holiness the Pope continued evenly, "doesn't all the credit ultimately belong to our spirit hall?" At his words, Douluo Yuguan's eyes flickered with surprise. He bowed his head, voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, Your Holiness." Chapter 233, King of Cold vs. Qiandaoliu. All night long, the arena lay silent, no chatter, no excitement, just the low hum of anticipation. At dawn, however, the competition roared back to life exactly on schedule. 7-Star College's secret weapon, Cheng Xiao, cast such a formidable shadow that most challenger teams bowed out the moment they saw the 7-Star banner. Their matches lasted only seconds, formalities really, before they yielded defeat. By the second round, any squad unlucky enough to draw 7-Star Academy simply forfeited in advance. The only exception was the delegation from Star Luo Royal Academy. Yet even they posed no real threat. Instead of deploying Cheng Xiao, 7-Star relied on Du Guian alone, and he dispatched their champions with casual ease. Before long, the preliminary phases were complete, and the top 10 of the Continental Senior Soulmaster Elite competition was announced. As expected, both 7-Star Academy and Shrek Academy secured their spots. But when the final bracket was revealed, the air shifted. Shrek Academy's run of good fortune had abruptly hit a wall. Now their path forward looked far more treacherous. Meanwhile, whispers spread through the hall. The next pairing would be a showdown between the infamous King of Cold, Qiandaoliu, and an as-yet unnamed challenger. A hush fell over the audience. No one was certain whether to cheer or to brace for the coming clash, because everyone knew that once the King of Cold took the stage, nothing would ever be the same. Their next opponent was the Star Luo Empire's own seed team, the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. Yet even more surprising to the crowd was another fixture on the slate, Wuhundian Advanced Soulmaster Academy versus Tiando Royal Academy. That high-profile matchup only served to underscore how evenly matched this year's finals had become. On the sidelines, all 10 of the tournament's top players were already gathered, each absorbed in final preparations and warm-up rituals. Dai Mubai, usually brimming with confidence, stood apart from the others, his shoulders slumped and his expression uncharacteristically gloomy. "Boss Dai, what's wrong with you?" Ma Hongjun asked as he approached, concern etched on his face. Ever since the draw was announced, Dai Mubai had been uncharacteristically subdued. Juju King shot a quick look at her teammate, her eyes flicking between his downcast face and the arena beyond. Then, to everyone's surprise, she rose from her seat and performed a deep bow toward the rest of the team. "Ju King, what are you doing?" Flanders demanded, frowning at her sudden formality. "We have to win this match," Juju King said quietly but firmly, rising from her bow. "For Dai Mubai and for me, this is our last chance." Oscar, who had been stretching nearby, paused and cocked his head. "Ju King, what's going on?" he asked, curiosity edging into his tone. Ju Qing met his gaze steadily. "I'll explain in a moment," she replied. "Right now, I need everyone's focus. We start in 5 minutes." With that, she stepped back, her posture straight and determined, ready to face whatever this final round would bring. "Is there anyone here at Douluo Royal Academy you consider your enemy?" someone asked Juju King. Juju King shook her head, then carefully recounted her story. She revealed her own clan background, Dai Mubai's true status in his family, the bitter feud that drove her from home, and everything that had happened since Dai Mubai's daring escape. Though she never spoke ill of Dai Mubai outright, her account subtly painted him in a harsher light. Oscar, who already knew fragments of the truth, scowled more than ever. He kept silent, but his disdain was palpable. Dai Mubai, sitting beside her, couldn't hold back any longer. He looked up, disbelief written across his face. "All of that sounds fine," he said slowly, "but what are we supposed to fight for exactly? My eldest brother is 6 years older than me. He's the unquestioned heir. I'm nothing more than a backup. How am I supposed to fight for a position that's never been mine?" He slammed his palm on the table, rattling the teacups. "You call me a degenerate, and I won't deny I've made my share of mistakes. But what else could I have done?" A tense silence fell over the group as Juju King met his gaze, regret and resolve in her eyes. The unspoken question hung in the air. With rivals on all sides and destiny seemingly decided for them, what chance did they really have to fight for their own fates? "Can we really fix this by training harder every single day? Do you think it's possible?" Dai Mubai's words thundered through the hall. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and his eyes glowed a fierce blood red. The very air seemed to constrict around them, every breath growing heavier. Aside from Flanders, no one at Shrek Academy had any inkling of the immense power backing both Dai Mubai and Juzu King. In that charged moment, Tong San stepped forward. He placed his right hand firmly on Dai Mubai's shoulder, meeting those blazing eyes with steady calm. "We will win," he said, his voice unwavering. "We will win," came the thunderous reply, as every member of Shrek Academy raised a fist in solidarity. From his seat, Flanders allowed himself a satisfied smile. This was exactly the spirit he had always admired in his students, unshakable hope, even in the face of impossible odds. Soon, the long-awaited match began, Shrek Academy versus Douluo Royal Academy. Under Tang San's leadership, the Shrek team filed onto the arena floor in perfect formation, their faces set with determination. In the stands, Cheng Xiao leaned forward, her eyes fixed on the team she believed in. Yu Tianheng leaned in beside Cheng Xiao and studied the two teams arrayed below. "Based on the tournament data, Douluo Royal Academy clearly has the stronger lineup," he said. "Their soul power ratings are substantially higher than Shrek Academy's. Don't you agree?" Cheng Xiao smiled. "On paper, Douluo does have the advantage, but until the match actually begins, anything can happen." "True enough." Yu Tianheng tapped his chin thoughtfully. "I've also heard that Davis from Douluo and Dai Mubai from Shrek are brothers." Cheng Xiao's eyes sparked with interest. Sibling rivalry in the arena, now that will be a spectacle. At the referee's signal, the combatants sprang onto the soul-fighting stage. Davis and Zhu Juyun immediately fixed their sights on Dai Mubai and Zhu King. Each team knew that only by eliminating their opponents could they claim the title of sole heir to the Star Luo Empire's royal legacy. Defeat in this contest meant utter ruin. The loser would be trampled beneath the victor's heel for the rest of his days, his cultivation destroyed, his spirit sealed, never to recover. This was no ordinary tournament. It was a merciless battle between the royal houses of the Star Luo Empire. Right from the opening round, the Xingluo family asserted absolute supremacy. Stripped of the fairy grass that once bolstered their power in the original timeline, Shrek Academy didn't even qualify as a Soul Sect team, and they paid the price when David C's relentless assault fell upon them. Though Tang San had awakened a fourth spirit ring, a 10,000-year ring, it counted for little. His blue-silver grass martial spirit was underestimated by their rivals, and Shrek's fighters found themselves outmatched, unable to mount any meaningful defense. Just when it seemed the tide was irrevocably against them, Xiao Wu unleashed her golden ruling body, shattering the standoff and granting the team a crucial reprieve. Seizing the moment, Dai Mubai reached for Zhu King, intent on executing the soul fusion technique. But with two hearts driven by such different ambitions, could their wills truly align? Davis and Zhu Juyun seized the perfect moment. Calling upon their martial soul fusion technique, they formed the fearsome Netherworld White Tiger. A column of violet light sprang to life, barreling straight for Dai Mubai and Zhu King. At the same time, the Star Luo Empire's Royal Auxiliary Soul Master lent his power, layering multiple amplification skills onto the White Tiger's assault in hopes of ending the fight in a single, crushing blow. Dai Mubai snarled in defiance. He unleashed his soul power at full throttle, bathing himself in a blinding white aura as he squared off against the onrushing spirit beast. Boom! The Netherworld White Tiger struck with unrelenting force. Dai Mubai was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the earth. Before the enemy could press their advantage, Ma Hongjun finally leapt into action. Both of his soul rings flared to life, and a torrent of searing flame blasted from his mouth, streaking toward the Netherworld White Tiger. Clearly, Ma Hongjun was no longer a mere Soul Sect disciple, and his power was about to tip the scales. Attacking a soul fusion technique honed by two soul halls was practically suicide for any 30-something soul master, and Davis proved that the hard way. Before long, he was bloodied and bruised, nose broken, face swollen, then unceremoniously slammed to the ground beside his own boss, Dai. Tang San clenched his fists in fury, but even his blue-silver grass couldn't touch Davis's Netherworld White Tiger. On Team Shrek's side, there were 5 fighters: Oscar, who was essentially non-combatant, and then Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu King, and Jingling. The 2 agility-type spirit masters couldn't crack the tiger's defenses, and although Xiao Wu was a heavy hitter, she would have needed 2 more Star Luo Academy spirit masters just to pin the beast down, and even then it might slip away. Worse, Tang San discovered that his famed control ability, his blue-silver grass, was powerless. The Netherworld White Tiger tore his illusions apart as if they were paper. With every conventional tactic failing, Tang San felt the fight slipping from his grasp. He had no choice but to unleash his last resort, the 8 spider spears. It was now or never. With the 8 spider spears in hand, each tip oozing lethal venom, Tang San stepped onto the soul fighting stage with absolute confidence. He knew that this match would be decided by those poisoned spears. Once they struck true, the Star Luo Royal Academy team would have no answer. No sooner had the spears appeared than the arena descended into chaos. Spectators recoiled, opponents staggered, and fate itself seemed to twist around Tang San's every flick and thrust. Yu Tianheng frowned as he watched the unfolding battle. Did Tang San really unleash his soul bones so early? He murmured to himself. If he can't back this up with more soul skills, Shrek Academy might just lose. From her seat in the VIP box, Cheng Xiao stood, giving Yu Tianheng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Relax and watch," she said with a confident smile. "I'm heading back to rest. This match is practically done. You won't need me." Yu Tianheng blinked in surprise, but then laughed and shook his head. "Thanks to you, Yanzi's become 7-Star Academy's new ace. He's even outshining me now." Cheng Xiao merely waved him off and slipped away down the auditorium corridor. Moments later, the clash reached its climax. Tang San's agile footwork made him a blur of motion, his 8 spider spears dancing in deadly arcs. The poisoned barbs found every gap in the Royal Academy's defenses, and one by one, his opponents fell, their strength sapped by Tang San's relentless onslaught. When the dust settled, the announcer's voice rang out, "Victory to Shrek Academy!" A stunned hush fell over the arena. No one had expected the young Tang San to triumph so decisively, all thanks to the 8 spider spears' venom and his own masterful agility. As cheers erupted from the Shrek Academy supporters, Tang San stood at the center of the stage, spear in hand, the unmistakable pride of a champion shining in his eyes. The miraculous reversal put Shrek Academy, down and nearly defeated, back on top. Across the plaza before the Pope's palace, everyone watched in stunned silence as Tang San single-handedly turned the tid. Even Huliena and the 3 elders from Wuhun Dian Academy could hardly believe their eyes. They all knew how staggeringly rare external soul bones were. Yet here was a teenage boy, not only possessing one of the most coveted soul bones, but also still bonded to the blue-silver grass martial spirit. It seemed impossible. If Xingluo Academy's opening display had felt utterly overwhelming, Tang San's comeback felt all the more terrifying. One young man had carried his entire team from the brink of defeat to a decisive victory. Spectators couldn't tear their eyes away. But when their gaze shifted to 7-Star Academy's pavilion, eager to behold the star who'd threatened an entire generation of soul masters, they were met with an empty auditorium. Not a single student remained in sight. Bibi Dong, seated on the papal dais, watched Tang San struggle to his feet on the arena floor, chest heaving. A soft smile curved her lips as she addressed him. "Are you Tang San, your master's disciple?" The question hushed the crowd. Everyone's gaze swung to him. Tang San straightened, surprised that his connection to his teacher had drawn the Pope's notice. He bowed respectfully and answered, "Yes, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong gave a brief, approving nod. "Your teacher has indeed raised a fine student. I look forward to seeing what you accomplish in the next round." She tapped the desk lightly and announced the schedule. Tomorrow morning, Shrek Academy, 7-Star Academy, and Wuhundian Academy will each send 7 representatives into the knockout stage. Then, in the afternoon, the 2 victors will face off in a team battle for the final spot in the finals. Congratulations to all who advance. Before the applause could swell, Tang San's master, still tingling with pride at his pupil's comeback, rose and called out, "Your Holiness, if I may." The cardinal acting as referee frowned in mild confusion, uncertain what interruption was coming next. Bibi Dong gave a slight nod. "Head of Shrek Academy," he called up from the elevated dais of the Pope's hall. "Do you have anything to say?" A faint, cold smile curved on the master's lips as he met Bibi Dong's gaze. "Yes," he replied. "We of Shrek Academy will forfeit tomorrow morning's individual elimination rounds. Instead, we'll drop into the afternoon's losers bracket and fight for that final spot in the finals." A ripple of stunned silence swept through the assembled spectators. Even the members of Shrek Academy looked bewildered, everyone except Tang San, who merely watched in thoughtful silence. Clearly, no one had expected such a declaration. "Why?" Bibi Dong's voice was calm, but it carried the weight of his authority. The master folded his hands behind his back, standing tall beneath the high-vaulted ceiling of the hall. He looked up at Bibi Dong and spoke evenly. "No special reason. I believe it's our right to choose when and how to accept defeat." His words echoed like thunder in the grand chamber. The shock wasn't in the master's claim. Any team could forfeit if it wished, but in whom he dared address with such frankness, Bibi Dong, the supreme ruler of Wuhun Hall. Not a whisper stirred among the crowd as they all realized the audacity of Shrek Academy's leader, and the challenge now laid at the Pope's feet. Bibi Dong let out a light laugh and straightened her posture. "You're absolutely right," she said, inclining her head toward Elder Yu. "This is your prerogative. I overstepped by asking for more than I deserved. Forgive me, Elder Yu." Her words cut through the hall like a knife. A ripple of astonishment passed among the assembled cultivators. Bibi Dong had publicly contradicted Elder Yu, the Pope himself, and promptly apologized. What stunned everyone most was that this woman, who clearly had yet to reach the 30th rank of Soul Master, dared to speak so candidly. Any other official might have been dismissed as arrogant and unqualified, but Elder Yu's decree was final. Who in their right mind would challenge it? Meanwhile, just outside the main worship hall, the steps of Wuhun Palace echoed with the confident footfalls of a new arrival. All of the palace's regular guards were currently stationed at the Pope's residence, leaving this approach almost eerily deserted. From the crown hall's steep staircase strode none other than Elder Kuobaxi of Kongwuhun Hall, venerable leader of the Holy Dragon sect. His sharp gaze roved over the few sentries still on duty. "Interesting," he murmured with a faint smile. "These guards look nearly as proficient as my own soldiers." With that, he descended, intent on seeing, at last, what the Pope had so urgently called him here to witness. Kuobaxi surveyed the frozen corpses at the foot of the stairwell and sneered. Still too weak. Once proud Templars, guardians of this shrine, stood here now as nothing more than human-shaped ice sculptures, their lives snuffed out by some merciless force. He tapped his temple lightly, unleashing a torrent of magic that leapt from his fingertips to form a vast crystalline dome around the sacred mountain of Wuhun Palace. Frost crackled across rocks and pillars as arcane currents spread, and every secret corner of the worship hall revealed itself in Kuobaxi's mind, his attention fixed on the great seraphim statue standing before the altar. For an instant, surprise flickered in his eyes, then irritation creased his brow. The Dominator's statue? No, this isn't him. A cold, mirthless laugh rumbled from his throat. But no matter, whether the Dominator dwells here or not, I will kill him all the same. At that declaration, a surge of bone-chilling cold burst free from within. The ancient spirit of the Cold King poured out of Kuobaxi's body in a living wave of frost, heralding the darkness to come. The tremor hit first, a deep, resonant quake that shook the very core of the sacred mountain. Even the hardy evergreens and frost-tolerant pines, which never withered through any season, cracked and blackened in the sudden surge of cold. Within the vast enshrinement hall, the titled Douluo felt the lethal magic radiating from above. In the glow of torchlight, 4 figures sat arrayed before the altar. At their head was an elderly man garbed in a red sacrificial robe. His hair was pale gold, like moonlight woven through silk, and his bearing commanded silent respect. "Golden Crocodile," he said, his voice low but unyielding, "bring the others down the mountain. This matter, this power, is beyond your handling." Golden Crocodile Douluo, seated to his right, frowned in confusion. A third member of the circle, demon-conquering Douluo, opened his mouth to argue. But the fourth, Tianjun Douluo, leveled a warning look at him, and he fell silent. After a long moment's hesitation, Golden Crocodile bowed. "Yes, Father Chan, we will obey." One by one, the 3 younger Douluo rose and filed from the chamber. Their footsteps, heavy with reluctance, faded into the stone corridors, leaving the great hall hushed. When the echo of departing souls died away, the elder let his head fall back against the carved wooden chair. He closed his eyes in stillness. Then, very slowly, he opened them again, and in the flicker of torchlight, golden flames danced within his pupils. He rose to his feet and inclined his head in a solemn bow toward the towering 6-winged statue behind him. "This time, I need to borrow your divine power, Lord Seraphim," he whispered. In an instant, the floor beneath him crackled with spreading frost. Ice crystals raced outward, coating the great oak doors of the worship hall in a thick layer of glistening rime. With a casual flick of his wrist, the Cold King, King Kuhan, sent the frozen doors splintering to dust. His purpose was clear, to test the strength of the deity this world revered, or, if necessary, to destroy it. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a brutal wave of sub-zero magic tore through the chamber. The temperature plummeted so swiftly that every surface froze solid in an instant, leaving walls, benches, and tapestries encased in ghostly ice. At the center of the hall stood the colossal statue of the seraph, 6 wings unfurled, one hand gripping a massive golden sword pointed skyward. Around that blade danced a faint, ethereal flame, casting a soft halo of golden light in the gloom. King Kuhan's breath curled in the air. He stepped closer, boots crunching on frozen marble, and called out to the silent figure. "You've been waiting all this time. Why hesitate? Show yourself!" For a heartbeat, only the crackling frost replied. Then, as if summoned by his challenge, a motion in the shadows drew his gaze. A lone figure materialized before him. In one hand it gripped the golden sword from the statue, now fully wielded, and the blade's fiery aura flared, exuding an irresistible sovereign authority. The cold king halted, meeting that silent summons with narrowed eyes. The final test was about to begin. "King of the extraterrestrials, you've come to the wrong place," Douluo said softly, as if greeting an old friend. Frost King Kuhan snorted, but advanced with uncanny calm, each footfall sending tremors through the earth. Douluo's face remained serene, almost amused. Yet at Kuhan's seventh step, the Archangel's holy sword in Douluo's hand erupted in a blinding burst of golden flame. "Have you borrowed the power of a higher life form?" Kuhan taunted, lips twisting into a vicious grin. He raised his hands and traced a series of elaborate symbols in the air. Wherever his gestures swept, grotesque ice puppets crawled out of the ground, their frozen limbs creaking into motion. In the same instant, Douluo struck. The man known as the Invincible of the Heavens leveled his blade at Frost King Kuhan's crown. 9 soul rings, 8 in jet black and 1 burning red, materialized around him, humming with power. Third soul skill, Sword of Judgment. Douluo's eyes flared with golden light. His holy sword expanded into a colossal, radiant silhouette, then crashed down with cataclysmic force. Boom! All the ice puppets hurtling toward him disintegrated in midair under the searing heat of his sacred flame sword. Though each construct was tough, none could withstand the blade's holy fire. With a thunderous crack, Douluo swung his sword and cleaved another puppet in two. 6 radiant wings burst forth from his back, lifting him high into the sky. Hovering above the battlefield, he leveled his gaze at the King of Cold as the 7th soul ring on his arm ignited in a golden blaze. 7th soul skill, Angel's True Form. A moment later, a vast, 6-winged angelic phantasm materialized behind him, its divine light flooding the air. Channeling every ounce of his soul energy into the sacred flame sword, Douluo watched the blade tremble. Golden flames roiled along its length, warping the atmosphere with their heat. From below, the King of Cold sensed the surge of power and felt a chill deeper than any frostbite. This was no ordinary warrior. This man's strength could easily maim, if not kill. In that instant, the Ice Sovereign realized he faced an enemy capable of shattering his very existence. This wasn't the power of a mere mortal, it was the aura of the angelic phantom standing behind him, a far higher form of life. "Curse you!" the Frost King bellowed, fury crackling in his voice. A true sovereign, he ruled over the frozen realms, and no one dared mock his authority. With a swift gesture, he drew forth his icy bow from the ether and knocked a single arrow crackling with primordial cold. The moment the arrow left the string, it shattered into 1,000 gleaming shards of ice, each one streaking through the air like a frozen comet. Douluo watched calmly as the arrow swarm arced toward him. Then, with every ounce of his remaining soul power, he called out, 4th soul skill, Angel's Eye. Golden light erupted overhead as a colossal unblinking eye formed in midair. In the same instant, countless radiant blades, spun from his sacred soul energy, rained down to meet the ice hail. The two torrents collided with such ferocity that they blurred into overlapping afterimages, each shard and blade streaking past the other in a dazzling display of speed and force. Surely, had either side broken through, the victor would have been skewered like some iron-bound porcupine. But Douluo was not finished. His voice dropped to a measured resonance as he intoned the next incantation, 9th soul skill, Divine Judgment. Light blossomed around him in a blinding cascade, heralding the final reckoning. Douluo could feel the terrifying soul energy in the air converging into his body. He drove it into the heavenly holy sword, holding it aloft with both hands as its blade burst into roaring flame. Behind him, the angel phantom mirrored his stance, raising her own ethereal holy sword. Her eyes glowed with pure, burning light. "Foolish mortal," the Frost King thundered, voice crackling with arcane power, "you dare challenge the King of Frost?" He knew this realm wasn't his own, that his magic here was only half as potent, but that hardly mattered. With a contemptuous snort aimed at Douluo, he shifted his form into a spirit body. Though sustaining such an ethereal state demanded every ounce of his strength, it would allow him to unleash his true power and utterly destroy his opponent. "Feel the terror of ice, you insignificant worm," he roared. In an instant, he became a roaring blizzard of jagged frost and howling wind. The great Wuhun Hall, already trembling under the clash of these titanic forces, began to fracture. Snow and sleet whipped through the air as the protective magic barrier around the mountain peak splintered. Above them, the once clear sky clouded over, dark and menacing, an omen of the storm of ice about to engulf them all. The King of Cold coalesced into a swirling ice storm above the ruined worship hall, his golden eyes blazing as he thundered, "Behold my power, human." Around him, magic-charged crystals in the air spontaneously fused into tens of thousands of razor-sharp ice spears, a blizzard of death, each capable of felling a titled Douluo. Unleashing his full might, the King of Cold hurled this frozen tempest downward. The vaulted ceiling of the hall groaned and gave way, collapsing in shards of stone and ice. The towering pillars, once pillars of frost, shattered under the onslaught. Yet Chandalu did not flinch. He planted his feet firmly in the swirling snow and raised his angel's holy sword. Soul power flared through him, strands of golden light weaving upward to reinforce a sacred energy barrier around his form. Even so, the relentless hail of ice darts began to crack the barrier's surface. The King of Cold let out a triumphant roar. "Soldiers," he bellowed. At his command, the snow's fury reached new heights. The floor of the hall vanished beneath drifts so deep that Chandalu's boots were soon buried in white. And then, from the gathering snow and the ambient magic, the ice puppets emerged, tens of thousands of them, each a silent, frozen soldier ready to obey their cruel master's will. "Kill him!" At the Frost King's command, a dozen ice puppets lunged in perfect unison toward Chandalu, but before they could close the distance, they collided with the barrier's searing holy flames and instantly collapsed into a puddle of water. The Frost King's face turned ashen with fury. He stamped the frozen earth, sending jagged shards of ice skittering across the ground. "Why can't my puppets break through?" he snarled. This battlefield wasn't even his domain. Here, the angel god's sacred fire blazed hotter than any winter storm. It completely suppressed the Frost King's magic. Had Chandalu not tapped into that divine power, he'd have been frozen solid long ago, and there'd be no time to unleash his ninth soul skill. A mocking laugh curled at Chandalu's lips. He drew upon the angel god's grace, feeling the sacred flame surge through his veins like molten gold. His barrier burned brighter, warding off each new wave of icy limbs the Frost King conjured. "He's nothing but a mortal," the Frost King spat, gathering a vortex of wind and frost around him. "How dare he defy me?" In that instant, Dalu's eyes flared with searing golden light. Clutching his sword, the blessed blade of the angel god, he stepped forward. The air around his blade shimmered, space itself distorting beneath its edge. With a single thunderous slash, he cleaved the frozen air in two. A rift tore open between them, an impossible wound in reality, through which spilled a blinding radiance. The Frost King staggered back, ice cracking in his crown. Even as he howled in rage, Chandalu advanced, the glow of divine flame dancing along his blade, ready to finish what he had begun. Chandalu's blade pulsed with the combined force of his life's cultivation and the angel god's blessing. Even the mighty Frost King could not withstand its potency for long. A sizzling roar of energy crackled through the air as Chandalu lowered the sacred sword toward his foe. The Frost King felt that terrible power threatening to tear him apart and, in desperation, erected his frozen realm barrier. But it was already too late. From the tip of Chandalu's sword erupted a wave of sanctified flame that radiated outward, engulfing the Frost King's dark ice puppets. Divine fire met frosty magic in a blinding clash, then obliterated it. The frozen realm shattered like glass, the onyx puppets dissolving into shimmering mist, and even the howling blizzard itself was snuffed out in an instant. "I am the sovereign, the Frost King," he howled, his voice cracking with fury and fear. In a mad final gambit, the Frost King tore at his spiritual essence, draining every last ounce of magic from his ethereal form. In his hand materialized a massive, razor-sharp spear of whirling ice, each revolution colder than death itself. This was his ultimate strike. Boom! A thunderous explosion ripped through the 1,000-year-old offering hall atop the sacred mountain of the Spirit Hall, sending shockwaves across the plateau and shattering the air around them. The violent surge of magic shattered the barrier King of Cold had erected. The sacred peak of the Spirit Hall shook so fiercely that the last few disciples, whom Daolu had just ordered to evacuate, were hurled into the air. They stared in horror at the ruined offering hall, their faces ashen. This had been the Qian family's ancestral sanctuary and the very shrine of the angel god's statue. And now their patron, the 99-level, peerless Douluo, invincible Daolu, had simply vanished. Not a trace of his soul or spirit remained for them to sense. "Find him, now!" thundered the golden crocodile Douluo, his roar echoing like a beast unleashed. Without hesitation, the remaining worshippers channeled their soul power through their bodies and dove into the tangled wreckage, desperate to locate their master. As they tore through collapsed pillars and shattered altars, a soft, pale light drifted out from the heart of the ruin. It hovered for a moment, then flickered away into the surrounding gloom, leaving only questions and dread in its wake. Chapter 234. Hurry up, I'm anxious. A thunderous crash echoed from the worship hall, instantly drawing every soul master's attention. Those gathered before the Pope's hall froze in shock. Even Bibi Dong, mid-speech, jolted in surprise. Up on the sacred mountain, the worship hall had exploded, its ancient stones torn asunder. The blast shook the very foundations of the mountain itself. Mystical forces had ripped the hall apart and nearly shattered Spirit Hall's holy peak. Bibi Dong's eyes widened. On the surface, she composed herself with remarkable speed, but beneath her calm facade her heart raced. Quietly, she sent an urgent message to the two Douluo lords, Yue and Gui. Then, with a decisive gesture, she ordered every Spirit Hall soulmaster present to seal off the area. No one was to leave until her return. She turned on her heel and vanished from sight. The cardinals wasted no time executing her command. In moments, Templar Knights and Guardian Knights ringed the entire arena, forming an ironclad cordon so tight that not even a mosquito could slip through. Now, all eyes awaited Bibi Dong's next move. As the Spirit Hall's clampdown continued, murmurs of discontent rippled through the Soul Masters, but not a single cardinal dared intervene. Anyone who complained was promptly hauled off to the Spirit Hall's prison. "Look at how overbearing they are," Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath, as a group of Templar Knights dragged yet another Soul Master away. "What business is it of ours if they've got trouble of their own?" "Oscar, keep it down," came a hushed warning from his companion. Oscar knew that silence was their best defense. Once the Spirit Hall's purge was over, they'd be free to go. Ma Hongjun sneered. "You're too timid, Xiao. Our academy's leader is an elder of the Spirit Hall. Do you really think they'd dare touch us?" He leaned in conspiratorially. "Besides, did you notice how the Pope looked at him? There was something off in that glance." Oscar paused. He'd been so focused on his match, on the 7-Star Academy's performance, and on Ning Rongrong, that he hadn't even registered the Pope's expression. Now, hearing Ma Hongjun's words, he realized just how narrowly he'd been looking at everything around him. The training hall fell silent as Master raised his hand, calling everyone to gather around. Once the students formed a loose circle, he began. "Since there's no turning back now, I want to share a new plan. Tomorrow's knockout round, it won't serve us. You all know how powerful 7 Stars Academy is, and Spirit Hall Academy won't be any easier to face. Those matches are in a round-robin format, and if we go head-to-head with them, we'll almost certainly be eliminated early." He paused, letting his words sink in. "Our true strength lies in the team competition, and that's where our best chance for victory exists. So here's what we'll do. We'll forfeit the knockout round and drop into the loser's bracket. We'll conserve our energy, let 7 Stars and Spirit Hall exhaust each other battling for first place, and focus on securing the final spot in the team event." A faint smile curved his lips. "It's the old kill 2 birds with 1 stone tactic. They'll tire each other out, and we'll be fresh when it really matters. The team competition." A ripple of nods spread through the students as Master's confidence took hold. He'd already weighed his options during the match, so when Bibi Dong announced the next stage, he forfeited immediately. He knew he'd stand no chance in a solo knockout. But in the team event, victory was still within reach. As Master finished his analysis, every member of the Shrek team turned to him with renewed admiration. "Master," Tang San whispered, stepping forward, "in the team competition, can we still use the 7-in-1 fusion technique?" The instant he spoke those words, Master's expression grew tense. Fusion was the one topic he most feared. He desperately wanted his disciples to win, yet he dreaded the risk it posed to their bodies. Still, without it, defeat would be as certain. Fusion was their only hope. After a long moment, Master spoke quietly. Xiao-san, we'll talk about this when we get back. It's not the right place to discuss it now. Tang-san inclined his head, saying no more. Meanwhile, at the 7-Star Academy residence, Cheng Xiao had returned to his residence ahead of schedule and now stood gazing toward the Spirit Hall's divine mountain, once a proud citadel, now little more than smoldering ruins. Douluo joined him, his face grim. Cheng Xiao, the Spirit Hall has sealed off the arena, he reported. None of the others who stayed behind have emerged. Only those of us who left early got out. After a long moment of silence, Cheng Xiao turned and fixed Douluo with a steady look. Old poison, he said quietly. Who do you think could possibly defeat Qiandao Liu? Are you serious? Douluo scoffed, waving a hand. Qiandao Liu is a level 99 peerless Douluo. His words caught in his throat as he realized what Cheng Xiao was implying. A chill crept down his spine. Stinky brat, you don't mean? Cheng Xiao nodded once, calmly. Yes, I mean the king of the otherworld's creatures. Douluo drew in a slow, harsh breath, the weight of the situation settling over him. Then let's forgo this so-called contest, he said with finality. We'll go straight to him. Cheng Xiao turned back toward the ruined heights of the Divine Mountain, determination hardening in his eyes as they prepared for the battle to come. A sudden chill ran down Cheng Xiao's spine. He paused, then looked at Douluo. Old poison, take them away first. I have other business to attend to. Douluo frowned, about to ask what could be more important than anyone's life, but he swallowed his words. After a long breath, he said, Brat, do as you will, but promise me you'll come back in one piece. Without another word, he spun on his heel and strode off. Cheng Xiao watched his broad back vanish into the darkness and felt a flicker of relief. In that moment, the hidden soldiers who served him seemed to catch his mood. They let out low, mirthless chuckles. Cheng Xiao's lips curved into a grim smile as he addressed them. Shadows, tonight we kill the king. Tonight would be a sleepless night. As the sky darkened, an oppressive gloom crept across the land. The sun's final rays slipped behind distant peaks, and with the last glow swallowed by night, a heavy silence settled over everything. Deep within Spirit Hall's Pope Chamber, Bibi Dong sat at the head of the long meeting table, her posture as unyielding as stone. Behind her stood Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, their eyes fixed respectfully on her, each waiting for her command. Not far from Bibi Dong, a small group of worshippers stood clustered together, their faces ashen and their shoulders slumped in despair. A circle of senior elders from the Hall of Elders trembled at the edges of the courtyard, speechless and wide-eyed. After a long, tense silence, Bibi Dong's brow creased in irritation. Second priest, she called, her voice cold and precise. What happened in the priest hall? Who did Chief Priest Qiandao Liu clash with? And why is he lying injured like that? Golden Crocodile Douluo shifted uneasily. He opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. No words came. During Qiandao Liu's battle, his power had been so overwhelming that none of the priests had dared approach him, much less intervene. The sheer force of the aftermath had pinned them down, suppressing any urge to resist. They couldn't even lift their heads. Bibi Dong's eyes glittered with impatience. Since none of you can explain what happened, you're dismissed. Your first duty is to remain at the chief priest's side. If he dies under your watch, you'll answer for it. You're overstepping, Bibi Dong. The demon-subduing Douluo snapped, his hot temper flaring. In his eyes, only Chief Priest Qiandao Liu had the authority to give orders, no one else. With the great priest still unconscious from his grave injuries, the seventh priest bristled at Bibi Dong's insolence. A mocking smile curved her lips as she leaned forward. Don't forget, I'm now the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The great priest is out of commission, which makes me its supreme authority. She fixed him with a cool stare. Seventh priest, rather than argue, I suggest you see to the great priest's care. Everyone else, you may all retire. At once, Elder Ju and Elder Guai stepped up behind Bibi Dong. Their silent presence spoke volumes. Without Qiandao Liu, the Spirit Hall answered only to her. The gathered priests exchanged uneasy glances. Golden Crocodile Douluo gave the seventh priest a knowing wink, then turned and led the others out of the hall. Humph! Demon-subduing Douluo snorted in protest, but Chanjin Douluo swiftly guided him away. Once the room was quiet, Bibidong quietly went over her plans with the remaining elders before exiting the Pope's hall. This was the perfect moment, her chance to seize full control of the spirit hall. Back when Qian Daoliu still held sway, she was shackled at every turn. The spirit hall was never hers to command alone. Many high-ranking officials quietly threw their lot in with Qian Daoliu rather than her. Now that Qian Daoliu has fallen, the new matriarch sees her moment. Finally, she can bend those same officials to her will and cement her authority once and for all. You've finally arrived. The cavernous warehouse was bathed in half-light as its heavy doors groaned open. At the far end, reclining on a weathered divan, sat the King of Cold. His pale eyes flicked to the newcomer with the faintest hint of amusement. Clearly, he'd been waiting. Cheng Xiao paused at the threshold, his expression calm as still water. He made no move to speak, simply let the silence stretch until the King of Cold broke it with a lazy grin. "What shall I call you?" the king drawled. "Shadow King, or perhaps the false Shadow King?" Cheng Xiao's lips curved into a slow, confident smile. "Call me what you like," he said quietly. "It won't matter. You're going to die soon." For the first time, a flicker of alarm crossed the king's features. Instinctively, he clutched at his chest and eyed the center of his robe. There it was, a deep, jagged sword scar, still dark around the edges. The wound Qian Daoliu drove home with the angel's divine power. Though the strike wasn't fatal, it would leave the King of Cold grievously wounded, and he was already spent. By invoking his spiritual body, he'd pushed both his physical strength and his magical reserves to the very brink. He could no longer draw in the ambient energies of the Douluo Continent, nor rely on soul power to heal his injuries. Desperate, he resorted to exuding a subtle aura of pure magic, an energy signature that no soul master could detect. His original plan had been to broadcast this hidden signal and summon the other covert kings to his aid. Instead, he unwittingly drew the attention of a lone human, one he could have slaughtered without effort. Yet the moment he sensed the living death caked around this newcomer's aura, the King of Cold paused. Better, he decided, to keep this fledgling Shadow King alive, if only as leverage. All he needed was the magic crystal dropped by the fallen Taizu King. Within its potent arcane energies lay the means for him to restore every shattered fragment of his power. Cheng Xiao stepped into the throne chamber without so much as a bow. His tone was light, almost teasing. "Well then, Shadow King, shall we cooperate?" King Kuhan's cold eyes swept over him with barely concealed disdain. In his mind, this upstart was nowhere near the caliber of the last Shadow King, who had met a very final end at his hands. Even Kuhan's own soldiers, hardened veterans of countless battles, seemed stronger than the young man before him. Still, he kept his expression calm. "Cooperate?" he repeated, drawing out the word as if it tasted unpleasant. Cheng Xiao's smile widened. "Yes, you tell me what you know, and if I find it valuable, I'll consider an alliance." A flicker of anger crossed Kuhan's features, but he masked it with a cruel gray. "Very well," he said smoothly. "I'll trade you information. Everything you wish to learn, no holds barred. In return, I want the magic crystal that once belonged to King Taizu, the one he left behind when he died." Cheng Xiao nodded slowly, his smile never fading. "That's a tempting offer. But before we begin, I propose we seal this deal properly." He tapped a finger against his chin. "Let's sign an integrity covenant. After all, how can I be sure you'll speak the truth?" The words struck Kuhan like a blow. He hadn't expected his young counterpart to invoke such an ancient pact, but now, having opened the door to cooperation, he couldn't very well refuse. His lips curved into a thin, reluctant smile. "An integrity covenant it is," he agreed. With that, the two adversaries prepared to bind themselves by oath, each determined to gain the upper hand, even as they pledged honesty. Without King Taizu's magic crystal, Kuhan's body would slowly diverge from its original form until it ultimately collapsed. Worse still, in this world he could barely muster a fraction of his true power. "All right," he said after a brief hesitation. "I promise you." Desperate for the crystal's restorative magic, the Frost King offered his hand to Cheng Xiao. "Let us form a covenant of integrity." The moment he spoke, a system-style prompt flickered in Cheng Xiao's mind. Without a second thought, he accepted. As the ethereal contract solidified between them, Cheng Xiao leaned forward. "First question," he said calmly. "How did you discover this world, and why are you here?" Kuhan, the Frost King, blanched, his icy gaze distant. "It wasn't I who found it," he admitted. "The king of the illusion realm located this dimension and invited us all to wage war here." Cheng Xiao nodded once. "Then why do you need King Taizu's magic crystal? What can it do?" The Frost King's shoulders tightened. "I need the magic crystals of the other monarchs to repair my body. These crystals amplify one's magical power to extraordinary levels." Cheng Xiao folded his arms, studying Kuhan. "And where are the other kings? Why hasn't the Dragon Emperor come?" Kuhan's lips curled in a troubled half-smile. "That you will soon learn." Cheng Xiao's voice cut through the air. "Where do you come from? Who sent you? What is your purpose?" At those three questions, King Kuhan's face shifted. He opened his maw, as if to protest. These weren't one, but three separate inquiries, yet bound by the covenant of integrity, he could only speak the truth. He bowed his head and answered, "King Taizu is dead. The other monarchs remain scattered across different dimensions, debating our next move. This world's magic level is far too low for the Dragon Emperor and his legions to invade directly. Our mission is to elevate it so that he can arrive without hindrance. To that end, we used King Taizu's body and blood as the catalyst." A slow understanding dawned on Cheng Xiao's face. No wonder Taizu Jun had been bound in iron chains and offered up as cannon fodder for the other rulers' schemes. He straightened, eyes never leaving King Kuhan. "Enough talk. Hand over King Taizu's magic crystal. You've answered all my questions." King Kuhan met his gaze solemnly, then reached into his robes and withdrew a crystalline gem. It pulsed with raw magical energy, refracting light in a riot of colors. Cheng Xiao took it in his gloved hand, feeling power thrumming through his veins. A triumphant smile curved his lips. Cheng Xiao held the glowing magic crystal aloft, but he made no move to hand it over. King Kuhan's eyes narrowed, and his usually pale features darkened with ire. "You're no real king," he hissed. "With your strength, you can't even stand against the Dragon Emperor. Give me that crystal, and I might, just might, consider working with you." A cold laugh escaped Cheng Xiao's lips. "Cooperate? With a monster like you? Hardly." Before the words even left his mouth, shadows flickered to life behind him. Dozens of spectral warriors, led by Nash, Yin, and Titan, sprang forward, encircling the cold king in a swirl of violet-black light. "You're toying with death!" Kuhan roared, his voice echoing like cracking ice. Being outmaneuvered by a mere human was an affront to his royal dignity. He slammed his staff against the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The air turned frigid, misting with frost, and mighty clouds gathered overhead, blotting out the sun. Though his power had been weakened, he was still the sovereign of frost and shadow. "How long do you think your little army can hold out against me?" he taunted, frost forming on his lips. Unfazed, Cheng Xiao drew the blue-silver overlord spear from his back. The blade shimmered with cerulean light, casting long, wavering reflections across the cracked ice at their feet. As the wind howled and the frozen sky darkened, both sides braced for the clash that would decide the fate of the magic crystal, and perhaps the realm itself. Nash's arms crackled with swirling ice blue and ember-red light as Titan's colossal frame tensed beside him, every muscle flexing in anticipation. At their flank, Yin guided the towering blue-silver emperor into a protective formation, its gleaming armor plates sliding into place. A deathly hush fell over the frozen expanse, neither side daring to strike first. The Cold King's sole aim was the magic crystal, and with his reserves all but spent, he could unleash only one final, devastating attack. If it failed, he would be powerless forever. Undeterred, Cheng Xiao lunged forward, spear in hand, his shadow soldiers springing to life and sweeping in formation behind him. In a single heartbeat, the Cold King's fingers glowed white with frost. Crystals bloomed across his palm, and in less than a breath coalesced into a massive ice bow. With a resonant twang, he loosed thousands of razor-edged arrows, each tipped with enchanted ice, so lethal that they could fell even a titled Douluo in one strike. The frozen hailstorm descended like a living tempest, but Cheng Xiao was gone before the first volley struck. In the blink of an eye, he blurred into a series of after-images, his form moving so swiftly that the icy projectiles simply tore through empty air. Where he would emerge next, no one could say, but for an instant it seemed as if time itself had been left behind. Cheng Xiao hurled his spear with unerring precision, shattering the volley of ice arrows in midair. In that instant, the massive shaft of the blue-silver overlord spear loomed before King Cold, blocking his vision. He snatched the weapon by its haft and twisted, snapping it like a twig, but it was already too late. Before the Frost Monarch could react, Cheng Xiao's form rippled with draconic power. Scales slid into place along his arms and torso, claws sprouting where fingers once were. With terrifying speed, he lunged forward and drove his dragon-forged elbow straight into Cold's chest. The impact collapsed the king's icy armor and ripped open fresh wounds. Cheng Xiao's intent was simple. The magic crystal embedded in Cold's heart was a wellspring of arcane might. Slay the king, seize the crystal, and his own strength would skyrocket. A gut-wrenching roar tore from King Cold's lips as he crumpled beneath the blow, pain racking his body. Cheng Xiao leaned in for the killing strike, but Cold still had a final gambit. He drew in a deep, rasping breath and exhaled a blast of concentrated frost. Icy mist swirled around them, freezing the air in shimmering filaments. As the frost roared to life, King Cold murmured one word in a voice raw with agony: Nash. At his summons, something ancient and malevolent stirred within the fallen king. From his shattered form spilled a sinuous beam of dark light, Nash itself, darting toward Cheng Xiao like a living shadow. The black ray struck the drake's flesh and vanished, its power flooding through his veins. In the next heartbeat, Cheng Xiao's dragon arm burst into raven-hued flame, each flicker hotter than a sun's core. Transformed and empowered, he stood poised on the battlefield, an inferno-born dragon girded for the final confrontet, Ion. Cheng Xiao's hand shot out and clamped over the King of Cold's mouth. A strangled cry escaped as searing flames churned beneath the king's skin, battling the frozen chill he could no longer expel. Before he could even struggle, Cheng Xiao drove his left hand through the king's chest. Bone cracked under the pressure, and in a single motion, he seized the pulsing heart and crushed it mercilessly. "Ugh!" The King of Cold choked out, his vision blurring. Cheng Xiao withdrew his hand, flicking a trace of dark energy from his palm. "You're right, I'm not the true Shadow King," he said softly, as if regretting the admission. "At least, not yet. I've still to master that power, but you'll never live long enough to see it." Crimson fury flared in the king's eyes, but beneath that rage lay something darker, outright terror. The air around him stilled. A king, stripped of his heart, should still live, his royal blood sustaining him. Yet this man wasn't a real king at all, let alone the legendary second-generation Shadow King whose strength was the stuff of myths. He was a pretender, undone by his own hubris, and now, doomed by his luck finally running out. Cheng Xiao's blade struck true. In his final instant, the King of Frost's eyes went cold and vacant, as though slaying Cheng Xiao were no more significant than felling a wild beast or any hapless human at whim. And then he was gone. Even in death, he had never imagined he could lose to this boy. He'd never taken him seriously. Only when his spirit unraveled into ash did he grasp the terrible mistake he'd made, underestimating a power beyond measure. Where his spirit had been, one fragment of magic lingered, coalescing into a perfectly clear frost-cold crystal. Cheng Xiao caught it in his palm and turned away from the fading ashes. At his side, Titan and Nash bowed their heads respectfully, silent as always. Ah Yin alone met his gaze, her voice soft and warm. "You've grown stronger still, Your Majesty." Her gentle words made Cheng Xiao shift uneasily, but he allowed himself a small smile. This victory had come more easily than he dared hope, and this crystal, born of the Frost King's final essence, might accelerate his ascent, perhaps even as swiftly as the system itself. Cheng Xiao slipped through the door of his residence and closed it softly behind him. He retrieved 2 shimmering magic crystals from his satchel and crushed them between his palms. In an instant, raw arcane energy condensed into a churning vortex and tore its way into his body. A strangled hiss escaped him as the power battered his meridians, igniting every nerve with searing pain. Even so, he gritted his teeth and allowed the energy to surge on, feeling his soul force spike wildly as it flooded his mind. By the time dawn's first light crept over Wuhun City, The streets that had been eerily silent all night were alive again. Yet today's bustle carried a tense edge. The entry checks at the Pope's palace gates had been tightened to the strictest levels. One by one, aspiring soul masters streamed across the vast square before the palace, filling it with eager faces and whispering excitement. Soon the senior officials and bishops of Wuhan Palace arrived to oversee the proceedings. Finally, Pope Bibi Dong himself appeared, his crimson robes trailing behind him. At his signal, the elimination round of the Continental Finals for Senior Soul Masters officially began. Determination and anticipation crackled through the air as each contender prepared to prove their worth. Before the Papal Palace, the Spirit Hall's team stood in complete silence. A frigid, murderous aura rolled off them like razor-sharp wind blades, slicing through the air toward Cheng Xiao and his companions. Even before the match officially began, the two sides were locked in a silent showdown. Douluo leaned close to Cheng Xiao and murmured with a teasing edge, "You little stinker, did you really grow stronger overnight?" Cheng Xiao offered a lazy smile. "Lucky for you, it's not by much." Douluo studied him warily, but held his tongue. All night, he'd lain awake, restless with worry over Cheng Xiao's safety. He'd almost arranged for the Seven Stars Academy's team to leave first, intending to slip away afterward and find Cheng Xiao on his own. In the end, he'd chosen to trust him, and seeing him so calm and unharmed at dawn had finally eased his anxiety. A moment later, the referee called them forward into the staging area. The Cardinal, acting as official arbiter, stepped between the teams and raised his hand. "Contestants, to your marks." With that, the Cardinal's voice echoed through the marble courtyard. "Let the match begin." As the referee's whistle faded, a lone figure from Spirit Hall materialized on the stage. He was a tall man whose every movement dripped with arrogance, an arrogance that, he would soon discover, came at a price. Originally, Yu Tianheng of Seven Stars Academy was slated to open the match, but Cheng Xiao, eager to set off for the far north as soon as possible, volunteered to take the field first. He had no intention of dawdling. His opponent stepped forward, a middle-aged spirit master in his 40s, famed throughout Spirit Hall, whose contracted spirit was a black-horned boar. The beast's raw, brutish power marked its master as a formidable attacker. The boar spirit master gave Cheng Xiao a solemn nod as he took his stance. In Spirit Hall, this man's reputation was well known, and no one dared underestimate him. Cheng Xiao met the grave look without flinching. His face remained as unreadable as ever. With the finals in his sights, he was prepared to unleash everything he had. Holding back was not an option. "I am Lupo. Please, teach me." Lupo bowed deeply before Cheng Xiao, his tone respectful but tinged with nervous anticipation. Cheng Xiao merely gave a quiet nod. "Cheng Xiao." At the utterance of his name, Cheng Xiao's form seemed to dissolve into thin air. To Lupo's bewildered eyes, only a flickering afterimage remained where Cheng Xiao had stood. Panic flared in Lupo's heart. "I can't lose so easily." With that thought, he unleashed his fourth soul technique. His muscles swelled, and a violet aura crackled across his skin as he prepared to strike. Before he could move, a sudden chill pressed against his throat. A slender dagger, its blade shimmering with icy blue light, hovered at his jugular. Cheng Xiao's dagger, poised to end him in an instant. I, Lupo's voice caught, his mouth open, but no words came out. "You lose," Cheng Xiao said softly. Lupo's legs gave way. He dropped to one knee and forced out the words, "I lose." Silence fell over the Spirit Hall. Every disciple stared in stunned disbelief at Cheng Xiao, unable to fathom how Elder Ju's student had defeated Lupo in a single fluid motion. From the back, Douluo muttered under his breath, "What did he do last night? He was faster than the eye could follow." "Is she even human?" High atop the Papal Palace's grand platform, Bibi Dong stared at Cheng Xiao in stunned silence. There was something inexplicably intense about her opponent, a presence that felt almost otherworldly, and it left Bibi's mind spinning. She forced down the swirl of emotions and turned to the official at her side. "Are we ready to begin the next match?" she called, her voice steadier than she felt. Below them, Lupo bowed and stepped aside as the Cardinal approached the microphone. Cheng Xiao's eyes locked onto him with a glacial calm. The Cardinal stiffened under that stare, his composure cracking as he glanced upward at Bibi. searching for reassurance but finding only her own wide-eyed astonishment. Clearing his throat, the cardinal raised his voice to address the roaring crowd. By unanimous decision, 7-Star Academy is declared the victor. A deafening cheer swept through the arena. Bibi Dong's pulse thundered in her ears as Cheng Xiao merely inclined her head in acknowledgement, her expression unreadable, yet undeniably powerful. And with that, the chapter came to an electrifying close. Chapter 235, No Mercy for Those Who Stand in the Way. As the match wore on, the faces of Wuhundian's commanders tightened. With Cheng Xiao on the field, no Wuhundian player lasted more than a minute. Each was cut down, or cut down in turn, all in the blink of an eye. Even the neutral soul masters gathered around couldn't help but pity the contestants from Wuhun Palace. They had heard rumors of Cheng Xiao's ferocity before the competition began, yet the Wuhun Academy fighters seemed utterly unprepared, and their ignorance cost them dearly. On the sidelines, those who had already aligned themselves with the Soul Palace watched with cruel delight as each Wuhun contestant fell. Then, as casually as one might swat a fly, Cheng Xiao eliminated the fourth challenger. He sheathed his weapon and turned his calm gaze to the last three, elite members of the so-called Golden Generation, who had just stepped onto the field. Juliana stared at him with mounting apprehension. Though she'd never faced him in battle, the invisible weight of his presence pressed down on her, signaling without a doubt that this was an opponent unlike any she had ever encountered. High atop the Pope's palace dais, Bibi Dong's sharp eyes never left Cheng Xiao. She lifted a brow and thought to herself, if he keeps this up, he'll have to face every challenger in the Wuhun Palace himself. Is he really just a Soul King? Down below in the Shrek Academy's viewing box, Ma Hongjin's face twitched. Master, do you think Cheng Xiao plans to take on all 7 opponents at once? That team alone has 3 Soul Kings. The master watched the arena intently, then slowly shook his head. It's hard to say. By all rights, his spirit power should be nearly depleted by now, yet he shows no sign of exhaustion. That tells me he held himself back earlier. He never unleashed his full strength. Ma Hongjin exhaled with relief. Well, that at least means we still have an edge in the team competition this afternoon. On the arena floor, Juliana advanced with a beguiling smile. A plush foxtail swished into view, and a delicate rose-scented aura drifted toward Cheng Xiao. Nana's charm, she purred, is a soul control technique that ensnares the mind and heart. Without formidable mental strength, even the Soul Emperor could be ensnared. Xie Yue watched from the sidelines as Cheng Xiao stood unmoving in the center of the field, Juliana's pink mist dancers whirling around him. Though the haze of her charm soul technique swirled thickly, Cheng Xiao didn't budge. His steady gaze alone spoke volumes about the difference in their power. The moment Liana tried to seize his will, Cheng Xiao's chilling stare struck true. Once proud of her mental fortitude, she suddenly staggered, her legs giving way beneath her. What is this? She gasped, terror edging her voice. She couldn't meet his eyes. Instantly, her enchantment shattered, and the rosy mist evaporated on the breeze. You lose, Cheng Xiao said softly. Liana lifted her head with difficulty and froze at the sight of a dagger, its blade gleaming pale blue, pressed against her throat. She tried to speak, but Cheng Xiao's impassive expression stole her breath. It felt as if every drop of blood in her veins had turned to ice, and even her soul power had gone cold. I felt a brutal chill wash through me. I concede. Without any means of counterattack, Juliana had no choice but to admit defeat. The crowd gasped in shock, especially her mentor, Bibi Dong. Juliana's spirit power was legendary, far beyond that of a typical soul master, yet here she stood, utterly vanquished. As Juliana retreated, Yan strode onto the stage. He said nothing. 5 soul rings glowed into place around his ankle, and he unleashed his ultimate technique, the 5th soul skill, Flying Sand Kuangyan. In an instant, scorching flames roared to life around Yan's body. His martial soul, the Fire Lord, channeled the combined might of fire and earth. With a titanic surge of power, he shot upward, 3 meters in the air in the blink of an eye. The fiery aura swirling around him was like the coming of a demon god. Prepare to be destroyed. Yan's roar rattled the arena. Determined to defend the honor of Wuhun Palace, he would not rest until his opponent lay defeated. Yan thrust his flame-wreathed fist toward Cheng Xiao, the searing heat suddenly spiking the arena's temperature. Just as Yan's blazing punch was about to land, Cheng Xiao slipped aside with the fluid grace of a dragon cutting through water. In the same instant, his right arm whipped forward in a lightning-fast hook that crashed into Yan's chin. Bang! Pain exploded through Yan's skull, and stars danced at the edges of his vision. But before he could recover, Cheng Xiao unleashed the Dominator's power, an arrogant, crushing force that rattled Yan's entire body like a tidal wave. With a final thud, Yan was sent sprawling across the stage, unable to rise. Dizziness blanketed his mind. His limbs refused to obey. The disparity in their strength was unmistakable. Since absorbing 2 of the king's magic crystals, Cheng Xiao's soul power had soared to level 72. Normally, those crystals would have elevated him even higher, but the artifacts themselves seemed to possess a will of their own and a limited supply of power. Still, what remained was more than enough to secure him a decisive victory. His body had been tempered by spirit energy, and as a result, his speed, strength, endurance, and spiritual power had all soared to new heights. Even a Soul King was no easy opponent, and in his current state, not even a titled Douluo could guarantee an advantage against him. "Yan!" Xiao shouted, panic rising in his voice as he watched his sworn brother fall under blow after blow with barely a chance to defend himself. The 3 competitors had started out evenly matched, but now Yan couldn't even land a single counterattack. If he went back in like this, could he possibly win? Before anyone could answer, Bibi Dong rose to her feet on the high platform of the Pope's palace. All eyes snapped to her as her cool voice carried down to the arena. In the next match, Wuhun Palace admits defeat. Her words hung in the air. A hush fell over the crowd as dread rippled through every spectator. Surely they'd misheard? Bibi Dong gave Shiyu, waiting anxiously at the edge of the court, a single, imperious glance. "Shiyue, take Yan off the field for treatment." With that, Wuhun Palace's challenge was over, even before their champion could draw his weapon again. "I don't want a repeat of this humiliation in the afternoon's team competition," Shiyu declared, his voice low and resolute. He drew in a steadying breath, then looked up and answered, "Yes, Your Holiness the Pope." By midday, the morning's individual knockout round had ended in total domination by Cheng Xiao. Even the most optimistic spectators hadn't expected Wuhandian Academy to fall, and on their own home turf, right before the steps of the Pope's palace. Rumor had it that the Pope himself, seeing Cheng Xiao's relentless onslaught, chose to call off the match early. Better to bow out gracefully for an even greater defeat. After exchanging curt final words, Bibi Dong shot Cheng Xiao a pointed glance, then turned and walked away with the senior officials of Wuhun Palace. Moments later, the Pope slipped out of the arena as well. The gathered crowd, still abuzz, didn't linger. They drifted away in small groups, each lost in their own astonishment. On the walk back to the hotel, every member of 7-Star Academy wore a broad grin. They hadn't even competed in the morning's bout, but the sheer spectacle of Cheng Xiao's victory was more than enough to lift their spirits. Their victory was all that mattered. 7-Star Academy had won, and it was their captain who had delivered the decisive blow. Back at the dormitory, Douluo summoned the entire team into the conference room. He stood at the head of the table, surveying each of them with a steady gaze. "Everyone," he began, voice calm but firm, "there's no afternoon match for you today. Go get some rest and recover. We leave tomorrow for the finals." Duguyan frowned, doubt in her eyes. "Grandpa, even if we rest, having Cheng Xiao on the field makes all the difference. Prepared or not, we rely on him." Douluo shook his head. "Not tomorrow. Cheng Xiao won't be joining you in the finals, nor will he lend you any support. This one's on you." A stunned silence fell over the room. Without Cheng Xiao's spectacular skills, could they really clinch the championship? Douluo's expression softened slightly. "It's time for you to stand on your own. Relying on someone else isn't how champions are made." Across the continent, at Shrek Academy's common room, Dai Mubai stirred his tea and shook his head in disbelief. "I never thought Wuhandian Academy would forfeit the match," he muttered, and for the Pope himself to announce it, astonishing. He sat back, silent for a long moment, the weight of the coming finals settling over him like a storm on the horizon. Wuhandian Academy's reputation for unrivaled strength spread far and wide. Everyone knew they were unbeatable. Yet today, not even their vaunted golden generation could hold a candle to Cheng Xiao of Seven-Star Academy. One by one, Wuhandian's finest fell to him in swift, devastating strikes. It was humiliating. No grand techniques, no flashy displays, just Cheng Xiao, quietly composed, and nearly every opponent felled in a single blow. Behind the viewing balcony, Tang San frowned as he replayed the battles in his mind. "Master," he said, voice low but urgent, "I feel as if Cheng Xiao's gotten stronger again." Ma Hongjun blinked. "He promoted again?" "Exactly." Tang San shook his head in disbelief. "Did you see how casually he handled our golden generation? He didn't even break a sweat, not one extra move beyond his basics, and still one-hit kills across the board." Their master pulled the corner of his robe, brows knitting into a severe crease. "You think he's hiding power, that he's at least at Soul Emperor level?" Tang San met his gaze steadily. "Based on his aura, yes, he's sealed most of it. Only someone at Soul Emperor realm could make those kills look so effortless." "That's impossible," the master snapped. "Xiao San, Cheng Xiao is strong, but he's still a teenager. How could someone that young reach Soul Emperor?" Ma Hongjun grinned wryly. "Don't forget, your own team leader is the youngest Soul Emperor on the entire continent." The master fell silent. Tang San exchanged a glance with Ma Hongjun. In the hush that followed, the truth sank in. Cheng Xiao's power was far greater than anyone had dared imagine. And now, with the contest only just begun, Wuhandian Academy was scrambling for an answer to a new unstoppable threat. "Master Qin Ming," Tang San began, "based on what you've said, is it really possible for him to achieve the rank of Douluo before he turns 20? Master Qin Ming's face flushed crimson, and he panted as if he'd just run a great distance. He simply could not comprehend Cheng Xiao's method of cultivation. He had exhausted every technique in his repertoire and had never advanced beyond level 30, yet Cheng Xiao had reached the Soul Emperor tier while still in his teens. It was unthinkable. "No, Xiao San, there must be some misunderstanding," Dai Mubai interjected, shaking his head. He clapped Tang San on the shoulder in reassurance. "You're overanalyzing things." Tang San allowed himself a small, tense smile. "I hope you're right." Master Qin Ming took a steadying breath and squared his shoulders. "Regardless, we need to focus on this afternoon's competition. Wuhandian Academy is strong, but they are by no means invincible." Ma Hongjun laughed, excitement brightening his features. "Master, what about our 7-in-1 fusion technique? This afternoon, Shrek Academy will give Wuhan Palace a real shock." The master's expression grew stern. "No, the 7-in-1 fusion technique puts an enormous strain on every participant's body. It's a last resort move. Using it now would leave us completely spent before the real battle even begins. Xiao San's current make condition rules him out of the next match." "What?" Ma Hongjun's face went ashen. "Then how can we possibly win?" Master frowned with impatience. "Ma Hongjun, don't let your own doubts destroy our team's resolve. Yes, Shrek Academy may not be as strong overall as Wuhandian Academy, but that doesn't mean we're without hope." He leaned forward, voice low and urgent. "After this morning's knockout round, Wuhandian's confidence must be severely shaken. They'll be aching for another fight to restore their pride. That's exactly the moment we strike. Catch them off guard and defeat them in one decisive blow." Ma Hongjun scratched his head, discomfort flickering across his face, then slumped back onto the sofa. Despite his awkwardness, Master's words had lit a fire in him. "All right," he said at last. "Get yourselves ready. Xiao San, come with me." Tang San paused for an instant, then rose and followed Master out of the room. In the quiet corridor, Master halted, turned, and placed a firm hand on Tang San's shoulder. His eyes were grave as he spoke. "Xiao San, for this afternoon's match, you have my permission to unleash the 8 Spider Lance's poison." "This is our only path to victory," Master said softly. "You can't rely on the 7-in-1 fusion technique. Your body simply wouldn't withstand it." Just last night, Master had finally surrendered to his conscience and decided to forsake the forbidden fusion technique. After all the years they'd spent together, he cared for Tang San like a son. For the sake of Tang San's future growth, he chose to tell him the truth, though not every detail. Tang San paused to consider, then nodded firmly. Even without his master's full confession, he was prepared for the sacrifice ahead. The lethal poison sealed within the 8-spider lance truly was their best, and perhaps only chance to win. Morning air was crisp and comfortable. By early afternoon, however, the sun climbed high overhead, turning the cool breeze into a faint, unrelenting heat. In the broad plaza before the Pope's palace, students from Spirit Hall Academy and Shrek Academy stood in orderly ranks, their gazes fixed on the grand doors awaiting the Pope's proclamation. Soul Masters from every corner of the continent had already gathered, buzzing with anticipation. Tomorrow's finals depended on this match, and with Spirit Hall Academy reeling from its earlier defeat, everyone agreed this would be the most thrilling contest of the tournament. The whole arena pulsed with tension. If their team lost this afternoon's match, any chance at the championship would vanish. Even before the Pope's arrival, the Soul Masters in the stands were already on the edge of their seats. That morning's upset had shocked everyone. 7-Star Academy had toppled favorites from the Spirit Hall Academy, and now Spirit Hall was desperate to reclaim its honor. With so much at stake, today's game promised to be even more thrilling. A ripple of conversation ran through the crowd. Only 2 fighters from 7-Star Academy? Isn't that kind of arrogant? Arrogant? Try being in their shoes. After what they did this morning, I'd say they've earned every bit of confidence. I guess I was a little narrow-minded. Just then, the cardinals at the judging table rose and called out in unison, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." All chatter ceased. On the elevated platform of the Pope's pavilion, the grand gates swung open, and Pope Bibi Dong emerged, her presence commanding immediate reverence. Flanking her were Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei, 2 of her most esteemed disciples. At the sight of Bibi Dong, the assembled Soul Masters erupted into cheers and applause. Even from her lofty vantage point, Bibi Dong surveyed the 2 teams on the field below. Then, with a graceful nod and a small wave of her hand, she signaled the official start of the afternoon's decisive match. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. This was the moment every Soul Master had been waiting for. The cardinal on the judging panel immediately called to the Pope's meaning. "Please enter the arena," he called out. "Nana, I trust you won't let me down this time." From the stands, Bibi Dong watched as Hu Liena and her teammates strode onto the stage. She frowned, then noticed only 2 spectators occupying the 7 Stars Academy seats. They sat side by side, radiating quiet confidence. "Only 2 people showed up," she murmured to herself. "They seem very sure of themselves." "Stinky boy," Dugubo said flatly to Cheng Xiao. "Look over there. Bibi Dong's been staring at you the whole time." Cheng Xiao glanced in Bibi Dong's direction and replied coolly, "I've noticed." Dugubo raised an eyebrow. "After the match, do you plan to stick around the Spirit Hall?" Cheng Xiao's expression grew distant. "No, I'm heading to the far north." "The far north? Want me to come with you?" Cheng Xiao shook his head, a hint of frost in his eyes. "No, old poison. You stay here in Tiando City. I'll return once I've taken care of things up north." "Very well," Dugubo said with a nod. "I'll be here when you get back." Just then, the arena lights dimmed. A hush fell over the crowd as the 2 sides squared off, ready to do battle in the vast, echoing hall. Tang San's right hand flared with inky darkness as 6 thick blue-silver spirit grasses shot out, coiling tightly around the waists of his 6 teammates to form an unbreakable barrier. "White Tiger Fierce Light Wave!" Daimubai bellowed, condensing his soul power in his throat. A blinding beam of white energy blasted forward like a charging beast. Behind him, Ma Hongjun rocketed into the sky. A pair of fiery wings unfurled from his back, their scorching blaze roaring down in a river of molten flame toward the Spirit Hall forces. Across the fields, eyes glowed with frost. She stood unflinching, watching the Shrek team's onslaught. One by one, her soul rings pulsed. First the jet-black 5th ring, then the 4th, the 3rd, the 2nd, and finally the pale yellow 1st ring. With each ring that flared, the crimson aura around her intensified until she seemed to burn from within. At that moment, Xie moved. He wielded 2 blood-red moonblades, each curved like a crescent moon. Gripping their centers, he darted forward in a silent blur, closing in on his sister from behind, his blades poised to strike. At that moment, twin beams of golden light shot from the scepter in the auxiliary spirit master's hand. They flared brilliantly and instantly fused into Shiyu and Hu Liena. At the same time, the other spirit masters, Yan among them, leapt forward, unleashing their own spirit techniques to intercept the Shrek Seven Devils' assault. Without warning, a curtain of crimson light blossomed around Shiyu and Hu Liena the instant their bodies collided. In the next heartbeat, that crimson veil exploded outward into a glowing sphere, enveloping nearly half the battlefield, and encasing the Shrek Seven Devils within its bounds. Seizing the momentary advantage, Xie and Hu Liena invoked their spirit fusion skill, Charm. The instant the pink aura washed over the captured foes, every member of the Shrek team felt an inexplicable weight dragging down their limbs. Their minds dulled, and each movement was resisted by an unseen barrier, as though they were wading through honey. "Everyone, stay alert." Tang San's voice rang out, eyes gleaming with purple light. Before his warning could fully register, a spine-chilling scream split the air. Tang San's heart sank as realization hit him. He'd miscalculated entirely. The Spirit Hall's real aim wasn't to eliminate him first. It was to pick off his teammates before turning on the strongest link. He hadn't known that Shi Yue's original target had been Tang San all along. Only after the preliminaries had they switched tactics, deciding to neutralize the weaker members first and then converge on him. It was a ruthless yet brutally effective strategy, and now it was unfolding exactly as they'd planned. In an instant, Shi Yue and Hu Liena, wielding their fused spirit abilities, severed the blue-silver grass binding all 6 members of the Shrek Seven Devils. They'd anticipated Tang San's defensive use of the grass and prepared precisely for this moment. With a mere gesture, the spirit fusion skill's sharp edges sliced through every tendril. Even so, Shrek's team refused to go down without a fight. After Oscar's giant sausage feast, Xiao Wu and Juju King found their speed notably enhanced. Though still hampered by spirit restraints, they remained mobile enough to evade complete capture. Yao Mei lunged at Xiao Wu next. A flicker of golden light traced the air as a barrier sprang up, absorbing the attack in a single pulse of radiant energy. "Found you," she murmured, her violet eyes glittering. Before Yao Mei could strike again, Xiao Wu's form blurred, and she vanished. In the next heartbeat, her teleportation skill ignited, sending ripples through the battlefield. The tide of this confrontation was about to shift once more, and neither side would emerge unscathed. Slender legs shot forward, the heel connecting brutally with Yao Mei's chest. He gasped, stumbling back a few paces. Before he could steady himself, a searing pain flared at the base of his skull. Looking up, he found Juju King descending like a silvery wraith, her long hair cascading around her like a midnight waterfall. Yao Mei barely had time to react before his moonblade rattled in his hand. In the same instant, Xiao Wu's lithe, pink-clad form darted in behind Juju King. A shimmering golden barrier flickered into being between them, sending Yao Mei's blade skittering aside with a clang. Across the clearing, Tang San sprang forward, 8 spider lance in hand. Relying on his ghost shadow steps, his movements were fluid and assured, as if he felt no fear at all. With Juju King and Xiao Wu falling back to safety, Tang San and Yao Mei, or Xie Yu, as he was sometimes called, squared off in the center. Their weapons met with a thunderous crack. Tang San's sturdy lance drove against the razor edge of the moonblade, sparks flying with each impact. He soon discovered that Yao Mei's blade was deadlier than he'd imagined. Every parry, every strike left a visible scratch along the metal's gleaming surface. The two combatants pressed in, neither willing to yield an inch, and the air hummed with the promise of a fierce, unrelenting duel. "Admit it, Tang San. You can't beat me." Shi Yue's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he whispered, "Full moon." Tang San's pupils narrowed. In an instant, 4 of his 8 spider lances shot into the ground and retracted with lightning speed. His movements were razor-sharp, but even so, Shiyu was faster. Like a whirlwind, he and his twin moonblades vanished, leaving nothing but a massive white disk spinning high above the arena. This was Shiyue's trump card, his most powerful soul skill. After the Spirit Hall's crushing defeat in the morning's elimination match, their pride was on the line in this afternoon's team event. They simply could not afford another loss. A surge of frustration roared through Tang San. He knew instinctively that resisting this soul skill was nearly impossible, yet defeat had never been an option for him. Time and again, he had stood up after every setback. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of his strength and triggered all 4 blue-silver grass techniques at once. Tendrils of emerald green whipped forward. The grass coils writhed like living serpents, seeking purchase on the spinning disc. Tang San poured his will into every blade, determined to turn the tide. From the stands, the crowd watched in stunned silence as the 2 soul masters clashed in a storm of power and determination. Neither seemed willing to yield. Cheng Xiao watched the clearing haze drift away and shook his head. Xie Yu and Hu Lina of Spirit Hall Academy had poured everything they had into this battle. Without a miracle, Shrek Academy's defeat was all but certain. After the morning match, neither Hu Lina nor Xie Yu would underestimate their opponents again. They'd unleashed their soul skills with full force, determined to finish this fight here and now. Slowly, the powdery mist dissolved, revealing 2 battered figures standing at the field center. Both Xie Yue and Hu Liana bore fresh wounds, but they still held each other up. Nearby, the Spirit Hall's cheering section, led by Bibi Dong, let out a breath of relief. Failing to make the finals would have been an utter humiliation. The Cardinal stepped forward, voice ringing out across the silent field. Spirit Hall Academy claimed victory. Xi Yu and Hu Lina supported one another off the stage, while Shrek Academy's team lay scattered across the ground, every member too exhausted or too injured to rise. Even the ever-confident Tang San sat slumped against the arena wall, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Back in the Shrek Academy rest area, the master sat frozen in his chair, eyes blank, as though he'd lost the will to stand. The echoes of defeat hung heavy in the air. Ning Fengzi had always known that Shrek Academy faced long odds, but he never imagined they would actually lose. A sharp pang of regret seized him. What if he'd unleashed the 7-in-1 technique? Could they have snatched victory? Lu Erlong watched her master's shoulders slump and stepped forward to offer comfort, only to be gently restrained by Flanders. "Erlong, give him a moment," Flanders murmured. She stayed silent, her eyes full of unspoken concern as they lingered on Ning Fengji. Just then, a voice rang out in astonishment. "So the 7 treasures are only colored glaze?" From the high platform of the Pope's palace, Ning Fengji lifted his hand. In an instant, the 7 treasures colored glaze pagoda, its 7 soul rings faintly aglow, materialized before him in dazzling light. It spun slowly, drifted upward, and then swelled to a monumental height above the arena. Brilliant beams of radiance streamed from its tiers and bathed the 7 exhausted members of Shrek Academy. To Ning Fengji, Tang San alone was worth any sacrifice until he'd obtained the hidden weapons forging secrets. Now, as the regenerative glow of the colored glaze pagoda enveloped each of the Shrek 7, their grievous wounds began knitting themselves together with startling speed, leaving only the echo of their earlier defeat. Hall Master Chen Qin's eyes flicked toward Cheng Xiao in the distance, and he offered a barely perceptible nod, then fell silent. Master Ning Fengji, having just withdrawn his soul power after examining the Shrek 7, looked up in confusion. "Master Chen Qin, is something the matter?" Chen Qin's lips curved in a faint, knowing smile. Ning Fengji's face shifted for a heartbeat, but he recovered quickly, returning a polite grin. He hadn't expected Cheng Xiao to step in and aid a soul beast in human form. No wonder only 2 contestants had shown up from 7 Stars Academy. They must have had a strategy all along. Still, Ning Fengji was willing to overlook the surprise. After all, his daughter had reaped the benefits of Cheng Xiao's intervention. On the high platform of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's brow furrowed as she studied Cheng Xiao with keen interest. A soul master of her stature immediately sensed the subtle disturbance his action had caused. But why would he help a human-turned-soul beast? Behind her, Grandmaster Yue Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei also detected a fleeting shift in aura. For a moment, their gazes drifted toward Xiao Wu. It seemed as if they were about to expose her secret. Then Grandmaster Yue Guan's eyes sharpened, and she withdrew her stare, realizing the true source of that faint ripple wasn't the young girl at all. He froze for a moment before realization swept over him. This scruffy boy had actually tried to protect the transformed soul beast. Supported by Qin Ming, Tang San made his way back to his master's side. He sank to his knees and bowed his head. "Master, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you." His words seemed to strike deep. The master's body trembled, and he fought to steady himself as he looked at Tang San's weary face. He knew his disciple, he had given everything he had, so why did his heart still ache with disappointment? Xiao-san, he murmured, his voice unsteady. Gently, he laid a trembling hand on Tang San's shoulder. After a long, heavy silence, he whispered, "You've done your best. That's all I ever ask." Tang San's chest tightened at the sight of such profound disappointment. Helpless to change the past, he bowed his head in silence, shame and regret weaving through him. Just then, Pope Bibi Dong's voice rang out over the arena's loudspeakers. "The match is concluded. 2 elders escort Tang San off the field immediately." A stunned hush fell over Shrek Academy. Tang San looked up, his eyes locking on Bibi Dong's imperious figure, shock and confusion written plain on his face. Elder Yu's eyes snapped open when he heard Bibi Dong's demand. "What do you mean, arrest my disciple?" he thundered, stepping forward so that every student at Shrek Academy could hear. "I'm an elder of the Spirit Hall, too. You'd better explain yourself." He flipped the heavy bronze token, Tang Hao's token, in his hand, letting its weight underscore his authority. Bibi Dong met his gaze calmly, her voice as cold as steel. "Why shouldn't we take him into custody?" she asked. Tang Hao's grudge with the Spirit Hall goes back decades. The former pope died by the clear sky hammer, his own signature weapon. Now his son stands before us. How can I possibly let Tang San go free? Elder Yu's skin went pale. He'd known about Tang Hao's bitter feud with the Hall, but he'd never imagined Bibi Dong would state it so bluntly, much less do so in front of everyone. Was she really prepared to sever ties with the Clear Sky sect once and for all? A murmur ran through the assembled students. Xiao Wu, standing a few paces away, felt her heart tighten. She'd already feared her true identity might have slipped out, but this sudden turn of events left her even more unsettled. Something about Bibi Dong's words didn't add up. This confrontation felt bigger than any mere arrest warrant. As silence fell over the courtyard, Bibi Dong raised her chin. "Elder Yu, consider this your final warning," she said softly, but unmistakably. "Either you turn over Tang San willingly, or I will." Nobody moved, but in that charged stillness, every mind raced with the same questions. What would Elder Yu do? And how far was Bibi Dong really willing to go against the Clear Sky sect? Chapter 15. The Turning Tide. She had braced herself for the repercussions when her true identity was finally laid bare, but nothing prepared her for the stunning reversal that followed. Her mind reeled as she took a steadying breath and let her voice ring out, cold and unyielding. "Now that you know the truth, stand aside. Spirit Hall, hear my command. Seize Tang San and eliminate anyone who dares to interfere." A collective gasp rippled through the audience. Statuesque figures stiffened, hands drifting to their weapons. Even the most devoted disciples exchanged startled glances. Before anyone could move, a firm voice cut through the tension. Tang San's master stepped forward, his robes billowing around him. He fixed Bibi Dong with fiery eyes, each breath he drew echoing his fury. "If you lay a hand on my disciple," he thundered, "I will crash through the gates of the Pope's palace, even if it costs me my life. Try to stop me, if you dare." His vow sent a fresh wave of shock across the hall. The demand to capture Tang San had been explosive enough. The master's willingness to die for his student shattered whatever calm remained. Bibi Dong's heart pounded so fiercely it felt as if it might tear free from her chest. A lethal haze of aura coalesced around her like a living thing, tendrils of power quivering with suppressed anger. Her gaze flicked to the one person she trusted most, Yu Xiaogang. He stood unwavering at her side, and in that moment, her betrayal cut deeper than any wound. He would risk her wrath to save a rival? The thought was unbearable. She clenched her fist so tightly her knuckles turned white, every ounce of her strength straining against the murderous intent surging through her veins. If it weren't for the flicker of the old affection she still harbored for him, her aura alone would have shattered stone. The hall fell into a fragile silence as master and disciple faced each other, the fate of Soul Road hanging in the balance, caught between a vow of loyalty and a love poised on the edge of ruin. Bibi Dong drew in a steadying breath, her eyes flashing with cold resolve. "All members of the Spirit Hall, listen up, seize Tang San, son of Tang Hao, and anyone who stands in our way will be thrown into the Spirit Hall's prison." Chapter 236, The Long-Haired White Ghost. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo struck in perfect unison. No matter how formidable the Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion might have been, it stood no chance against two titled Douluos at levels 95 and 96. The sheer weight of their combined presence far exceeded anything Douluo had unleashed in his previous encounter with them. "I stand and fall with Shrek," Qinming declared, stepping forward to shield Tang San. In that instant, he made his choice, Shrek Academy first and foremost. "Then you shall die," Bibi Dong roared, her anger igniting. 9 luminous soul rings materialized around her, and an overwhelming pressure slammed outward like a tidal wave. The Golden Iron Triangle's fusion couldn't withstand it. Boom! A crisp crack split the air in front of the Pope's palace. The colossal golden holy dragon, born of the trio's united souls, fractured. Jagged lines spread from its snout down through its sinuous neck. In a single heartbeat, the magnificent beast shattered into glowing fragments, its residual power exploding into thousands of golden motes that drifted off into the sky. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo swept in on the Shrek team, closing ranks with deadly precision. Yuguan's hand tightened on his weapon as he poised to strike Xiao Wu, only to freeze when the earth beneath her feet seemed to breathe. A living shadow swelled outward, dark and fluid, wrapping around her ankles. "A chrysanthemum! A mere ghost! How dare you lay a hand on my son? Begone!" A voice cut through the arena, quiet, yet charged with such absolute authority that every soul there trembled. No sooner had the words fallen than the sky itself split open, disgorging a colossal blood-red Haoqian hammer. It plummeted like a falling star, its crushing aura forcing both Douluos back several meters. Even the warriors of Shrek felt their bones rattle under the pressure of its descent. At ringside, Cheng Xiao snapped his gaze skyward. From the shadows behind him, his hidden soldiers stirred, all attuned to the tempest of emotion welling up within their king, fierce, unrestrained, and utterly commanding. "Your Majesty," Ah Yin whispered, voice trembling. Then, as if summoned by the very stirrings of power, a black silhouette emerged in midair. It hovered there, still and silent, exuding the undeniable presence that it had always belonged at the heart of this storm. A tall, burly man in his 50s appeared before them. His once fine robe was now little more than ragged tatters, exposing bronzed skin through every rip. A sallow film dulled his otherwise sharp features, and his hair stuck out like a bird's nest. With each step he took, a new soul ring materialized at his feet in this exact sequence. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and finally a deep crimson ring, the same arrangement and colors that adorned Spirit Hall's Pope, Bibi Dong. The 9th ring glowed with the rare scarlet hue of 100,000-year spirit. The Shrek 7 devils froze. Tang San's eyes flew open, tears instantly welling and spilling down his cheeks. "Dad! Dad! You're finally here!" he choked out. "Tang Hao! You actually showed up!" Bibi Dong shrieked in fury, her gaze ablaze with resentment as she hovered above him. Tang Hao's face remained impassive. In one swift motion, he descended and landed squarely in front of the Shrek disciples. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo instinctively moved to either side of Bibi Dong, forming a silent, protective flank. 3 titled Douluos unleashed their soul power at full strength. The oppressive wave of energy swept across the courtyard, forcing every lesser soul master to stagger back in terror. No one dared remain in its wake for fear of being crushed to pulp. Yet Tang Hao stood his ground, lips curling into a mocking grin. "Bibi Dong," he called out, voice dripping with contempt. "Do you honestly think I'm afraid of you? Without Chandalu here, you don't even qualify as my opponent." At that, Tang Hao's 7th soul ring flared brilliant. Tilai. The massive clear sky hammer that had hovered behind him suddenly exploded with dark light, expanding in an instant until its head alone was as large as a hill. Black energy roiled across its surface, then red veins of power snaked through the metal. His 100,000-year soul ring ignited in perfect synchronicity, bathing the hammer in an ominous crimson glow. "Do you really expect to waltz in here today and walk out unscathed?" Bibi Dong retorted coolly. With a single, elegant wave of her hand, she summoned reinforcements. From the shadows of the Pope's hall sprang 4 more figures, each one a titled Douluo, ready to join the fray. Douluo's throat tightened as he watched the reinforcements arrive. 4 more title Douluo. Spirit Hall must have planned this all along. No sooner had the thought formed than Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo struck in perfect unison. Both unleashed their 9th soul skills together, summoning a swirling maelstrom of golden blades laced with phantom shadows, an assault that from a distance looked like the god of death himself descending upon Cheng Xiao. Everyone, finish him off! Bibi Dong's eyes gleamed with fervor as she completed her spirit possession. Now backed by 7 title Douluo, she felt certain this would be Cheng Xiao's end. Cornered, Cheng Xiao's expression turned grave. There was no path of retreat left, only the choice to stand his ground and fight. He drew a deep breath, planting his feet as the oncoming storm bore down on him, then roared, "Lingtian strike!" High above the battlefield, the colossal 100-meter hammer he'd summoned materialized. With a thunderous crash, it plummeted, but instead of hammering the 3 Douluo directly before him, the weapon sliced through the sky toward the Spirit Hall's papal palace at the back of their formation. The very air above Spirit City trembled and warped under its unimaginable weight. "Cheng Xiao, die!" Bibi Dong shrieked, fury and fear mingling in her voice as she watched destiny fall upon her stronghold. Bibi Dong no longer cared about the Spirit Hall's reputation. Her only goal was to kill Cheng Xiao utterly. When Cheng Xiao realized she wasn't defending the papal palace but throwing herself at him with everything she had, his heart froze. All 9 of his soul rings flared to life in a brilliant cascade of light, and then the first 8 exploded open at once. Exploding rings, great Sumeru hammer. Haotin brat, you're asking for your death. Before the colossal hammer could crush the 7th-ranked Douluo, a mighty roar thundered from the papal palace. In an instant, a storm of soul energy attacks burst forth. 2 sinuous dragons, one blazing red, the other deep sapphire, raced into the sky alongside a gargantuan spectral crocodile. Boom! The combined roar shook the very foundations of the Spirit Hall. Every soul master below the 70th rank, save for Cheng Xiao, went utterly blank and collapsed unconscious. The shockwave nearly reduced the Spirit Hall to rubble. Along the Spirit Hall's battered wall, 13 figures materialized before the papal palace's gates. At that same moment, Cheng Xiao's immense hammer wavered in midair, and then disintegrated entirely. A torrent of blood spouted from above, staining the ruined courtyard below. Cheng Xiao plummeted from the sky like a kite with its strings severed. Even the Haotian sect's forbidden magics offered him no defense against the Spirit Hall's crushing formation, the Pope flanked by 6 elders and an elite cadre of priests. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed as she fought to steady the chaotic swell of soul energy thrumming through her veins. She swept a glance across the priests arrayed before her. "Second priest, you're here too?" Her voice held a note of genuine surprise. Until now, these men had answered only to Qiandaliu. Though the great priest lay grievously wounded and still unconscious, they had nonetheless thrown in their lot with the Spirit Hall. It was a choice Bibi Dong found impossible to fathom. From the center of the formation, a deep voice rang out. "Golden Crocodile, Douluo." He fixed Bibi Dong with a steady, unflinching stare. "The priest hall lies in ruins," he said, his tone heavy with conviction. "If we allow the Pope's faction to prevail a second time, how can any of us face the great priest again?" At that moment, tremors from the unleashed techniques sent gravel and dust hurtling into the air. A choking cloud billowed across the battlefield, swallowing friend and foe alike. Bibi Dong shielded her eyes until the whirlwind of debris at last began to subside. When the dust finally drifted away, both Cheng Xiao's figure and the unconscious Tang San had vanished. A cold stillness settled over the ruined plain, broken only by the distant murmur of the Spirit Hall's victorious priests. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with barely controlled fury as she watched the 2 figures dissolve into the twisting walkways of 7-Star Academy's Rest Pavilion. "Cheng Xiao," she snarled, her voice cutting through the murmuring crowd. Then, lifting her chin and projecting her words for every soul master present to hear, she proclaimed, "Cheng Xiao and his son are declared enemies of the Spirit Hall. Any soul master who apprehends them will be handsomely rewarded. 1 10,000-year soul bone will be granted by the hall." Her announcement sent shockwaves through the assembled soul masters. A 10,000-year soul bone was the ultimate prize, a relic said to elevate a soul master by more than 2 realms. Whispers spread like wildfire, Everyone knew this was no idle threat. The Spirit Hall and Haotian sect were hurtling toward outright war, and only one power would survive. Without waiting for a response, Bibi Dong turned on her heel and swept away, her white robes billowing behind her. A dozen elders and a host of devout followers fell into step, moving with her toward the pontiff's chamber. As the current ruler of the Spirit Hall, she alone held supreme authority, and now she'd made her intent clear. At the edge of the courtyard, the headmaster of Seven-Star Academy stood with clenched fists. His face was pale with anger, but he dared not speak. He was surrounded by 13 titled Douluo, each one a Spirit Hall champion in their own right. Even he, the Academy's master, knew better than to challenge them. The die had been cast. Tang Hao and his son were fugitives, the Spirit Hall's most wanted, and every soul master in the land would now be hunting them for the ultimate reward. For someone like him, speaking up now would have been like signing his own death warrant. Flanders saw the hopeless look in his friend's eyes, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder. "Xiao Gang, let's go. Don't worry. Tang San has his father here. Nothing will happen." But the young master said nothing. He shrugged free of Flanders' hand and hurried away. Liu Erlong sprang to follow him. The remaining 5 members of the Shrek 7 Devils exchanged uneasy glances. At last, Flanders cleared his throat. "All right, everyone. Game over. It's time to graduate." He forced a smile, though the worry lines around his eyes betrayed him. "You've seen for yourselves, Shrek Academy has crossed the Spirit Hall. The road ahead won't be easy." "Dean, don't say that," Daimubai protested, but his voice faltered. He fell silent, seeing there was nothing he could add. Flanders gave a wry, bittersweet smile and shook his head. Then he turned to his sole true disciple, Ma Hongjun. "Hongjun, what are your plans now?" Ma Hongjun scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "Teacher, you know I love my freedom. Now that I've graduated, I want to travel across the continent, gain some real-world experience, and when I've learned enough, come back to Shrek Academy and help you." At those words, warmth spread through Flanders' chest. Chapter 12, Departures and New Beginnings. Flanders pressed his palms together, his mind awhirl with unexpected emotions. Xiao Ao, his most promising disciple, had just announced his intention to return and aid him. Pride and worry warred behind the dean's calm facade. He cleared his throat and turned to his protege. "Oscar, what will you do?" Oscar looked away, jaw clenched. The question hung in the air longer than comfort allowed. At last, he forced a small smile. "Dean, I plan to journey across the continent. I need to hone my strength, see the world and test myself against its challenges." Juju King, standing to one side, exchanged a look of surprised approval with Flanders. She had expected Oscar to choose an easy life, perhaps to remarry or settle down. Instead, he'd chosen the path of hardship and growth. In that moment, Zhu King felt a fresh spark of admiration for him. Yet she knew her own path would diverge soon. She would never return to the complacent halls of the Xingluo Empire. Here, power was the only currency that spoke louder than lineage or title. If she was to make her mark on this world, she would seize strength with both hands. That night, under a sky painted in deep indigo, the vast Xingdo Great Forest exhaled its nocturnal chorus. In a moonlit clearing, Cheng Xiao sat on a worn bluestone, idly toying with a blade of grass. His boredom was palpable. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, only heightened his restlessness. Not far off, Xiao Wu knelt beside a threadbare blanket spread with sketches of ley lines and elemental currents. Daming and Erming leaned over her shoulders, ears perked at her animated descriptions. Judging by the gleam in Xiao Wu's eyes, she had uncovered something extraordinary, something that promised to shatter their quiet night and propel them into yet another adventure. Cheng Xiao sighed, finally flicking the grass aside. He rose, brushing dirt from his trousers. "All right," he muttered. "I'm listening." And as the 3 friends gathered around the glowing charts beneath the moonlight, a new plan began to take shape, one that would lead them deeper into the heart of the forest and beyond. In the moonlit clearing, Daming and Erming stood quietly as Xiao Wu recounted everything that had transpired over the last few years. Their initial anxiety gave way to shock, then relief, and finally to a deep, contented calm. Ever since Xiao Wu's disappearance, they had feared for her safety. Now, seeing her returned unharmed by Cheng Xiao, They exchanged looks of profound gratitude. "Our king? He's so merciful," one of the soul beast shadow soldiers breathed. Most of these shadow troops had once been fierce creatures in life. Now, reborn as spirit-infused warriors under Cheng Xiao's command, they had grown far stronger than they ever were before. They respected his power as much as they were moved by his compassion. After all, true loyalty, born of heartfelt trust, was the sharpest weapon a sovereign could wield. Xiao Wu broke the reverent silence. "Cheng Xiao, will you be leaving us soon?" Cheng Xiao met her gaze with a gentle smile. "Yes," he replied. "I intend to journey north, where some emerging threats need to be dealt with." Xiao Wu nodded once and fell silent, her eyes reflecting both concern and quiet resolve. She slipped her hands behind her back and padded softly to Cheng Xiao's side. Resting her head on his shoulder, she whispered, "Promise me you'll be more careful." Cheng Xiao offered her a crooked grin as he tilted his head up to the starlit sky. "Don't worry," he murmured. "I've got this." Moonlight and starlight filtered through the treetops, painting the forest floor in silvery patterns. Around them, everything held its breath. Neither spoke another word, content to share the night's perfect stillness. Morning arrived on a single shaft of light that pierced the canopy, and with it came a thunderous roar that shattered the forest's calm. From the gloom burst a colossal black form, wings unfolding like storm clouds as it bellowed skyward. It was Nash, the legendary dragon, in all his fearsome glory. Deming and Erming staggered back, eyes wide. "Oh my God," they breathed, their voices barely audible beneath the dragon's roaring resonance. The sheer presence of this apex creature pressed down on them, a reminder of just how vast the gulf was between their fleeting powers and Nash's titanic might. "I'm off," Cheng Xiao called, his voice perfectly calm. In the next heartbeat, he was astride Nash's broad head. Xiao Wu let out a soft laugh and waved up at him as the dragon reared and launched them both into the morning sky. "Goodbye." "Goodbye?" "Up." Nash unleashed a mighty roar. The dragon had clearly been waiting for this moment. At Cheng Xiao's command, it thrashed its colossal wings and surged into the sky. Xiao Wu watched in stunned awe as Nash's massive form receded into the distance. Once the dragon was little more than a dark silhouette against the horizon, she bowed her head and whispered to herself, "Next time we meet, I'll be stronger. Only then can I truly help you." Perched atop Nash's scaled head, Cheng Xiao closed his eyes and let the rush of wind energize him. Time slipped by swiftly, just one day, yet enough for the air to grow noticeably colder. Cheng Xiao felt the frost nibble at his skin, but the bond he shared with Nash and the borrowed power of the Ice Dragon King shielded him from the chill. Together they pressed onward into the barren northern wastes, where snow stretched endlessly beneath a steel-gray sky. Suddenly, Cheng Xiao spotted a towering silhouette moving across the snowfields below. The figure paused, glanced upward at the soaring dragon, then returned to its solitary wanderings. It didn't attack, merely observed. Cheng Xiao barely spared it a second thought as Nash swept him onward into the wintry expanse. Cheng Xiao's journey had a single purpose, to recruit the army of the King of Cold. As for the three kings of the far north, he had other plans. In this unforgiving land, every snowflake felt like a shard of ice in his bones, and the biting wind tugged relentlessly at his cloak. He didn't fear the cold, but that didn't mean his clothes did. Thankfully, he still retained the Fire Dragon King's power, which kept him from freezing solid. "Nash, let's descend and take a look," he said. "At once, Your Majesty." With a flicker of light, Nash was at Cheng Xiao's side on the snowy plain. The dragon in the sky shifted into human form, bowing respectfully. Cheng Xiao leapt down beside him, and together they strode across the powdery snow. They'd been walking only a few minutes when the distant clouds roiled, as though stirred by some invisible hand. Then, from the northern horizon, an otherworldly light began to spread. A wash of emerald green poured across the sky, banishing the gloom. In an instant, the dark canopy above them transformed into a great, translucent gemstone, each breath of wind making that living jewel shimmer and glow. Cheng Xiao halted, eyes narrowed against the dazzling vista. Nash stood at his side, equally transfixed by the sudden, eerie beauty. Whatever force had called this green radiance into being, Cheng Xiao knew it was no ordinary omen, and that whatever lay ahead would test him in ways he could not yet imagine. Cheng Xiao felt it the moment the sickly green light washed across the sky. A vast, consuming power of ice, immense, but still far weaker than the legendary might of the Ice Dragon King. Without hesitation, he melted into the swirling drifts, eager to see what was unfolding, and perhaps to join the fray. "You wretched fiends!" Ice Emperor Bingdi's voice rang out across the frozen plain. In every direction lay the bodies of fallen soul beasts, her own scorpion warriors among them, slain by relentless white ghost archers. Even these ghostly horsemen, mere pale echoes of death, radiated an aura far more crushing than that of her battered cold legion. From the midst of the carnage, a long-haired ghost in spectral armor spurred her steed forward. In her hand gleamed a bow carved of living ice, its string hummed with cold power. She fixed Bingdi with a predator's gaze and curled her lips into a taunting smile. "You call yourselves rulers of winter," the ghostess mocked, her voice icy and disdainful. "Yet you stagger like frightened mortals. You are no more than lowly creatures, unworthy even to stand beneath the same sky. I cannot wait to witness your pathetic end." A fierce light flared in Bingdi's eyes. "You? Is that all you've got?" she replied softly, her tone deceptively calm, yet laden with killing intent. At once the emerald sky overhead deepened to a bruised, dark green, as though the very heavens had recognized the challenge. In that charged silence, the frozen winds stilled, and both armies prepared for the battle to come. A cold ripple of murderous intent washed over the clearing as she stepped forward. She would never forgive the men who had slaughtered innocent people, and she certainly wouldn't let them go unpunished. A cruel smile curled at her lips as she met their terrified gazes. "Ha ha ha! You want death? Very well. Death is exactly what you'll get." Chapter 237. The Cold Legion is Destroyed. Ice Emperor's crystal yellow eyes blazed with rage and murderous intent. As one of the three sovereigns of the far north, she was accustomed to absolute authority, and she could not stomach being looked down upon. "Upset?" The long-haired white ghost sneered, her grin cold as frost. "Are you seriously going to take on me and my legion? Do you really think you can triumph when you're outnumbered?" The ghost's taunt was hardly baseless. Though the Cold King's own whereabouts were unknown, the Cold Legion itself had suffered few losses. The far north was their true stronghold. They were born of ice elves and snow bears, perfectly adapted to its freezing wastes. "How dare you stand between me and my prey?" Ice Emperor's voice cut like a cracking glacier. Her ornate tail hook, a jagged bar of polished steel, began to glow with sinister green light. In an instant, she unleashed a searing beam straight at the white ghost's heart. But the long-haired specter did not flinch. With uncanny calm, she raised one pale hand and let out an eerie, otherworldly laugh. He raised the ice-forged bow with both hands, drawing back the string until it gleamed with raw magic. Then, with a sharp zzz, he loosed an arrow carved from pure frost straight into the Ice Emperor's emerald beam. The two forces met in midair with a thunderous crack. A shockwave ripped outward, and a swirl of ice mist billowed across the battlefield. In the next heartbeat, that mist exploded into a storm of crystalline blades, each fragment flying like lightning toward the Emperor's diamond-hard scales. Even those nearly indestructible plates shuddered under the onslaught, thin, silvery cracks veining their surface where the cuts bit deepest. It was clear. These frost-forged blades were more deadly than any ordinary steel. At that very moment, the long-haired white ghost roared his command. Dozens of spectral warriors and over 100 massive snow bears charged in, their howls and growls merging into a savage chorus. From their ranks, the white ghost himself knocked another arrow and let it fly without pause, each frost-tipped bolt seeking the gaps in the Emperor's defenses. He pressed the attack with relentless precision, determined to grant the Ice Emperor no respite to strike back. "Damn it!" the Ice Emperor bellowed. His massive form shot upward, hurtling straight into the oncoming white ghosts and colossal blood bears like a giant boulder. A thunderous crack echoed as a blast of emerald energy rippled outward, freezing those that charged him into jagged ice sculptures. No sooner had they halted than the Ice Emperor's enormous barbed tail whipped around, shattering the frozen monsters into glittering shards. The long-haired white ghost archer watched with a cruel smile, as if savoring the moment of his prey's defeat. Frost crackled along his elegant bow as he began weaving dark Arctic magic, readying a new attack. Beside the Ice Emperor, his ally, a formidable ice sorceress, was locked in her own desperate battle. Though her power was great, she was vastly outnumbered by white ghosts and snow bears. Spell after spell erupted from her fingertips, each one barely keeping the relentless horde at bay. In her fierce concentration, she failed to notice the archer pulling back his bowstring, eyes glittering with wicked delight. "Let them all perish," the Ice Emperor roared, his voice swelling with raw fury. Then, striding into focus beside him, the sorceress let a clear, chill voice ring out. Green light and shadow coalesced around her, forming a lance of crackling energy that she hurled into the fray. Swift, merciless, and unstoppable. Her crystalline tail needle swept in graceful arcs, slicing the charging snow bears cleanly in two. But beyond her reach, the white ghosts loosed their ice bows, and in an instant, the sky darkened with a deadly rain of enchanted, armor-piercing arrows. Undeterred, the Ice Empress lifted her twin jade frost daggers, their edges glinting in the cold light. As one of the far north's three Sover, Eins, she could not afford withdrawal. Retreat would mean the slaughter of countless soul beasts she had sworn to protect. Drawing on every ounce of her frigid power, she roared, "Wrath of the Ice Sovereign!" A shockwave of bitter chill erupted at her command, freezing the tundra in a wall of diamond-clear ice for dozens of meters around her. With another thunderous cry, she unleashed a maelstrom of razor-sharp ice shards, each blade humming with concentrated magic. The swirling storm of ice met the arrow hail head-on, shattering each bolt before it could find its mark. From the enemy ranks stepped a long-haired white ghost, lips curled into a cruel smile. "You will die without regret," it hissed, voice as cold as the ice around them. "After all you've done to my soldiers." Raising its bow, the ghost drew back an arrow crackling with raw, arcane energy. In that tense moment, the deadly shaft snapped free, hurtling straight toward the Ice Empress. The ice-tipped arrow flew with blinding speed. It reached the Ice Empress's side in the blink of an eye. "Oops," she gasped, a flicker of terror crossing her pale features. The barely contained energy, humming in that arrow, would shatter bone and shiver soul. Even if it didn't kill her outright, it would leave her broken. Once one of Jibei's mighty three overlords, the Ice Empress had ruled with ruthless authority. Now, at the mercy of a single shot, she found herself seething with indignation. But before the spell of fear could fully take hold, a dark silhouette bucked the arrow's flight. A slender figure materialized between the missile and its target, and with a casual flick of his palm, he diverted the ice shard as though swatting a bothersome insect. The arrow spun away and embedded itself harmlessly in the frozen ground. "Who are you?" The assassin's voice cut through the sudden stillness. His long white hair whipped around his shoulders, eyes blazing with fury. He had been so close to felling the scorpion, his coveted prey, and now his triumph lay fractured by this unexpected interloper. The Ice Empress stood rooted to the spot, blinking in disbelief. Before her stood a man in simple, dark garb, no heavy armor, no heraldry, yet his aura spoke of hidden power. This was the far north, a place where mortals seldom tread. Whence had this stranger come? Questions swirled through her mind, but for the moment, only one thought prevailed. An unknown defender had just saved her life. And in the icy wastes of Jibei's realm, that alone was enough to make even an empress pause in shock. Before she could even form her questions, the man before her grinned. "King Kuhan was generous indeed. He left me quite the fortune." "What did you say?" The ice ghost, his long white hair drifting like mist, snarled in fury. The elegant ice bow in his hand snapped into two daggers, each blade shimmering with frost. "That power was mine to command. I could have raised an entire army." Cheng Xiao merely smiled and snapped his fingers. "Finish them. Don't spare a single soldier." At his command, shadow soldiers seeped from the darkness behind him. The Ice Emperor's eyes widened at the sight of these spectral warriors. Cheng Xiao glanced over the battlefield's scattered corpses, lips curved in amusement. Then he spoke one simple word, "Rise." A chorus of mournful wails erupted as the fallen bodies stirred. One by one, they remolded into creatures of ice and shadow, jade scorpions with chilling pincers, pale wraiths drifting on frosted feet, and massive bears crowned in crystalline fur. In an instant, the newly summoned legion of soul beasts encircled the Cold Legion soldiers, sealing their fate. Hundreds of shadow soldiers stood at Cheng Xiao's back, their hollow eyes locked on the long-haired white ghost. "Now it's fair," Cheng Xiao said with a cold smile. The white ghost's pale face twisted with rage. "You've turned my warriors into undead puppets." Cheng Xiao's right hand crackled as a dark purple scythe materialized, his shadow-forged blade, born of the sixth soul ring's power. Shadow manifestati, let him conjure any weapon at will, he truly was a one-man armory. "Undead, yes," he replied smoothly, "and entirely mine to command." "Slay them," the white ghost bellowed. In an instant, his ghostly archers drew frost-tipped arrows, and the white bears at his side roared their battle cries. Vengeance for the fallen surged through the air. "Shadows, form up," Cheng Xiao ordered. His reanimated soldiers moved like one living wall. Above them, a hail of ice arrows descended. Thwack! 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 But Yin, riding the blue-silver emperor, wove a protective barrier of towering blue-silver grass. The bristling walls swallowed each missile, shattering them into harmless shards. Before the white ghost could notch a second volley, Cheng Xiao's army charged. At their head strode Titan, massive and unyielding, forging ahead through the shattered ice. The clash had begun in earnest, and neither side would yield. Cheng Xiao didn't spare a thought for his dwindling soul power. He unleashed wave after wave of soul skill attacks as if they were endless. Behind the wall of shadow soldiers stood Yin, silent and alert. Though they fought on a frozen tundra, the blue-silver emperor, his vitality unnaturally potent, had animated scores of white ghosts, each armed with an icy bow. A colossal battle was about to erupt. Cheng Xiao's eyes glittered with purpose. His quarry was the long-haired white ghost at the enemy's center. In the next instant, he vanished in a blur, leaving only a faint afterimage before he sprang skyward. The brief sensation of weightlessness tugged at him, forcing a split-second pause. In his right hand gleamed the shadow sickle, in his left a razor-sharp throwing knife. With a precise flick, he sent the knife hurtling toward the ghost's skull. No sooner had he released it than he dove back into the fray. All around him lay fallen white ghosts, their lifeless forms splayed across the ice. But at his mental command, each corpse shuddered to life as a shadow soldier and rejoined the battle lines. From the outset, the engagement had been lopsided in their favor. The Shadow Army vastly outnumbered the Cold Legion, and now their ranks swelled once more. A thunderous clash was underway, and Cheng Xiao was right at its heart. When a white ghost or white bear falls in battle, its corpse reanimates as a shadow soldier, swelling the ranks anew. But now Cheng Xiao, having absorbed the magic crystals of two kings, commands inexhaustible power and superhuman strength. The long-haired white ghost lunged, twin swords flashing to catch Cheng Xiao's thrown dagger. In the same heartbeat, he vanished and reappeared before it, his shadow sickle gleaming in hand. Steel rang against steel as their weapons met in a furious exchange of sparks. Thud, clang, slam, each strike unleashing raw, crackling energy. All around them, shadow soldiers clashed with white ghosts and white bears in brutal, close-quarters combat. Yet the outcome was never in doubt. The Cold Legion stood no chance. From her vantage point, the Ice Emperor watched with widening, crystal-yellow eyes. She had never imagined that a mere human could save her and wield such unfathomable might. The colossal white bear reared up and swiped through the ranks of shadow soldiers with a single thunderous blow. Their dark bodies shattered into fragments, but, sustained by their king's lingering magic, the pieces reformed again and again. They could not truly be destroyed until his power was spent. All around them, the elite warcraft known as the White Ghosts volleyed swords and arrows across the battlefield. At the same time, the Ice Jade Scorpions scuttled forward, pincers flashing. In the chaos, some white bears were struck down by their own triumphant foes, while others fell to the deathly shockwaves that rippled from their fallen white ghost allies. In minutes, the endless snowfields were streaked scarlet, rivers of blood running like paint over the pristine white. As one of the three kings of the far north, I'm powerless here, the Ice Emperor murmured to herself, a bit, her smile twisting her lips. Her frosted gaze settled on Cheng Xiao, locked in battle with the long-haired white ghost. Is that all you've got? The white ghost taunted, blade flashing with impossible speed. Each stroke carved fresh wounds across Cheng Xiao's body, red blossoms on pale skin. But Cheng Xiao didn't flinch. He thrived on the violence, his dark shadow sickle spinning faster and deadlier than any sword. This was the kind of blood-soaked warfare he lived for. Suddenly, bam! The sickle arced in a blinding crescent, and the clash of steel rang out like thunder. Cheng Xiao and the long-haired white ghost tore apart from each other as their final blows collided, sending a shockwave through the broken ground. The white ghost truly wielded Legion Commander-level power, his strength unbounded by any mortal limit. At first glance, they seemed evenly matched, but while Cheng Xiao bore only a few faint streaks of blood, the white ghost's pale flesh was crisscrossed with fresh scars. Their duel had been a contest of steel alone. No flashy spells, no elaborate techniques, just blade against blade. With each wave of enemies vanquished and each shadow soldier he summoned, Cheng Xiao felt a subtle tremor in his otherwise inexhaustible magic, a reminder that even phantom armies exact a price. He swept his gaze across the battlefield. The last white ghost soldier lay motionless on the shattered earth. In its place stood ranks of shadow soldiers clad in jet-black armor, their weapons humming with spectral energy. Around the long-haired white ghost knelt his own creations, the snow bear, the ice jade scorpion, and a host of other shadow soul beasts, each bowing low in reverent silence. "My soldiers," the white ghost's voice broke as he stared at the black-armored troops. Not long ago, a loyal legion had rallied at his side. Now those very soldiers stood against him, and even their king had abandoned them once more. Bingdi, watching the tragic tableau unfold, could only stand in speechless shock. Everything shifted in an instant. One moment, Bingdi and her spirit beast allies were locked in fierce combat, and the next, every enemy before her had become this man's soldier, his sworn subordinate. A cold knot formed in her gut. Is he going to kill me next? She wondered. After all, humans needed to harvest soul rings from soul beasts to strengthen themselves, yet this man had never once unleashed a soul ring, let alone displayed any soul skills. Her eyes darted to the ranks behind him, the Shadow Legion, a disciplined army of cloaked figures whose blank masks and silent formation seemed almost inhuman. Among them stood a man with a savage glare, a soul master in life, no less, though even he was less powerful than Bingdi. That was remarkable, but nothing compared to the shock of seeing Yin and Nash by the commander's side. As soul beasts, their raw auras pulsed with fierce vitality. Nash in particular radiated such overwhelming bloodline pressure that Bingdi's heart skipped a beat. Could this truly be the fabled, long-lost Dragon Clan? This was the first time she'd ever felt such crushing pressure from a human. Until now, only the Snow Emperor, the foremost of the Far North's three kings, had managed to shake her so profoundly. At the same moment, the final duel between Cheng Xiao and the long-haired white ghost began to unfold. Rather than lunging forward himself, Cheng Xiao raised a hand and issued a command. In perfect unison, the shadow soldiers surged ahead, a tide of darkness rolling toward the white ghost. The shadow soldiers' war cries filled the air as they surged forward in a living tide. Hundreds of black-cloaked wraiths swept toward their lone target, the white-haired specter known as the Cold King's commander. "Kill them all," he roared, his usual calm smile replaced by a feral grin. Stripped of his army and his monarch's protection, he stood utterly alone, and it only fueled his bloodlust. He was stronger than most of these wraiths. Each time his twin blades flashed, scores of them fell. Yet with uncanny speed, the fall, and rematerialized and renewed their assault. "Is this the best you can do?" he taunted, fury bright in his pale eyes. He danced through the horde, two short swords carving a swath of crimson. Every swing was precise, deadly, and still the shadow soldiers pressed in on him from all sides. Muscles burning and breath ragged, the commander spun behind him, arms wide, and cut his way free of the encirclement. His blades, chilled by some unearthly frost, dripped dark ichor as he broke through the final ranks. From a vantage point atop a boulder, Cheng Xiao watched the skirmish unfold. She exhaled softly. "As expected of the Cold King's general," she whispered. Even gravely wounded, he fought with relentless ferocity. But as admiration softened her tone, a shadow of worry crossed her face. The broader battle had already slipped from their grasp, and victory teetered on a knife's edge. Dominator's power. Cheng Xiao lifted his palm, channeling a storm of arcane energy that twisted the very air and shook the heavens. In a single fluid gesture, he unleashed the invisible force. With a thunderous crack, it struck the twin swords of the long-haired white ghost, shattering steel into shards. Dark fissures snaked across the specter's body. His wild eyes went blank, and he crumpled to his knees, his once mighty blades clattering against the earth as his life force drained away. "Excellent, Commander," Cheng Xiao murmured, tone flat yet satisfied. The outcome had never been in doubt. His newfound power and the strength of his army made this victory inevitable. He strode forward, pausing beside the fallen ghost, now hollow and spent. Leaning close, he spoke the final command in a low, calm voice. "Stand!" Chapter 238, The Covenant of Partners, Ice and Snow Emperors. Deep in the heart of the far north lay a cavern carved from living ice. There, illuminated by flickering frostlight, stood the Ice Emperor Scorpion, its shell a pale, translucent green, its tail coiled like a glacier serpent. At roughly 1.5 meters in length, it was an imposing sight. And yet, the creature's multifaceted eyes brimmed with uncertainty and fear. Not long ago, this mighty scorpion had nearly perished on the frozen tundra. Now suddenly saved by an enigmatic human of overwhelming power, she found herself torn between gratitude and suspicion. Few mortals dared this far north, and she could not help but wonder, what did this astonishingly strong human want from her? Silence stretched between them like a sheet of ice, until the scorpion could stand it no longer. In a voice that crackled like breaking frost, she spoke, "You rescued me. My life is yours in debt. But why? What do you seek?" Before she could finish, the human, Cheng Xiao, lifted a hand, and the very air seemed to still. He met her gaze with unnerving calm. "You've seen those invaders from another realm," he said softly. "They're forces you cannot hope to repel on your own. I'll make this simple. Swear fealty and become one of my commanders, or be cut down by my legions." At his words, the Ice Emperor's eyes narrowed to slits of ice. Fury and disbelief flashed in her pincers. "Is that your mercy?" she hissed, her voice low and tremulous. "If you offer only life or death, why save me at all?" Cheng Xiao's expression remained unreadable. In the frozen stillness of the cave, destiny hung in the balance, and the scorpion knew that her answer would bind her to a fate as cold and unyielding as the ice that surrounded them. "Wouldn't it be easier to simply watch me die?" the Ice Emperor whispered, her voice quivering like frost on glass. Cheng Xiao's gaze turned ice-cold. "It makes no difference," he answered evenly. "I'm only giving you a choice. The outcome will be the same either way." The Ice Emperor froze. Her crystalline yellow eyes flickered with indecision as silence stretched between them. Cheng Xiao made no move to press her further. He had journeyed to the far north, knowing he could not return empty-handed. Securing the legions of the Cold King was only the beginning. Before the Dragon Emperor arrived on the Douluo Continent, Cheng Xiao needed time to strengthen himself and to forge his new army into an unstoppable force. Without that, the entire realm risked being consumed by the fires of war. Seconds dragged into minutes. At last, Cheng Xiao let out a soft sigh. "If you stand with me," he said, his voice gentler now, "you will never again fear these disasters that plague your lands." He paused, then added, "And send word to the Snow Emperor. I wish to meet her." The Ice Emperor's lips parted, her pale features wavering. Finally, a single nod trembled through her shoulders, an unspoken acceptance of the fate he offered. Binger, the Ice Emperor, lifted her head in stunned silence, her crystal-yellow eyes betraying the very human terror she felt. She'd known the two humans before her were powerful, but the Snow Emperor was one of the far north's 3 great heavenly kings. His name alone whispered of untold strength. For a tremulous moment, she hesitated. Better to buy time, she decided, than meet a swift death here. "Very well," she murmured. "I'll do as you ask." No sooner had the words left her lips than her tail ignited in emerald light. The sky above shimmered with green aurora, rippling outward across the frozen expanse. Raising her voice, Binger called into the shimmering heavens, "Snow Emperor, are you there?" A heartbeat passed before a cool, melodious voice answered from above. "Binger, what is it?" "There's something unexpected here," she said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "I need you to come, at once." "I'm on my way," came the reply, fading like a sigh on the wind. As the echo of his words died away, Binger, astride the restless Aro. Ra felt her resolve waver. Before her stood the two humans, their leader, Cheng Xiao, unnervingly composed. Would the Snow Emperor strike down these intruders? In all her reign, nothing so strange had ever occurred in the far north. And now, with destiny unfolding in green light overhead, even an Ice Emperor could feel the chill of uncertainty. It's simply outrageous that any human would dare to seek an audience with the Snow Emperor. The Ice Emperor murmured in disbelief. Yet, for the sake of saving Cheng Xiao's life, he had relented, on one condition. If you can persuade the Snow Emperor, he said, I will consent. Cheng Xiao inclined his head. A shift in the world's energy reached him first, a cutting cold that spread through the air like spilled ink. He knew instantly who was approaching. A frigid wind swept past, frosting the air into shimmering crystals. And then she appeared. Her hair, as white as fresh snow, tumbled down her back to her waist. Her eyes, a clear, glacial blue, seemed to peer into the very soul of the world. She hovered 10 centimeters above the ground, her flawless form framed by the frozen air. Her legs, pale and slender, gave the impression they had never touched the dust of the earth. From her presence alone, one sensed an innate chill and an unassailable nobility. The Snow Emperor's gaze first flicked over the Ice Emperor in quiet surprise, as if she had not expected anyone else to be there. But almost immediately, her attention fixed on Cheng Xiao. In that single crystalline look, she discerned that this human was far from ordinary. Binger, what's going on? The Snow Emperor's voice was cool, no hint of hostility toward Cheng Xiao, but his gaze flicked to the Ice Emperor, demanding an explanation. Ice Emperor, eyes downcast, quickly recounted Cheng Xiao's ultimatum. Choose one of two impossible paths. At once, the Snow Emperor's icy composure wavered, a rare flicker of emotion passing over his face. He shot Cheng Xiao a dangerous look. A mortal, threatening the Ice Emperor? You insult my sovereign. Hidden in the shadows, Nash could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, unleashing a surge of terrifying magic that made the air crackle. His eyes, one ice blue, the other crimson, burned with barely restrained fury. If Cheng Xiao hadn't mentally checked him, Nash would have struck then and there. Enough, Nash. Cheng Xiao whispered into his mind before turning back to the Snow Emperor with calm authority. There's no need for hostilities. It benefits neither of us to be enemies. As he spoke, a soft voice echoed in Cheng Xiao's thoughts, one only he could hear. Propose a partnership contract with her. Cheng Xiao blinked, surprised by the suggestion. A partnership contract? Cheng Xiao listened to the unfamiliar incantation, but he trusted it without hesitation. It was the unmistakable voice of the Shadow King Aspen. As each word echoed in his mind, a sudden flash of understanding struck him. He paused, frowning as he absorbed the revelation. Then, almost imperceptibly, he exhaled in relief. The Shadow King's power was more wondrous and more fearsome than he had ever imagined. Across from him, Shuidi's face remained a mask of cool indifference. You know where I stand, she said softly, her tone betraying no emotion. Cheng Xiao met her icy gaze. You still have a choice, he replied. It's not too late to step back. With a deliberate motion, he lifted his palm. A dark purple orb of energy materialized above his skin, its surface alive with writhing shadows. It hovered there, pulsing with a quiet menace. This, Cheng Xiao said, nodding toward the floating sphere, is the best I can offer. Look at it closely. Shady narrowed her eyes and reached out, her fingers brushing the orb's edge. At her side, Bingdi stared at Cheng Xiao in stunned silence. Finally, he broke the quiet. That aura, it reeks of death. Cheng Xiao said nothing more. He cupped his other hand around the orb, waiting for Shuidi's verdict. In an instant, Cheng Xiao felt a surge of connection, and before him appeared Shuidi, poised in the glowing expanse of the spiritual space their new partnership contract had conjured. She held his gaze in silence for a long, breathless moment before her calm voice cut through the stillness. I've reviewed the contract. I'll agree to partner with you, on one condition. You must also sign a partnership agreement with Bingdi. Without that, I won't consent. I promise, Cheng Xiao replied at once, unwavering. Shuidi's eyes widened in surprise. She stared at him as if she'd been outmaneuvered, or perhaps it was for the sake of her friend that she felt betrayed. Cheng Xiao offered her a gentle smile. Then it settled. A flicker of steel entered Shuidi's expression. Let's be clear, Bingdi is merely a cover. My true partner in all this is you. Cheng Xiao met her challenge with quiet confidence. Maybe, or maybe not. Silence stretched between them, charged with unspoken questions, until Shuidi finally sighed. Very well. If this is to be a partner's contract, I'll allow Bingdi's name on it as well. Okay, Cheng Xiao agreed. No sooner had the words left his lips than the radiant chamber dissolved. They stepped back into the ordinary world together and found Bingdi standing there, eyes wide and utterly bewildered. Shuidi glanced at him, her own resolve faltering as she searched for what to say next. In the far north, Shuidi had no one to turn to but Bingdi. Now, desperate to help her friend, she had effectively pledged herself to Cheng Xiao, and the realization hit her like an icy gust. Her thoughts scattered for a moment. Binger, let's begin, Shuidi said, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. Begin? Bingdi blinked, clearly confused, but almost at once a shimmering document appeared in her mind. The partnership contract. There was no debate. In a heartbeat, all three of them signed. The contract's terms were simple and perfectly balanced. For its duration, Cheng Xiao, Shuidi, and Bingdi would be linked in mind and magic. Cheng Xiao would gain access to both Shuidi's and Bingdi's powers, and in return, they shared whatever strength he wielded. As the binding circles of light faded, Shuidi felt a strange pang, an unsettling sense that she'd traded away a part of herself. On the other hand, her own power had undeniably grown. More importantly, she hadn't lost her magic entirely. She was still the Snow Queen, one of the three monarchs of the far north. She still held her crown. Cheng Xiao closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. I actually feel amazing. This journey to the far north had more than paid off. Not only had he captured the Cold Legion's leader, but he'd also absorbed the powers of both the Snow Queen and the Ice Queen, an absolutely perfect haul. The Snow Queen's pale face, normally impassive, now grew solemn as she studied the contract's final clause, revealing the king's fate. He met her gaze and asked quietly, "What comes next?" She closed her eyes for a heartbeat. When she spoke again, her voice was as cold as falling ice. The City of Slaughter. High above in the Pope's palace, Grandmaster Bibi Dong watched her youngest disciple, Hu Liana, nicknamed Nana, kneel before her. The marble chamber was silent except for the faint crackle of spirit energy along gilded walls. "Nana," Bibi Dong said softly, worry creasing her brow, "are you certain you want to go through with this?" Hulina lifted her chin, eyes shining with determination. "Teacher, our spirit hall's golden generation was defeated and disgraced in the last competition. If I cannot achieve a breakthrough now, I am not worthy to call myself your disciple." She pressed her palms together in a respectful salute. "I beg your permission to enter the City of Slaughter and test my limits." Grandmaster Bibi Dong sighed, torn between motherly concern and respect for her pupil's resolve. She remembered the sad news. The champion of the Continental High-Level Soul Master competition, a talent she had hoped to nurture, had been claimed by the rival 7-star Aka Demi. Yet here stood Juliana, ready to throw herself into the most dangerous place on the continent in search of redemption. After a long pause, Bibi Dong finally gave her blessing, though her heart ached at the thought of sending the girl into the jaws of the City of Slaughter. "Very well," she whispered. "Go with my blessing and with my prayers. Just promise me you'll stay alive." Juliana bowed deeply. "I will make you proud, teacher." And with that, she rose to begin her most perilous journey yet. That afternoon, in the team competition, the three members of the Golden Generation fought tooth and nail to reach the finals. But by the next morning, they were still too drained to recover, and they lost the match. Even Bibi Dong hadn't anticipated that Dugubo's granddaughter, Dugu Yan, had quietly risen to Soul King level and completed her spirit evolution. It was nothing short of astounding. Later, Bibi Dong found Juliana and spoke softly. "Nana, I know you want to enter the killing system, but you have to understand how dangerous it is. You might not come back. Do you see what I mean?" Juliana lifted her chin. "Teacher, I agree the Death Canyon is perilous, but it doesn't scare me the way the killing system does. After all, I know you always have someone watching over us." She paused, her voice steady. "I swear I'll return safe and sound. Please believe me." Bibi Dong studied her for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. You may go, but you must promise me you'll come back alive." With that, she reached out and ruffled Juliana's hair. a tender but strangely intense look in her eyes. Bibi Dong's hand shimmered with a violet glow. Before Juliana could react, a white, skull-shaped spirit bone appeared in her palm. "Nana," Bibi Dong said firmly, "absorb this before you leave." Juliana's eyes widened at the sight. "Teacher, it's too precious. How can I accept something like this?" Bibi Dong's expression grew stern. "No treasure is more valuable than your life. This spiritual skull was originally meant for you, but it was handed over to the 7-Star Academy. Since Cheng Xiao belongs to the Spirit Hall, it wasn't a total loss. Still, in my heart, the 3 of you matter far more than any spirit bone. Don't refuse me, take it." Hearing her teacher's earnest plea, Juliana's hesitation melted away. She bowed and accepted the skull with care, cradling it as if it were the most priceless gift. Far above, a magnificent waterfall plunged from the cliffs, roaring like a dragon unleashed. Clouds of mist rose with each thunderous crash as the water pounded the rocks below, sending echoes rolling through the secluded valley. Tang San lay drenched on the stone floor, his limbs numb with cold. He'd long since lost count of how many times the icy torrent had swept him into the pool at the waterfall's base, and how many times he'd fought to swim back to the surface. Only someone who stood beneath a 200-meter waterfall and felt that deluge of water crashing down on them can truly appreciate its might. After the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition, Tang San's father, Tang Hao, had brought him here for exactly that reason. With Tang San's soul power sealed, he struggled not only to forge his strength under the waterfall's hammering force, but even to cling to the smooth, rain-slick rock. Even with his iron will, Tang San couldn't help but feel frustrated. He was still reeling from the loss in the competition, and on top of that setback, both he and his father were now fugitives, hunted by the Spirit Hall. Worst of all was seeing Tang Hao himself in decline. The injuries he'd sustained at the tournament had fully resurfaced, tearing open old wounds and stripping him of his rank. Once a titled Douluo, he'd fallen back to Soul Douluo, and he couldn't even reforge his 9th soul ring. Yet despite his weakened state, Tang Hao spared no effort in his son's training. He drove Tang San mercilessly, sometimes with unorthodox methods, all to ensure one thing, that Tang San emerged strong enough to change Tuo, air fate. Only by becoming truly powerful could they hope to break free from the shadow that now pursued them. Tang Hao's chest tightened with frustration. He had planned to spirit Xiao Wu away and keep her safely at his side, but he never imagined the Spirit Hall would dispatch so many title duo and even priests to stop him. Cornered, he had no choice but to flee with Tang San, abandoning any hope of rescuing Xiao Wu. He let out a slow, regretful sigh as he watched Tang San drilling endlessly at the foot of the mountain. "My son," he murmured, voice heavy with sorrow, "don't ever blame me for being ruthless. If you don't grow stronger soon, there won't be a place left for us on this continent." Chapter 239, City of Slaughter. Cheng Xiao didn't pause for a single breath as he left the frozen wastes. Aboard Nash's back, he raced southward, and in less than a day, they arrived at the towering walls of Tiando City. The sheer velocity of their journey left even the far north kings, Bing and Shuidi, in stunned silence. As beings born and raised in the endless ice fields, they had never encountered anything that moved with such effortless speed. From high above the city ramparts, Bingdi and Shuidi peered down, their human guises unable to conceal a flicker of wonder. Rows of tile-roofed buildings stretched farther than the eye could see, smoke curling from countless chimneys and banners fluttering in the breeze. This was their first glimpse of mortal civilization, of streets teeming with life rather than drifting snowdrifts, and their curiosity shone in their bright eyes. With the gates opened at Cheng Xiao's command, the trio slipped inside Tiando City without fuss. Locals turned in surprise at the sight of 2 peerless beauties strolling beside the young master, but they quickly made way under the unspoken weight of Cheng Xiao's reputation. By dusk, Nash had deposited them at the familiar entrance of 7 Stars Academy. Inside the academy grounds, nothing had changed. The courtyards lay just as Cheng Xiao had left them. Ancient pines, smooth stone paths, and the pale glow of lanterns welcome as ever. Students, caught between shock and awe at the presence of Bingdi and Shuidi, forgot to speak. In the next moment, though, They bowed their heads and opened a corridor for their returning ally. Here at 7 Stars Academy, Cheng Xiao's standing was as solid as that of court director Douluo Bo himself. Slowly, the students closed ranks behind him, and life within the academy resumed its tranquil rhythm, unaware, for now, of the storm that Cheng Xiao's return from the far north would soon unleash. Cheng Xiao's reputation preceded him, even though he held no official title. He strode into the teaching building and made his way directly to the dean's office. Pushing open the door, he found Douluo Bo seated at his desk, busy with paperwork. Cheng Xiao's lips curved into a smile. "Old poison, I'm back." At the sound of his voice, Douluo Bo looked up, recognition brightening his eyes. He stood and surveyed Cheng Xiao from head to toe. "You've clearly grown stronger on this trip," he remarked, nodding approvingly. Then his gaze shifted to the 2 imposing figures standing behind Cheng Xiao. Frowning, he asked, "And who might these 2 be?" Cheng Xiao returned his smile. "These are friends I met in the far north," he explained. "With them by my side, I feel more secure." Douluo Bo studied the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor with obvious curiosity and a hint of concern. Uncomfortable under his scrutiny, the Snow Emperor turned his icy blue eyes on Douluo Bo. The look was frigid enough to send a shiver straight through Douluo Bo's spine, as if he'd stepped into a frozen crypt. He swallowed, acutely aware of just how bone-chillingly cold those eyes were. Douluo Bo trembled all over, realizing he couldn't afford to offend Cheng Xiao. Hastily, he steered the conversation elsewhere. "By the way, I don't know what the Spirit Hall has been up to lately. I heard from Juhua Hall that the Pope might be plotting something. Should we make preparations?" Cheng Xiao paused, weighing his words, then spoke softly. "Yes, we should. Look at what happened in the worship hall. We had no way to rein him in there, and I doubt anyone in the Spirit Hall could stand against the Pope on their own." He ran a hand through his hair. "Old poison, I came back this time to check in on you, but tomorrow I have to head out again. There are some hidden dangers I need to deal with first." Douluo Bo's brow furrowed in confusion. "Why are you busier than I am?" Cheng Xiao offered a helpless smile and said nothing. Truth was, ever since the Dragon Emperor's death, he hadn't slept a full night. Spirit Hall, Elder's Quarters. "Grandpa, are you feeling any better?" Chia En Renshui asked, her voice soft as she approached Qian Dalu's bedside. His face was ashen, almost paper white, and her usually bright eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Since childhood, Qian Renshui's only living relative has been her grandfather, Qian Dalu, and he has always cared for her above all else. For the past several days, she hasn't returned to the Tiando Empire at all, choosing instead to stay by his side in the Elders' Hall. Though the other priests repeatedly offered their help, Qian Renshui politely but firmly declined. As a result, several of them now stand sentry at the hall's entrance, guarding it like silent sentinels. "Xiaoshui, I'm all right," Grandfather Qian Daolu said, forcing a gentle smile and reaching up to tousle her hair. "I simply expended a great deal of energy. There's nothing to worry about." Qian Renshui's heart clenched. She'd always thought her grandfather was invincible, so who could have hurt him so badly? After a long pause, she finally asked the question that had been burning inside her. "Grandpa, who did this to you?" He closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. "It was the king of the other world's creatures," he admitted, voice heavy. "Xiaoshui, this threat is beyond your power to stop right now." Her jaw set in determination. "Then the most urgent task is to prepare for the angel's trial. Only by doing this can you stand a chance of preventing the tragedy to come." Qian Renshui bit her crimson lower lip and gave a firm nod. She knew that, although her grandfather had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, he now rose with unshakable resolve. This was the Qian family's mission, and the sacred responsibility of any descendant of the angel god. "Grandpa, I understand. I won't let you down." By the time the first pale light of dawn swept across the horizon, 7 Stars Academy was already humming with activity. Cheng Xiao waited at the main gate, shouldering his pack. He glanced at Douluo Bo and offered a wry smile. "Old poison, we've no time for farewells. I'm not going to send the others off. You know how worried they'll get." Douluo Bo folded his arms and frowned. "Cut the pep talk. Just promise me one thing. Come back alive." As a titled Douluo, he'd heard all too many grim stories about Slaughter City, a place so forsaken even the Spirit Hall had abandoned it. He knew better than anyone how perilous the mission would be. Cheng Xiao returned his gaze with calm certainty. "Don't worry, I'll be back." Douluo drew in a steady breath and spoke in a low, resolute voice. "Very well, I'll meet you at the academy." Cheng Xiao offered him a faint smile, didn't say another word, and simply summoned Nash. As soon as the great drake's wings unfurled, Cheng Xiao vaulted onto its broad back. In a blur of motion, Nash beat the air and carried him skyward until they were nothing more than a speck on the horizon. Douluo watched them go, then exhaled softly. He turned on his heel and strode back toward the teaching building. Guided by Douluo's map, Cheng Xiao set Nash's course for the distant killing city. Though Tiando City lay a great distance behind them, Nash's speed was unrivaled among magical beasts. Day after day, the drake cleaved through cloud and storm. By the end of the 7th day, a vast stretch of blood-red mountains appeared on the horizon. Below those ominous peaks lay a town bathed in the same crimson hue. There, the streets and rooftops alike seemed stained by rust or something darker. At Cheng Xiao's prompting, Nash slowed to a hover above the outlying wilderness, then gently settled to the earth. In an instant, the drake's massive form shrank and shifted until Nash stood before them as a tall, lithe man. Cheng Xiao dismounted, joined by the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. Together, the three advanced through the town's gates. The moment Cheng Xiao set foot on its cracked cobblestones, a chill gripped his spine. The aura of death here was so thick one could taste it in the air. Ahead, silent blood-red lanterns swayed in the wind, and shadowy alleys yawned like open wounds. This was the killing city, where every corner whispered of slaughter, and every breath might be your last. And now, they had come to walk straight into its heart. He cast a casual glance down the road into town and recoiled. Mangled corpses lay strewn about, flesh torn, bones exposed, most of them gaunt, blood drained until only shriveled husks remained. "How disgusting," the Ice Emperor muttered, her brow knitting in distaste. She lifted a single hand, and in an instant a swirl of emerald light rippled across the sky, turning its blood-red hue to a sickly green. Then, drawing on her deepest power, she released the ultimate ice. In moments, the entire town, its buildings, its streets, even the stench of gore, was locked in a crystal prison of frost. Cheng Xiao said nothing. He strode forward, every crunch of ice beneath his boots echoing through the frozen silence. Around them, the townsfolk, some armed, some sneering with hardened cruelty, were suspended like grotesque sculptures, their final expressions forever etched in translucent blue. This place brooked only one outcome: death. The town proved larger than Cheng Xiao expected, an array of narrow alleys branching between shuttered shops and collapsed stalls. He summoned his shadow soldiers and sent them scouting through the frost-bound streets. They returned swiftly with word of a single building untouched by cold, a ramshackle tavern painted a deep blood red. A foul, clinging odor seeped from its half-open door, promising stale ale and darker secrets within. Cheng Xiao paused at the threshold, glancing at the Ice Emperor. Her face was as serene as the frozen tableau behind them. Without a word, they stepped into the tavern's shadowed interior, ready to face whatever lay in wait. Through the eyes of his shadow soldier, Cheng Xiao took in the tavern's interior. Everything was draped in bloody red hues. Though daylight filtered through the windows, the room felt frigid and oppressive. At the threshold lay a half-dozen would-be intruders, frozen solid in grotesque ice sculptures. None could move or cry for help. Satisfied he'd found the right place, Cheng Xiao activated his shadow swap. In a blink, he materialized at the bar's entrance, then pushed the heavy door inward and strode into the gloom. Inside, a cluster of desperate souls lounged at battered tables. The moment they spotted Cheng Xiao, flanked by the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, their vacant eyes went straight to the two royal figures. Desire flickered in their gazes. Fear had long since died in these hearts. After all, stepping through that door meant embracing death itself. Cheng Xiao ignored them and walked straight to the bar. The bartender, as if expecting him, produced 3 goblets of dark crimson liquid from beneath the counter and set them before him without a word. Snow Emperor and Hyokui barely stepped inside the tavern when a copper goblet slid onto the table before them. The moment it settled, a sharp, metallic scent filled the air, and suddenly both of them paled. Hyokui pressed a hand to his temple, fighting back nausea, while the Snow Emperor leaned back, his face tight with disgust. "What is this?" Hyokui finally asked, his voice low. The waiter, a gaunt man with cold, unblinking eyes, shrugged. "You don't know your drinks? This is called a Bloody Mary, pure human blood." Cheng Xiao sprang to his feet before Hyokui could protest. "We don't want it. Take it away." As the waiter turned to obey, the tavern's other patrons seized upon the moment. A chorus of jeers and catcalls rose from the smoke-hazed corners. Well, look at the prince squirm," one scoffed. "Can't even handle a little blood." A lanky brute at the bar laughed. "Better for you to run home to mama, baby." "We'll let him leave," another voice offered. "But those two beauties in his company, they've got to stay." "That's right," chimed a woman propped against the wall. "A sight like that shouldn't go unclaimed. We'll take care of them ourselves." Lustful laughter and crude whistles fi-kli led the air as eyes roamed hungrily over the two women who stood behind Cheng Xiao. These were no ordinary tavern drunks, but hardened criminals who'd turned this saloon into a house of ill repute. Cheng Xiao, however, betrayed no fear. His expression remained cool and inscrutable. He didn't issue any orders, none were needed. In that charged silence, even the rowdiest hellraisers felt the weight of his presence, and for a heartbeat, the tavern fell still. At Cheng Xiao's command, the shadow army materialized throughout the tavern, their ghostly forms flickering into view. The drunken patrons, caught mid-laugh, froze in terror. They tried to scramble for the exits, faces drained of color, but it was already too late. Those who had dared insult the King of Shadows were doomed. "Leave no one alive," Cheng Xiao ordered, his voice cold and steady. In an instant, the shadows surged forward, enveloping every corner of the room. Screams were cut short, replaced by an eerie silence. Only Cheng Xiao's quiet voice broke the stillness. "Now, open the passage to the killing city." The tavern keeper's legs shook so violently he could barely stand. "Yes, right away," he stammered, fumbling toward a hidden lever beneath the bar. With a grinding rumble, the floor split open, revealing a yawning chasm beneath. A rush of frigid air poured up like a glacier's breath. Cheng Xiao didn't hesitate. With the Ice Emperor at his side and the Snow Emperor close behind, he stepped off the ledge and into the darkness. The cold wind whipped around them as they fell. Time seemed to stretch and warp in that void. Cheng Xiao's senses went numb, as if gravity and sound had been erased. Then, in an almost imperceptible instant, their descent ended. They landed lightly on solid ground. When their eyes adjusted to the cold half-light below, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor exchanged a glance of wide-eyed wonder. Around them stretched the hidden domain of the killing city, ancient, foreboding, and waiting. A shiver ran through them all, but they had no choice but to follow. From the darkness, a cold, disembodied voice echoed around them. "Welcome to the city of killing. This is the capital of hell, a world forged in slaughter. Here, every desire can be fulfilled by bloodshed, yet the price you pay is your very life." Cheng Xiao's face remained perfectly still. As the heir to the Death King, what terror could a mere killing ground inspire in him? He took a few deliberate steps forward, then paused, sniffing the air. A faint magical resonance tingled at the edge of his senses. A slow smile curved his lips. He already knew which sovereign awaited them. This city of slaughter bore a faint resemblance to the legendary Castlevania, but whether its master was the feared Slaughter King or some dreaded demon lord, Cheng Xiao could not yet be sure. "Come," he said quietly, "let's go inside and see for ourselves." He cast a quick glance at the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor trailing behind, their wide-eyed curiosity betraying them like children peering into a dark fairy tale. Cheng Xiao summoned his shadow soldiers, who melted into the gloom before him. With his silent phantoms forming an impenetrable vanguard, he stepped confidently into the tunnel's depths, utterly untroubled by what lay ahead. If there was ever a problem, the shadow soldiers would report it at once. In the darkness of the tunnel, only the soft echo of footsteps disturbed the stillness. Cheng Xiao pressed forward, the passage stretching on until at last a looming gate materialized before them. They halted beneath its massive arch, and Cheng Xiao tilted his head back to read the 4 characters carved above. City of Killing. A chilling voice rang out from the other side. "You have violated the rules." A knight in black armor, mounted on a warhorse, advanced. His eyes were ice as he regarded Cheng Xiao and his guard. Cheng Xiao's reply was a single, cold command: kill him. Without hesitation, the shadow soldiers surged forward. Bound by their loyalty to the king above all else, they recognized no other law. The black-armored knight blanched, stunned that intruders would order his death. Before he could draw his sword, the shadow soldiers descended upon him, and in moments he was torn apart. Silence fell once more as the gate to the city of killing swung open, welcoming Cheng Xiao and his men into its grim domain. Although Killing City imposed strict limits on soulmasters, those rules meant nothing to Cheng Xiao. He wasn't an ordinary soulmaster. In fact, he didn't even possess soul skills, so what restrictions could bind him? With the Death Knight fallen, the remaining black-armored knights instantly changed their tune. They approached him with bowed heads and respectfully offered 3 city entry tokens. Even without the aid of the Bloody Mary elixir, they'd managed to defeat the Death Knight, and that victory earned them passage inside. Realizing Cheng Xiao's strength firsthand, the knights dared not provoke him. Cheng Xiao said nothing. He took the tokens and resumed his march toward the Black City's looming walls. Behind him, his shadow soldiers trailed in silence, their gazes as cold as steel. They fixed the black-armored knights with deadly intent, ready to tear them apart at the slightest misstep. For anyone bold enough to challenge their king, there was only one fate: death. Chapter 240. Demon King Balan. 2 ranks of knights in jet-black armor stood at rigid attention on either side of the city gates. Cheng Xiao had barely produced his identification token when a woman cloaked in a dark veil glided forward. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter," she said, her voice sharp yet strangely musical. She bowed once, then swept her arm in an elegant gesture, inviting Cheng Xiao to pass. He offered a curt nod and stepped through the gates into a world painted in obsidian and blood red, a realm saturated with the stench of death and the promise of battle. Though such brutality held little appeal for him, Cheng Xiao couldn't ignore the silent sentinels lurking in the shadows, soldiers whose every movement was charged with curiosity. "I am your guide," the veiled woman explained as they began walking. "For the next 12 hours, you may ask me anything you wish. I will answer without reservation. After that time, this city will be where you reside." Cheng Xiao paused for only a moment, then followed her deeper into the City of Slaughter, steel-eyed and unflinching. "By then, you'll have officially become a member of Killing City." Cheng Xiao's gaze fell on the girl draped in black veils. "How many kings are there here?" She hesitated beneath her mask. "Kings? I'm afraid I can't answer that. It's beyond the scope of my orders." His instincts had been right. He inclined his head. "Then take me to the Hell-Killing Field." Her shoulders twitched with surprise. "You know about the Hell-Killing Field?" In Killing City, fighters enter the Hell-Killing Field in groups of 10. In each battle, only one emerges alive. Almost no one ever walks out. In all its history, only 8 have escaped. Are you certain you want to go? Cheng Xiao met her gaze with calm resolve. "Lead the way." With nothing more to say, the veiled girl offered a slight invitation gesture. Side by side, they slipped into the city's twisting alleys, the path to the Hell-Killing Field opening before them. They picked their way down the torchlit corridor, the black-veiled woman at their head. Whether by intention or habit, her narrow waist swayed with each step, the snug lines of her uniform dress accentuating her lithe curves. Behind her, Bingdi leaned toward Shuidi, murmuring something under her breath, though Cheng Xiao paid them no mind. His thoughts were consumed entirely by one purpose: to kill the king. With the combined might of Shuidi and Bingdi at his back, perhaps, finally, he might stand a chance. Just then, voices drifted ahead. Bingdi and Shuidi halted and pointed toward a shadowed alcove where a bald man loomed over a slight woman. Lust glinted in his eyes as he reached for her. The woman looked as fragile as a breeze, but in an instant she drew a dagger from her belt. Its steel caught the torchlight in a deadly flash. The man's grin froze, his hand jerked back to clutch his throat. A crimson arc blossomed across the wall behind him as he pitched forward, gurgling only once before collapse claimed him. Bingdi covered her mouth, eyes widening in astonishment. She'd known the rumors of their companion's prowess, but seeing this quiet, slender figure dispatch a would-be attacker so effortlessly still took her breath away. Cheng Xiao too felt a thrill at the display. If such skill lay hidden behind that calm exterior, then with allies like these, perhaps his audacious plan might yet succeed. Bingdi's heart skipped a beat. He just witnessed a feat that should have been impossible. An ordinary soul beast, no noble lineage, overpowering another whose strength was said to be 10 times its own. To Bingdi, a soul beast in human form, the sight was nothing short of shocking. A soft chuckle broke his reverie. The woman draped in black veils eyed him and murmured, "In Killing City, never judge by looks. Anyone who underestimates another ends up filling these streets with their corpse." She followed his glance toward the ruined gateway. "Hey, fresh prey," a gruff voice answered with greedy anticipation. "I wasn't expecting such prime specimens this time. That white-haired beauty over there? I'd give my last breath just to spend a night with her, even if it kills me." Another voice sneered back, "You're all the same. I've got my eye on the green-haired one, but I'm not keen on dying after one go. No, I plan to turn her into my personal Bloody Mary, absorb her soul, and make her part of me." Unfazed, Cheng Xiao led his 4 companions deeper into the wreckage of the city. All around them, wounded figures moaned vile threats. Then, one after another, those threats died in their throats. Cheng Xiao didn't bother to look back. His shadow soldiers were cleaning up. In Killing City, human life was a currency long since devalued. Cheng Xiao leaned back against the polished rail of the hovercraft, watching his shadow soldiers spar in the yard below. Their blades clashed, and stray bolts of chi flashed through the air. If they died, they died. He'd sent them here to toughen up, and he didn't mind the cost. "Sir," came a soft voice over the wind, smooth and practiced. A woman in a black veil stood beside him, her features hidden but her posture as precise as a blade's edge. "We're approaching the inner city of Killing City. You have officially arrived. My recommendation—" She paused as though weighing her next words. "Sir, please follow me." Cheng Xiao gave a faint nod. As he descended from the craft and fell in step behind her, the woman led him through winding streets until they came to a vast arena unlike any he'd ever seen. From the outside, it looked like a tapered cone, broad at the base, its walls curving inward as they rose to a narrow peak. No gates barred the entrance. The entire structure seemed to draw challengers in, daring them to prove their worth. "This is the Hell Killing Field," the veiled guide explained. Its combat grounds span almost as wide as Tiandao City's Fighting Spirit Arena, just a few points smaller, but every bit as deadly. She gestured to the open plaza at its foot, where dozens of fighters already circled one another, blades glinting in the midday sun. Cheng Xiao studied the arena thoughtfully. "To enter the competition," he said at last, "you need a cup of Bloody Mary, right?" The woman blinked in surprise, then inclined her head. "Precisely. 1 cup of blood guarantees your spot in the Hell Killing Field. It can be drawn from your own veins or someone else's." A slow grin curved Cheng Xiao's lips. He raised a hand, and the air around him shimmered. "Shadows," he said quietly, "fetch 3 cups of Bloody Mary." Instantly, dozens of wraith-like figures slipped out from the local darkness, each a living silhouette of his will. They poured forward, silent as falling ash, weaving through the crowd to do their master's bidding. Cheng Xiao turned back to the veiled woman. "That's one for me," he said lightly. "And the other 2, well, you'll see soon enough." As the shadows vanished into the bustle, the woman looked at Cheng Xiao's calm, unflinching face and realized that in Killing City, few dared to challenge fate so recklessly, and even fewer survived. In the blink of an eye, shadows coalesced around the Bloody Mary vial the monarch demanded. No one could say where it had come from. "Sign her in. Hurry," Cheng Xiao instructed. A woman cloaked in black lifted her veil, her throat bobbing with a nervous swallow. She accepted the identity card and made her way to the registration desk. As the veiled figure slipped away, Cheng Xiao turned to Bingdi and Shuidi. "Once you're inside, just watch. I'll wrap up my match quickly. Remember, we're not here to compete." "Be careful," Bingdi replied with a wry smile, squeezing Shuidi's cool, jade-cold hand. "Our fates are bound to yours. If you fall, so do we." Cheng Xiao offered a confident nod. "I know." "Your Majesty, someone approaches," announced the King of Slaughter, dropping to one knee before the throne. The massive seat was inlaid with blood-red skulls, each flickering with a low, eerie flame. The figure seated upon it, the being everyone called king, slowly opened his eyes. His crimson gaze flared to life, as though it could swallow the world itself. He was the demon king Balan, known throughout the netherworld as the King of 100 Flames. His skin, the hue of storm-darkened sapphire, peeked from beneath ornate, regal armor that gleamed with infernal runes. From the instant he strode into Slaughter City, its lone ruler lost both crown and throne. Tang Chen, once called the Slaughter King, now twisted by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, stood no chance against Balan's overwhelming might. Humiliated, he fell to his knees and bowed his head in fealty to the otherworldly monarch. Balan spoke not a single word. He simply watched, his silent gaze as cold and unyielding as obsidian. After a long, tense moment, he drew his blade with a single, fluid motion, the Demon King's longsword. The air around him crackled as raw magic surged outward, as if the very pillars of hell had bent to his command. Summoning incantations rolled from his lips like distant thunder. The demon soldiers, the demon knights, the demon generals have been summoned. With each phrase, legions of demonic warriors materialized before him, soldiers bristling with wicked weapons, knights clad in molten black plate, towering generals whose eyes burned with fanatic fire. They answered the silent beckon of the King of 100 Flames, their ranks forming an unstoppable legion, the fabled 100 Flame Legion. From the ground, Tang Chen, his spirit still shackled by the Bat King's corruption, looked up in awe and dread. He could not conceal the shock that rippled through him. Slaughter City had a new ruler now, and his army was unbound by any mortal law. From Cheng Xiao's vantage point, the arena was swarming with over 1,000 demon soldiers, among them numerous Douluo-level demon generals. A chill ran down his spine when one of them caught his eye. "Shadow King," Cheng Xiao whispered. "We meet again. Welcome to the City of Slaughter, better known as the Killing Field of Hell." From the spectator stands, voices rose in astonishment. "Who is that? How can he still use soul skills? This isn't fair. Idiot, don't you see? He never once summoned his martial soul. Then what are those black shadow soldiers? Are soul skills even possible without a martial soul?" Cheng Xiao allowed himself a small smile at their bewilderment. He had just finished his own match. Tournament rules forbade back-to-back battles, so he'd retreated to the stands to catch his breath and await the next contest. Today's competitor was someone he knew all too well. A hush fell over the crowd as Hu Liena entered the arena. A golden generation prodigy of Spirit Hall, she strode forward with 2 short swords, each barely a foot long, hanging at her hips. Her emerald eyes gleamed with cold ambition. To her, every demon in this field was nothing more than a stepping stone toward greater power. The moment the hell-killing field match began, Hulina sprang into action. The short sword she gripped in both hands seemed alive, each swing trailing ribbons of blood. In rapid succession, 9 fallen challengers met her blade. Their eyes flew open in shock before their bodies dropped, then dissolved and vanished as if they'd never existed. A 1-against-9 slaughter was unheard of, yet Juliana made it look effortless. She did pick up a few minor wounds along the way, but they would heal quickly. Once she'd recovered, she planned to dive back into the fray, hunting down every opponent until she earned the precious Killing God domain Bibi Dong had promised her. "That woman is terrifying," one fallen fighter muttered afterward. "Even more so than that guy who uses those soul skills." "Don't even joke," another replied. "When she swept past me, I nearly wet my pants." Juliana's stunning victory left the remaining contestants in no hurry to challenge her. They'd learned all they needed to know about how dangerous she truly was. A handful of daring fallen souls, trusting in their own strength, had slipped in behind Juliana, determined to see how far they could follow. And oh, LD warning goes that lust carries a blade over its head, but among the damned, such cautions meant nothing. After all, what decent person would ever dare set foot in Killing City? And though Juliana ranked among its most dangerous denizens, she was by no means invincible. With enough numbers, even the fiercest opponent could fall. Cheng Xiao watched her fade into the distance. As Juliana turned to leave, she cast him a brief, startled glance. Evidently she hadn't expected to find him here. He inclined his chin ever so slightly, then spoke in a calm, low voice. "Shadows, tail them. You'll have your moment soon enough." A ripple of barely restrained malice pulsed through the darkness at his command. The shadow assassins melted into the gloom, slipping away in formless wraiths, perfect for covert travel. Bingdi blinked at Cheng Xiao in disbelief. "You're actually helping them?" Cheng Xiao offered a faint smirk. "It's nothing, a simple favor." He rose and strolled toward the brink of the hell-killing field, where bodies already lay in grotesque mounds. His part of the spectacle was nearly over. The Shadow Legion would handle the rest. The game, he knew, was only just beginning. Bingdi curled his lip, but said nothing. At his side, Shuidi's eyes were fixed on Cheng Xiao with unmistakable interest. Meanwhile, Hulina emerged from the hell-killing field, her left hand pressed against a wound on her shoulder. Blood welled between her fingers, yet her face remained serene, as though this cut were no more than an irritation. In her other hand, she gripped a dagger and moved forward at a deliberate, unhurried pace. Rounding a corner, she caught movement in her peripheral vision, several figures trailing her, their intent clear. Hulina's keen instincts flared to life. These strangers were hunting her. A faint, contemptuous smile tugged at her lips, and she stepped into a narrow, deserted alley. At the alley's entrance, the followers exchanged determined looks. They'd survived long years in Killing City by never backing down. To turn and flee now was unthinkable. So they quickened their pace into the alley, oblivious to the three tall silhouettes that had materialized in the shadows behind them, silent sentinels waiting for the right moment to strike. The instant the fallen trooped into the narrow alley, they froze. Ahead of them, Hulina lounged atop a rough wooden crate, idly spinning a dagger between her gloved fingers. A predatory glint flickered in her visitor's eyes. Just as they took a cautious step forward, a sudden gust of frigid air swept through the passage, plunging the alley into an unnatural chill. Hulina's relaxed posture snapped upright. Her red lips parted in surprise as her gaze darted past the fallen to the dozen shadow soldiers who had silently emerged behind them. A blood-curdling scream shredded the air. Helpless without their martial souls or spirit skills, the fallen fell under the shadow soldiers' blades in a heartbeat, each struck down cleanly, as if by a single unseen blow. There was no struggle, no torture, only swift, silent death. With their grim task complete, the shadow soldiers spared Hulina a brief, unreadable glance. Then, as quietly as they had come, they melted back into the darkness, vanishing from sight. "Wait!" Hulina sprang off the crate, heart pounding. She dashed out of the alley, realizing with a flush of embarrassment that she'd been so startled she hadn't even thanked her rescuers. Hulina burst out of the alley, heart pounding, only to find it empty. The king's shadow soldiers had vanished the moment their mission was done, leaving not so much as a footprint. She spun in place, frustration mingling with relief. Then the ground shuddered beneath her feet, a tremor that grew into a rolling thunder. In the distance, she made out the disciplined columns of an advancing army, its ranks a seething black tide. But this was no human host, nor the soul master legions she'd once studied. These were demons, scarcely imaginable horrors summoned by Balan, the dreaded king of 100 flames. Instinctively, Hulina lifted her gaze to the sky. A solitary black orb hovered there, drifting downward like a falling star. It landed some way off with a crack that split the air. All around it shimmered an eerie blue glow, so cold and intense that she felt her lungs seize. From its grasp extended a sword as dark as obsidian, its edges seeming to drink in every scrap of light. Terrified, Hulina's knees nearly buckled. Yet amid the fear, a sudden realization struck her. Someone had risked everything to rescue her. She could not abandon that person now. Steeling herself, she pivoted away from the alley and sprinted toward the coming battle, determined to reach her mysterious savior with news of the Demon King's terrible advance. "Sure, please go ahead and paste the chapter you'd like me to rewrite, and I'll polish it into fluent, idiomatic English while preserving all the key plot points and details.